I mean, there's some cool ones in there. There's like a replica of Moria in there. Sucks all the fun out of finding a noble who demands ballista parts. Well, I mean, then you have to give them an elaborate death. Come on. You have to protect. Then you're missing the opportunity to roleplay being French. Anyway. I have an ad break coming in here on Twitch in a second, but I'm starting up my recordings now, so we'll be diving in a moment. Hey, YouTube, you can say hi, Twitch chat, if you want. And Twitch chat, you can say hi, YouTube. You know what's kind of funny? I'll show the screenshot because I think it's hysterical. I usually leave the parts where I tell Twitch chat to say hi, YouTube on the VODs, right? And shoutouts to BloodFox49 for saying hi, Twitch chat in my VODs comments on my VOD channel. Because YouTube has this automatic response thing now where you can respond to comments using their intelligent AI responses. Quote. And sometimes they're very simple, and sometimes they're very long. And I like that this is YouTube's recommended AI response to hi Twitch chat. YouTube's AI thinks you're weird. Sorry, but that's just fucking funny. I laughed so hard when I saw that. Because I know a lot of people say that. Correct. Yeah, exactly. Why on earth is that a feature? It beats me, mate. Beats me. I think we're all to blame, Utaro, on that one. Like, YouTube chat is weird. Sometimes Twitch chat is weird. You know? We all have our times, and we all have our moments. I mean, they're pulling their data from Reddit, probably, so, like, obviously. They're one to talk! I mean, come on! We're all mad here. We'll all float, too! Alright, so, as a brief catch-up from yesterday, I caught a gremlin and trained it. There's a trained gremlin in my fort. Today, we are at war with, like, 5 goblin factions and 2 elven factions, I think? So stuff's gonna be kind of nutty. I'm gonna try and seal off and defend the caverns a little bit better because things are getting a little messy down there. But the actual goal for today is to try and get the gremlin to join the fort. And then, after that, make him a noble. I want Baron Gremlin. That's my goal. Because I think that would be fun. No, absolutely, Jasper. But that's what it says. Apparently it's powered by Gemini AI. At least so YouTube tells me. I also rolled my eyes when I saw that 3 weeks ago. But that one made me laugh. That one made me laugh pretty hard. Welcome back to Cloudthunder, my friends. Also, I was staring at my Cloudthunder thumbnail, and I think I should make the T yellow. Gremlin hammerer with an artifact weapon. I mean, I could assign him an artifact warhammer. I got tons of them. Also, we're getting attacked by giant agitated wrens. But first, I've got to name 2 dwarves. So, to confirm, Draken's Soul wanted a military dwarf with a beard, yes? I'm going with Tanner. With a new layer of marketing over it? I don't know about... 90 might be a bit of an exaggeration, but... Draken's Soul is... Has a profound sense of duty and obligation, is unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things even if the most futile action once his mind is made up. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment to the harm of those around him, and desires little for himself in the way of possessions. Is somewhat scatterbrained and is very comfortable around those that are different from himself. He rarely develops positive feelings towards things, and he often feels discouraged. He likes to brawl, and he is disturbed by this since he values quiet, at least in the abstract. He is given to flights of fancy, and he is often cheerful. He can handle stress, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures and is not particularly ambitious. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Deeply respects skill at arms and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Respects the development of a skill and values tranquility and a peaceful day. He values cunning and dreams of raising a family. He likes borax, aluminum, pinfire opal, bayberry wood. I can't words today. Llama wool and giant one-humped camel parchment, warhammers, anvils, and horses for their strength, giant beetles for their protective shells, and the words of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the fragrance of scintillating, and when possible prefers to consume giant hippo and dwarven wine, and hates flies. They invented text autocomplete in China in the 1950s. I'm still going to say that's a stretch, Tabula, but I see where you're coming from. That being said, I'm saying that's a stretch. I stand by my statement. I still agree it's old technology with a new sheen of marketing, but it's not quite the same. Like, predictive text isn't quite the same as a typewriter from the 1950s. He also has some old scars on his foot. He's a member of the Metalsmiths Guild, the Weaponsmiths Guild, the Farmers Guild, and, of course, the Fellowship of... What? The Fellowship of Skirts. Please tell me that's for the God of Beauty. Yes, it's for the God of Beauty. He has 2 children and was once married, and I guess his spouse is dead. His niece is Amber Dragon, and that's Dragon Soul. All right. Meanwhile... Killer Jam, you're open to anything. Pick one. These are the happiest in the fruit. Descent is 1967. Okay, see, now that I could agree with, Shinobi. That I would agree is similar technology. Weaponsmith, second one down. Obak? Did you pick this one specifically because she has an axe? You're just like, that one has a weapon. They seem safer. She becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings, can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, can be very optimistic, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Has a greedy streak and has a calm demeanor, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She often acts with compassion, and tends to be passive in discussions, and has an active sense of humor, and can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and stiffens up when she's surprised. Her voice trails off when she's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that little is better in life than a good party. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and believes war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Believes deeply that chaos and order are the truest expressions of life and would disrupt harmony whenever it is found. And values family. Likes jet, lead and aquamarine, bloodthorn wood and giant toad leather, mountains and crossbows and high boots, and the words of the beige diamonds, and when possible prefers to consume sloth and prickleberry wine, hemp seed oil and grapes, and can't stand slugs. You were born in Connie, by the way, you got your head bit by a giant spider and venom injected into your brains. It wasn't good for your health. Spud is your husband. Your only daughter is Toulon, who's dead. Sorry about that. You're a member of the Fellowship of Skirts as well. You also have some friends who are mostly dead. Except for Aiden. They're not dead yet. You want to acquire an object, and you don't feel anything after being able to acquire anything for so long. And you don't really need new clothes, so I guess I need to make new clothes. Or more new clothes. More types of clothes? Yeah, that. You've been reading a lot of books recently, including Boar's Rank. Now, YouTube chat, I'm going to throw you a favor here real quick. The first one of you to guess the number that I'm thinking of between 1 and 50 gets a dwarf. This is for YouTube chat, not Twitch chat. Twitch chat's going to try, but this is for YouTube chat. I mean, you can guess too, Twitch chat. That's fine. You can try and distract me. I'll give YouTube chat a hint. One of the Twitch chat people got it. Tony Sandman got it. It's 26. What kind of dwarf would you like, mate? I do actually have a Gorlak, even. Could nickname the Gorlak Tony. You don't like being excluded? Well, here, Twitch chat. We'll do a round for you, but I'll have to be slightly harder because there's more of you. So it'll have to be a bigger number. Also, a Gorlak named Tony just sounds funny to me. Tony Knower is always in love with somebody, develops positive feelings, is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and doesn't often feel envious. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He personally finds himself to be somewhat disgusted with eloquent speakers and values romance. Likes tin glaze, copper, and praise opal, as well as ashwood and enormous corkscrews, and when possible prefers to consume beetroot wine and soft wheat flour, and hates worms. You have several friends in the fort, and you're focused. Welcome to the fort. I do have an actual gremlin in the fort. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, Twitch chat. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. The first person to guess the number that I'm thinking of gets a dwarf. Staring, watching. Some of you, one of you was close. I mean, that's full range, right? Can you just keep guessing? Yeah, just keep guessing. The idea is that somebody gets it eventually. Nobody's got it. Close in a direction, Yarostov. Close in a different direction, Bonesaw. Thankfully, chat is not too hard to follow for this. Bonesaw got it. It was 67. I was kind of sitting here going like, maybe Stone will just get it. I don't think anybody else typed it in. Just going to double check that I'm not ripping you off. There's a good number in the 60s. All right, Bonesaw, what dwarf do you want? Me out here just counting. I mean, hey, we got to start somewhere. I was just like watching you get closer. I was like, You're getting there. Do you want a military dwarf? Do you want a non-military dwarf? Sturdy, stout miner? Well, take your pick. Those are the miners in the fort. Like this one, maybe? It's pretty sturdy. We think alike. Bonesaw, or as I say, Picksaw, lacks confidence in his abilities and is very comfortable around others that are different from himself, unless they don't like Creed. He is careful with resources when working up on projects and spends unnecessary effort, especially when he's listening to Creed. He is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, because he listens to Creed. And he is very easily moved to mercy because of Creed. And he is prone to strong feelings of jealousy because there's artists that are better than Creed. And he occasionally overindulges in the amount of Creed he listens to. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and rarely feels discouraged. I'm going to stop this bit. He doesn't handle stress well because he listens to Creed, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is conflicted by this as he values harmony as an intellectual concept. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he has an active imagination. He needs alcohol to get through the working day because of the amount of Creed he references in my chat. I'm not talking about you, Creed. I'm talking about, He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. And he views any show of emotion as offensive. He values peace over war and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. I don't like this dwarf. He dreams of crafting a great masterwork someday. He's a former member of the Weaponsmiths Guild and a former member of the Metalsmiths Guild and a member of the Miners Guild. Wow. What a guy. His mom's dead. His dad's in the military. Got a younger sister named Vutok, who's also dead. Tortured soul, I say. His aunt is dead. Most of his family's dead. A lot of his passing acquaintances are dead. I'm sorry. Well, you're still there. You're still functioning. And, what god do you worship? I don't know which one that is. What god that be? What the fuck is a shibby? Is that... What language is that? That's what I'm wondering. Is that a kobold god? Well, I know it's a... Ishmael, I know it's the god of creation, but... Just don't break it, Jumba. Other people need to press it as well. Anyway, where's your god? Must have scrolled past it. You like the god of earth and marriage. I guess you like your life to be grounded. So Weaponsmith was found dead, and I'm gonna do a thing that's gonna take fucking forever. But I'm going to fix my burrows. Because I really need better burrows. And I probably need to leave them on. The surface has been mad at me for a while and wants me dead. Which means most of my dwarves are dying to giant birds a lot. And that's bad. So I want that to happen less, if at all possible. So I'm gonna just do a bunch of erasing for a little bit. I realize that TF Hack would make this faster, but this is more just my protest of, hey, can we get flood fill in vanilla again, please? We had it before. Can we have it again, please? That'd be great. So And then we'll read through the dwarves that are alive in the fort, because a lot of them are dead. And then we're going to talk about my gremlin. So I do have an actual gremlin. Currently, it's listed as a pet, which means he doesn't really do much. He just kind of exists. And he's kind of cute, admittedly, but he doesn't really do much. He's a pet. The thing with having a gremlin in your fort is they're kind of suicidal and not that smart. But they do learn skills over time. And so the hope is that over the next, few hours, he can learn enough skills to be competent enough to not just, go die and like suicide himself on things. And as he gets his smarts, I'm going to slowly build him a separate section of the fort for him, specifically. And then eventually work that into our little gremlin. Being some form of noble. Because they will eventually join the fort when they learn enough speech skills. And I would like him to be our smart little gremlin. For right now, I'm just going to remove all this. And then I'm going to go into here. Go all the way down here. I'll allow them to do similar, like small area around here. That's totally fine, but nothing too crazy. Actually, this whole thing can all be in the burrow. So let's go to right there. Right below this. Go down through all this. All the way down to the next cave layer, which is right here. At which point then I'm going to shrink it down again to basically just this little central section. And also just down here at the bottom. I'm then going to go into here and I'm going to add everybody to this. Turn it on. And remove Gremmy from it. So, the named dwarves in the fort are Dominok, Starschultz, Bonesaw, Napalm, Havoc, Zudica, no banner flags, Suit of Souls, we also have a goblin, Lord JJ, Glass Half Empty, Killer Jam, Spud, Tony, Amber Dragon, Neezer, who's grown up, by the way, The Cold, who killed a Titan by punching it, if I remember correctly, Cross Fortune, Kadranos, and Claiborne. I have no recollection of naming Claiborne. I have a dwarf in a cage. I need to get that dwarf out of that cage. 2 dwarves in cages. I need to get both those dwarves out of those cages. Jasper, Hood, Bone Dolphin, Draken's Soul, Ildari, Nakati, and am I missing anybody? How's Jasper doing? We'll get to Jasper in a second. Tanner, Jasper, and Artifact Child, Shy Phantasmita, and how's Jasper doing? Jasper's pretty good, all in all. Wants to craft an object. You have a bunch of pets, although I think a bunch of them died. You have a bunch of pet bears that are injured. I'm just gonna heal these because I feel bad for pets. We're memorializing a bunch of dwarves. So, towards the end of yesterday, if I jump down to this layer, we had a vile force of giant cave spider that killed a whole fuck ton of dwarves. I don't even know where it went. It just kind of left. So it just kind of sucks. Yeah, It just kind of sucks. I don't really know what else to say. And now on the surface, we're currently getting attacked by birds. So I'm going to see if I can send some dwarves outside to just go defend this area and save these dwarves. You're Yuristov. I don't think you are. No, you are not still alive. I can't quite remember what happened to you. We've had a lot of dwarves just disappear and die. Like, probably similarly to how this one did. I've also noticed something interesting. Stationed military do not attack named giant animals. You have to manually tell them to attack, which kind of sucks. So yeah, that kind of sucks a lot. Yeah, 9 dwarves died to the spider. Hello, Ranger Rick. How are you? So, you know, it's been a whole thing. We also lost a couple dwarves to a blind cave ogre. And we have a ghost currently in the map, which I think I can memorialize, actually. Although I'm not entirely certain I managed to put this into the burrow, so I'll have to double check. No, not just yet. No, I did not. Okay, let's put this into the burrow. This into the burrow. And all this all the way down to there. Okay. It's raining in 40? Like a snow day kind of deal? Or do you work outdoors normally? So I'm just going to throw the burrow onto this. Let's go collect those. But I may also have to place some more tombs, although maybe not right now because a vile force of goblins have arrived. Although they don't seem to be one of the particularly strong ones. So I'm just going to go up to here. Cool, that is still shut. It's not great timing on this, but should be able to send the military to right here and we'll be okay. I do have squads that are close by. I don't even know where you're going. Conducting a meeting. With whomst? What? Is that considered part of your office? I have no words there, dude. Like, I guess it's considered part of the area you can walk, but I mean, if you insist. We have a bunch of snatchers. You're a land surveyor? Oh. Well, it seems like my military's already gotten to work. Nikado here has bashed a goblin bowman in the lower body with his hammer, and ended him pretty quickly. Most of my dwarves are ridiculously strong right now, because of all of the sieges I've been doing. Specifically, like Bone Dolphin has quite a few notable kills. Tanner has even more, or had even more, I guess. It's less now. We've got kind of a ridiculous number on some of these dwarves. And where's Jasper at? That's Moma's. Jasper is in the ludicrous numbers. Are you like property line surveyor kind of deal, or? I guess that makes sense. It's like getting a snow day for work. Just gonna move the military up to here. Okay, so you're trying to attend a meeting. Okay, so to the dwarf attending a meeting. Where are you going exactly? I think I'm going to move the mayor's office, because this seems kind of problematic here. More specifically, I'm just going to remove these corner zones. There you go. That seems to be fixing it. Oh, that's way cooler than I expected, Ranger Rick. I had no idea. That's neat. Neat gig you got. Just point at the snatches and say, snatchers, no snatching? I think it's swiper, no swiping, but yes. Okay. Hopefully that'll make the mayor work a little better. Yeah. At least they're still satisfied with their office, but... My mayor's wanted a bismuth bronze statue for a long time, but fuck if I've ever found any bismuth in this map. Although I wonder, actually. Heh. No bismuth. Just gonna start melting down a bunch of stuff over here. So that siege ended pretty quickly. Let's just wait until these bodies are all gone. Okay, so there are no store body and tomb jobs, so I'm just gonna presume that there isn't enough tombs down here. Ah, we got ones that aren't assigned. Tombs that just kind of sit without anything getting put in them for a really long time sometimes just get unassigned. Or tombs that sit that don't have anything assigned to them tend to get unassigned. So, for our gremlin, it's technically a pet. I'm just going to select our gremlin friend here. And when the Twitch chat ads end, we're going to talk a little bit about our gremlin. I just DF hacked full healed and injured bear, yes. Because it's one of my tame bears. I mean, don't you just sometimes want to full heal a bear? Also, to the folks watching the YouTube stream, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There's 50 of you watching and 23 likes. Likes make the YouTube number go up. Allegedly. I've been told this by several people. Also... I just got an email from Twitch and I was about to say, yay, it's payday! It's not. That wasn't actually Twitch. It was me paying Twitch for a subscription. Oh, well. Well, this wasn't on my bingo card for today. I just got an email with all bold words that says, Dungeon Crawler! And I was like, oh, I'll actually click on this email. You want to know what it is, chat? It's not out yet, so I won't say the name of it. Roguelike Claw Machine Deck Builder. I'm sorry, mate. Have you ever played a dungeon crawler? Like, I was at least hoping for something like Grimrock. Game genres mean nothing anymore. Nothing is sacred. It's a dungeon crawler. It's crawling in the dungeon of the lack of sales your game's gonna have. All right, so this is my gremlin. My gremlin would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation, is gripped by crippling shyness, and feels strong feelings, feel strong urges, and seek short-term rewards. That be my gremlin. Okay, so my gremlin... we caught in our gremlin trap when he pulled a lever. I would like to catch him a wife at some point, but he's dwelling over being uncovered because I'm 99% certain I can't make clothes for him. If anybody knows a way to make clothes for gremlins that fit them, kobold clothes are too big. Let me know. If you go into here and you try and queue up clothing, like let's just say shirt, right? Adamantine shirt, whatever. I'm going to delete it in a second anyway. Gremlin is not an option. So I haven't figured out if there is clothing that's small enough to fit a gremlin. But if there is, please tell me. Because they are very small gremlins. Now, gremlins slowly gain speech skills, social skills, while they are in your fort. And my hope is that I can make Gremmy McGee here eventually talk enough and learn enough speech skills that Gremmy here can become a noble. Also, right now, Gremlin here is ignoring his burrow. Come on, get back in there. It's also training his climbing skill, it seems. Also, it's kind of funny. Every time he goes through a door, it's considered an intruder. So something I would like to do right now, because I don't want this gremlin to ever get untrained. I'm going to assign a specific animal trainer. And unassign them from other tasks. Also, let's just double check that this is the right one. Kavish Yervad. Nope, that's the wrong gremlin. That's the wrong Kavish. It would be the other jeweler who happens to be named Kavish. Now, the idea and hope here is that they'd become friends. But we're going to have a ways to go. Now, I'm trying to figure out... Oh, are you trying to get to bones? Is that the issue? Gremlins like bones. Let's see. Is it bones that you want? Up to here, this layer. Oh, also, let's see. Have they built this thing yet? Also, we've got agitated giant fireflies. Gremlin. Got into an argument with somebody. Well, at least he's learning something. Well, there's plenty of bones right there, so if you do want to butcher something, or eat bones or something weird, you can. Also, it really seems to want shoes and a shirt. But yeah, so gremlins are not supposed to be able to be caught. They're the only intelligent creature that has the flag for a pet. They are also deep enough in the game's code that they can't be rewritten without rewriting a third of the game, or a large portion of the game's animal code, according to Tarn. So the fact that they are a pet is a bug. But because they're an intelligent creature, they're considered a visitor. If they stay long enough in the fort, they will eventually join the fort. Well, that's really sad. And when he joins the fort, then I can appoint him to tasks. The only thing that they do is pull levers. That is the only thing that they are capable of doing. Oh, also I have a giant chipmunk. Apropos of nothing. So, you know, it's great. And why is it in prison? Because we have a zoo and it knows what it did. And that ghost was put to rest. Okay, so we are, my goal for today is to protect the gremlin with our lives. And that's about it. The gremlin is most valuable gremlin. And we must protect the grem at all costs. Under pain of grem. The other thing I want to do is divvy up my animals into better animal pens, because I've got a lot of different animals and they're all just like in a square in the middle of the floor. So it's time to start moving things. So let's have a kitty pen for cougars. Let's dig another one over here for something else. Let's dig another one over here for something else. And maybe another one over here for something else entirely. I also have a library, which is pretty dense. It's got 186 books in it. I've been doing some raiding. I'm not going to say Gremlin for King, because that might not be possible. Because in order to have somebody get the King role, you need every other eligible dwarf in the faction to die first. Which, okay, saying it might not be possible is maybe a bit of a misnomer. That would take a very, 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 very unreasonable amount of time. Whereas making a Gremlin a Baron, I'm not going to say that's unreasonable. I mean, it on some levels is, yes, very unreasonable. But doable. That makes sense? Like, there's kind of a... Like, yes, it would take a very long time, but I could make that happen, probably. Trying to make a better method of being able to clean out the underground area here. I misclicked twice. Can Gremlins learn to sew? Once it joins the faction, yes. But I seem to recall trying that. So the other thing I want to do is let's make my mayor happy. Where's my mayor? Where is your bedroom, mayor? That's your bedroom? Okay, let's make you a better bedroom. I don't generally worry too much about mayor's bedrooms, but I do want my mayor to be happy, and I've been neglecting them. Because I want them to be better at their job. I'm also thinking about making this into an office bedroom. That any clothes will fit an entity if it makes it. All right, well, we'll have to try that. I'll have to assign him a specific workshop when he joins the fort. We'll need him to get to that point first. What do I have for blocks? I want something that's a non-standard color. Let's say dolomite. Dolomite's nice. It's gonna drip. I'll just smooth that back wall then. It's the way to do it for exotic citizens like giant clowns or clown lords. A clown lord is a slang term, a community slang term for a demon overlord, which are the guys that run the goblin factions. Because demon overlords run goblin factions. It is not easy to get them as one of your faction members, but you can, with some very, very, very gamey outcomes, you can make it happen. You think Dark Gnome is within size limits? I don't think gnomes have clothes. But let me check. Yeah, gnomes do not have clothes. At least not that dwarves know how to make. So you haven't seen a demon? In order to see demons, you either need to find the hidden fun stuff by digging too deeply and greedily, or play adventure mode. Especially the demon overlords. The demon overlords are more of an adventure mode feature than a fortress mode feature. Like, technically everything is an everything feature, and you can have adventure mode and fortress mode features in all kinds of places all over the place, but there are some features that are primarily like one mode is where you'll see it, and the other mode, not so much. All right. How many bars do I have right now? It's 400 iron bars. Decent amount of copper. Let's make copper thrones and tables. I like copper thrones. Copper throne. Copper table. We'll just make 20 of each. Because I got plenty of copper. I'm getting copper from melting it down from Goblinite. Let's also do... Actually, you know what? Let's just deconstruct a little bit in the middle here. Make a copper section in the middle. An elk bird, a giant bat, and a grizzly bear walk into a bar and are now fighting. Well, maybe not necessarily walks into a bar, but grizzly bear appears to be winning. Did I delete my wagon? I did deconstruct my wagon, yeah. Why? Why is it going to sound crazy? Most things in DF sound crazy, to be fair. A wagon is assigned a size. So are you suggesting I can make wagon-size clothing? Because I doubt that's a thing. But that... Yeah, no, you can't make wagon clothing. We'll just leave those queued up. It's fine. Trying to be better about the coughing today. Not anymore, no. So, the wagon... So, fun fact. The wagon at the start of a fort is dead. It is not a creature. The wagons that are considered creatures are wagons that traders arrive with. Those are considered creatures. Wagons that are on the map at the start, as of version 50, are a different entity. That's why the wheels are broken, because it's not a wagon. No, it's not a glitch. It's a design... It's the way the game works, right? Back in the day, if you could attack a wagon with a squad, and it would bleed wagon blood. That's been fixed. Now they just turn into wagon wood. The only way to get wagon wood now is by attacking wagons that come in off map. But wagon... I mean, Here's the thing. Most bugs that you read about on the wiki have been fixed, right? In fact, it'll usually state on the wiki what version that bug was found. Which means it's probably been fixed long ago. So, can gremlins read? Yes. Gremlins are normal intelligent creatures. It's like a human or anything. I would actually say that gremlins are smarter than kobolds. Maybe gremlins are just kobolds that, like, grew a brain. They're just, like, intelligent kobolds. Okay, so I'm going to give you... Don't have any statues. I'm going to do... Okay, I also don't have any cabinets. Let's do copper cabinets and chests, too. Why not? Copper cab. Reference nobody was expecting. Used to think that wagon sock was deeply funny. It's like a kayak cover. What's funny about a kayak cover? This reminds me of like when my older sister broke her thumb and she had a cast on her thumb, and then to go swimming she had to put a thumb condom on. I don't know why, but that's the analog of my brain. It was just a little plastic thing that you slip over the cast that doesn't get wet. But it looked like a condom. So it was a thumb condom. No, we discussed this at length yesterday. There is no clothing that is small enough for gremlins. So, but the statement about like if they make it themselves, then it would work is interesting. Also, we got a woodcrafter. Woodcrafter, really? When are you gonna go claim? Blah, 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 blah. At best, I'd get a crossbow, but Craft store shop, of course. Great. Waste of an artifact. Sag. Yeah, no, we discussed this at length yesterday. It is not possible to do what we are trying. It's not possible to do what we are trying to discuss here. Well, there's Kavish, this dwarf who's assigned to only handle the gremlin. But I do have several animal caretakers. Which one would you like, Connie? Gremlin Fondler is what we refer to them as. I just made that up. I don't know. I had a Gorlak Queen in a relatively recent fort. I can't remember the name of it. Someone in chat probably does. But, yeah. Having a Gorlak Queen was cool. She was a Gorlak Queen before I started the fort, too, and then I realized my queen was a Gorlak. I was like, we have to get the nobles! We had a Gorlak Queen and a Gorlak, what's it called? Outpost Liaison. But then the Outpost Liaison became evil and joined the Goblins after I started a new fort in the same faction. I was sad. Oh, trust me, I'm very, very familiar with bugs surrounding gremlins. Gremlin for mayor is a meme in this chat for a reason, and it's made me get very familiar with bugs surrounding gremlins. You're okay with being Zas or Dusum? Let's go with Zas. Zas is happier. We do actually have giant wolves, so it fits. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds moderation and self-control to be very important. Hates those who wield power over others and values tranquility and a peaceful day. And sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. She has dower as a rule. Also, just worth noting, Connie, your dwarf did die, so that's why I'm naming you a second dwarf. She has dower as a rule and conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She often acts with little determination and confidence, is quite polite, and generally finds herself to be hopeful about the future. She is trusting, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she thinks she is fairly important to the grand scheme of things, is quick to form negative views about things, has a active sense of humor, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She stiffens up when she's surprised. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds moderation and self-control to be very important. Hates those who wield power over others and values tranquility and a peaceful day. And sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and dreams of mastering a skill. She worships Vesh, which is the god of war, I think. And you are a member of no religions, but you're a member of the Rangers Guild. Damn you! I didn't want to make one of those. Anyway. You're relieved after being near a waterfall. Surround yourself with friends that you trust and you will be unstoppable, she says, and she has none, so. You're one to talk. All right, chat. You guys can follow Gremmy McLynn for a second. I'm going to go top off my water and take a piss because I'm drinking liters of water an hour to keep my cough down. sleeping in the waterfall. He has a bedroom assigned. Use your bedroom, you oddball. What the hell? The heck is wrong with you, man? Okay. Okay, so this is going to be the mayor's. You're already assigned to it. This is also going to be the mayor's. Okay, so now I need to jump to the mayor and unassign all of their other stuff. So you don't need the other dining room, which will be the upper one. This one. This I'm going to assign to the Gremlin. I don't know why. I'm just giving it to him. Make him a little happier. Give him his own happy bedroom. Although, actually, just because I'm now paranoid about this. And, Mayor. Their shitty quarters can be assigned to somebody else. And Mayor. Well, should I make the mayor a tomb? He keeps doing that glass half empty to the point where I actually unassigned my tavern keepers because I didn't want somebody to drown him. Let's see what agitated critters we have. Just agitated giant fireflies. All up there in the corner. Could just send the military up there to deal with them. Yeah, let's send the military out there to deal with them. Let's also jump over to here. And I'm going to send out a different squad to go fight things. I'm going to send out Jasper's squad to go pillage this location over here. We're not going to loot other items because it seems to be incredibly good training for them. I am going to unassign all the animals, though, from you. And there they go. I like how they leave through the caverns. It's something that I think is really funny. Because they're attacking a mountain home, or what was a mountain home, which means it must not have surface access, which is interesting. Or if it does have surface access, then it's easier to access it from the caverns. That's gonna be quite the artifact. What about you? Where are you at? Strange mood. Even though I'm not happy about it, it will still be a neat artifact. Let's go fuck them up, lads. Oh, absolutely. You've been doing that a lot. Showing no sign of stopping. And dig their way into the old forts. Oh, true, yeah. I'm not sure. He doesn't always sleep on the floor. He does. I have seen him sleep in his bed. He does have a bed assigned, so. Maybe he's just... Oh, actually, I know why he's sleeping on... I can tell you exactly why he's sleeping on the floor. He's a hunter. Hunters exclusively sleep on the floor. Hunters do not sleep in beds. I don't know why. He wasn't always set as a hunter, though. But because he gained the hunting skill at some point, probably because he had Ambusher by default and then gained some observing skill. But yeah, if they are listed as a hunter, they will not sleep in their bedroom. I've never fully understood why. Would it be possible to visit that location in adventure mode? I'll just say this. Good luck trying to find the entrance of a mountain home in adventure mode. Just good luck. Without using a dwarven highway, which are the underground roads that go from mountain home to mountain home. Just good luck. I'm not sure what that is, Thundrux. In fact, you used to be able to start an adventure mode run in a mountain home, and I did several runs where I never actually found the surface. Back in the day. Do I still have my soap set up? Yes, I do. Let's make ash potash, or ash, make ash, make lye, make soap. Let's do 50, 50, and 50. We'll just queue those up manually. Actually, you know, I'll just say do that once a year. We'll do it that way. It's 50 soap a year is more than enough. Gremlin's a movie? So I haven't seen that movie in like 20 years. I really need to rewatch Gremlins because I would probably like Gremlins a lot more as an adult than a little kid. As a little kid, I found it kind of scary, but I was also scared of Peter Pan, so I was a child. I would probably like Gremlins a lot more now, but yeah, I have almost no recollections of it. I just remember finding it scary. And also, I just want to go into here. Brew drink from plant. If it's less than 250, start brewing drinks. Brew drinks from fruit. Okay, so there just isn't enough. Got it. But yeah, Gremlins don't work that way. What about Labyrinth? I've never seen Labyrinth. I've said this before on the stream, and people gasp audibly, and I can hear them through the internet gasping. It's kind of whack. I think I've seen, like, chunks of it, but it would be irresponsible for me to claim that I've seen it. The exception of up here. Putting all the war grizzlies up there. Then over here. What else do I have? The monkeys. Let's put birds. Magpies. Although I feel kind of bad giving them a structure that's just one level, but I'll actually be able to breed them now. Adil, the Cracked Ice of Gloves, has been elected to the position of Sacred Barricade of the Doctrine of Helping. Do I have a dwarf named Adil? It's probably something that I just did. Yeah, we must have just killed somebody. We must have just killed somebody in that fort. Because now suddenly Adil has been elected to that, so that must be somebody. We must have killed somebody in this fort just now. That has to have been what happened. And then, hold on. There may actually be a news notification. Not that I'm seeing. Also appears that the dwarves are marching on devil shrinks. And the dwarves are also marching on Den Snarl, which is an elven location. Meanwhile, the goblins here. Yeah, I like that the goblins are at war with each other. That's kind of the coolest thing about this. Like, the goblins up here are attacking the goblins down here. Like, the goblins are not the same faction. Like, currently we are at war with, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goblin factions and an elven faction. So, you know. Also, they want amulets. I should make amulets. How many bars do I have? Iron bars, copper. How much steel do I have? 76, okay. Let's do... $30 iron amulets. And there's fighting happening. Giant firefly is fighting with a wrestler. Seems like my station worked. Send them back down to training. Although several of them are now in a tree. Can you get down? Yes, they can. Sweet. I'll say it Tuesday. Labyrinth is one of your faves. I have seen Goonies. If that gives me any I was a child once cred. I've seen Tales from the Crypt. I've seen Ghostbusters. I've never seen The Neverending Story. I have seen The Princess Bride. Love that movie. That movie's great. But I don't know. I mean, like, there is definitely, like, a gap in my pop culture knowledge. I just deleted my burrow. Hitting the wrong button. I want to cry, chat. There is definitely a gap in my pop culture knowledge that is, like, starkly obvious. But that's mostly just because, like, I'm not going to say that I had protective parents, but, like, that would be a bit inaccurate. But I did have parents that were cautious about the media that they showed us. They were pretty sensitive to things like violence and horror. Purely because, like, my parents themselves don't really like horror films, right? Like, I remember my dad warning me to never watch the movie Alien, which, of course, I watched it a couple weeks later. But, like, my parents always kind of had, like, this fear of grim media, maybe is probably a better way to put it. Because they themselves didn't like it, so. Which I honestly think is a decently fair enough way to raise kids, but it certainly led to me having a lot of odd, is maybe the best way to put it, gaps in my pop culture knowledge. Which, admittedly, I've never really gone out of my way to remedy because I never really felt that I'm missing much. You're a computer nerd, not a TV nerd. I mean, in some ways, I'm a movie nerd. Like, especially as an adult, like, I have a love for John Carpenter that I developed after I moved out. I adore a lot of horror media, especially, like, 80s camp horror and slasher films and stuff like Friday the 13th and Halloween and Saw, even. Like, I really like Saw. Unironically, I fucking love the first 3 Saw films. They get a little silly after that, but at least, like, as a kid, like, anything that's, like, kind of horror or horror adjacent was probably something that I missed almost entirely, most likely. Yeah, I mean, The Thing is genuinely one of the greatest movies of all time, and it's really funny watching The Thing or recommending The Thing to young people right now. Because they're just like there's that whole sequence in the movie where they're talking about the thing and like how they're gonna track it down, and then if you have played video games in the last decade, you go, they're just explaining the rules for Among Us, like almost word for word, and it's very funny in that context. But just as like a stage to set design thing, like it's incredible. Yeah, absolutely love The Thing. I also absolutely love They Live. Fucking love that movie. That movie gets better every year. But even like Terminator, you know, like I didn't watch Terminator until I was in my mid-20s. You know? And like Terminator isn't exactly like this. Like, I mean, the first one's kind of dark, but like the second one's a cheese fest. In a good kind of way. I think like the things that I was very caught up on when it comes to pop culture, I'm just like kind of focusing on just trying to get this done. I think the thing that I was very caught up on in pop culture specifically, before I became an adult, I guess, was Star Wars and Star Trek. My parents really liked Star Wars and Star Trek. And like Lord of the Rings. You know, like I covered the staples. My parents were never particularly enthusiastic about Harry Potter, but they didn't keep us away from that. Now, these days, I kind of wish they did. Like, in hindsight, it would have been nice if I just didn't know all that stuff, but... Okay, let's just go up a ways, up to right there. Let's go right to the top of this. Right there. And now, I need to follow a very simple rule. Do not delete the burrow again, you dumbass. You'll hate yourself for it. Okay, go down to there. Go down to the edge. I don't love Star Wars anymore. I still love Star Trek. Like... I could never see another Star Wars property thing in my life, and I would probably be okay. I still love classic Star Wars. Like I still love like the original films, the first few. And I still love a lot of the video games, and I still love like the OG eras of Star Wars, I guess. But however, the like stuff they're doing these days, it's 60-40. I can take it or leave it. All right, we're good now. Sorry, I will try not to do that again today. Gremlin is socializing, and that is good news. Gremlin is socializing. He's also getting interested after watching performances. This is also good news. The Woodcrafter has created Emil Coolbet. Okay. A Sportree figurine of a Cybrek, Antimatter, Mindclouts. Did that dwarf die? Actually, wait, wasn't that a dwarf in Ghost Fort? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a dwarf in my Halloween fort. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It's a masterfully designed image of Antimatter, the dwarf in Sportree by Risen. Antimatter is making a plaintive gesture that relates to the drowning of Antimatter. Oh, never mind. Mindclouts in the True Plains in the early winter of 1006. Oh, no, okay. No, they were in the Ghost Fort. It is encrusted with bloodstone cabochons and decorated with giant cave spider silk and encrusted with bands of cushioned sulfurite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Sportree and menaces with spikes of Sportree and giant muskox leather. On the item is an image of a shining sun in tunnel tube. The image is an image of almost work murder, the dwarf and dwarves in green devourer leather. How the heck did I get green devourer leather? What? Must have traded for it. The artwork relates to the appointment of Amos to the position of general of the Lancers of Martyring in the year 7. The item is an image of table-cut gems and dingle leather. That's ancient history. I actually like the third Terminator too. Although I will say my favorite Terminator is the first one. I like Terminator 1 more than Terminator 2 and 3 by a lot. going to put that in a pedestal in my barracks, I think. That's where that's going to go. Hey, Flykick, long time. You're running into an issue recently. We're generating worlds where your caverns will look like chess and checkerboards. Are you doing Advanced World Gen? Because, like, that sounds odd, but not that odd. Just sounds like very tight cavern generation. Also, yeah, Wizard Birdman had it right. Can we press F for Lost Burrow? Such a bloody shame, man. It's killing me. It's killing me. Should have the stuff to make steel. Yeah, we do. But, So, what I would say is if you are doing... So, are these worlds that you are generating in Advanced World Gen? I agree with Filler Kill that Gorlak and the Gremlin is Gorlak and the Gremlin is either a DF webcomic, Filler Kill, or it's a like Dwarf Fortress stand-up comedy duo. Also, hey Dulkin, by the way, I don't think I said hi to you. You honestly only watch horror movies when you choose movies to watch. Other genres with your wife here, but she also enjoys a horror with you. Horror movies are fun. I like horror films. I think that horror films are fun if you go into it with an open mind and are okay with being startled. Like a lot of people are just very averse to being startled. And thus just dislike them from the get-go, which I think is a bit of a shame. Because there's a lot you can get out of horror films. Also, I have not really looked at chat in the last 10 minutes because of like me redoing my burrow. So if you've popped in the last like, let's just say 30 minutes and I didn't say hi to you, say hi. And I will say hi back. Let's get caught up with chat. Curious who's watching. What's up, Bonesaw? How are you? Hello, Thomas Tanner. Your dwarf's doing very well, Tanner, by the way. This one? You're a legendary X-Dwarf. You're watching me right now? That's terrifying. Get out of my house. Who let you in? What's up, McCumbles? So let's see how this siege went. It's pillage. But yeah, there's two ways that you can fix your world gen parameters, Flykick. You can either go into the game and delete them, and then the game will automatically regenerate the defaults when you reload, or you can copy them and then go copy them out and then launch the game and it'll generate defaults, or alternatively, you can go to the wiki and go look at the defaults and see if you've changed them. That's what I would recommend. If you're generating in Advanced World Gen, I guarantee you changed a parameter, because cavern density is a parameter, so it sounds like you've turned up the density rather than down the density. Jasper led the attack, and Jasper, Paged Armors, the Velvet Clarity's tactical planning was superior to the Goblin, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. That's a first in a long time. Goblin went down. Killed by Jasper. Another goblin went down. Killed by Moral. Another goblin went down. Killed by Kumil. I'm curious as to who the religious figure that we killed was. So it'll be somebody with some sort of religious appointee. Yeah, thanks, Blake, for linking that. Also, Coco Plays, hello. And Day 9, hello. Day number 9, not Day 9, just Day number 9. I'm not seeing any religious figures just yet. Oh, there we go. They redid the attack because the day rolled over. And we have a positional advantage now. So now we're on the forward step. Adil got one. Although, now I'm wondering, because Adil got A dwarf named Adil got appointed. We're also looting stuff. got appointed. We're also looting stuff. Forces searched. Sturdy animal. Yeah, we stole a bunch of books. But now I'm wondering. Yeah. So Adil got elected to a religious position of the doctrine of helping because of somebody that we killed while we were out there. That is fascinating. Also means that they've left the military. The question now is, do I keep them in the military? I think so. So yeah, no, this dwarf was given a religious rank because we must have killed whoever held that previously. So yeah, that's cool. You're at work, so you'll do that when you get home? Gotcha. That the actual day 9? The real day 9, not the imposter day 9, Shaku? What's up, Planix? You woke up feeling a ton better than you did yesterday, feeling bad as fuck brain fog. Hopefully it goes away soon. They're not taking your pay time off for it? That's good. So my memory is horrific right now. Did you have a cold or were you sick? Like, what was up yesterday? I guess I missed that yesterday. I probably most definitely read it, but... what affects the outcomes of these off-maps battles? Tactics and ambushing skills of the leaders, and then it's 1-to-1 dice rolls of your dwarves versus the enemies. So when goblins attack you, you see their skills. You can click on them and look at their skills. They're generally average, and then like slightly above average in the weapon that they're wielding, which makes them not great, right? So it's dice rolls your dwarf versus goblin based on their gear and their skills. And it's just 1-to-1 fights. It's very, very rock, paper. It's not rock, paper, scissors. It's very, very simplistic. So it's the numbers of that goblin skill versus your dwarf. That's it. So if you have like dwarves that are medium high level skill or high to above average, then that is what dictates. I just splashed coffee on my face. That's what dictates who wins the 1v1s. It is one of those things that's like, it's a cool feature, and it is planned to be expanded in the future, and hopefully it gets expanded in the future, but for right now, it's just kind of, I think bare minimum is maybe a good way to put it, to a degree. How's the blind? I have a really bad cough, so I'm drinking shit tons of water to try and make it go away. There's this cold virus going around right now that people are getting that is, for lack of a better term, got this brutal cough on the back end that just lingers, and it's horrible. I'm going to, I think, reassign this dwarf to uniform. Assign unit, uniform, right, bash squad, because you seem to be trying to get gear that you can't access. I need you to equip a breastplate, though. Set that as metal. And set that as metal. Should set it as steel, but... It's like, no, a t-shirt is not armor, dwarf. Also, I should make steel chain leggings. I should also, like, reset this squad, because I definitely screwed it up when I made it. The armor that they're using. Because I didn't set materials for their leg armor, which has led to a lot of them not actually equipping it. Or equipping pants and being like, that's armor, right? No, it's not, guys. So how many of these am I making? Steel leggings, 20, let's say 40. And then I'll redo those. But first, let's go attack that location again. I'm just going to keep hitting it. I'm just going to keep pillaging it until there's nothing more to pillage. And then I may send this squad to go get it. Pants are for squares, it would appear. I would say pants are for dwarves, but I mean, dwarves do have a very square shape to them. The other thing I'm going to do over here is I'm going to place 2 doors. And then I'm just going to lock these doors so these magpies can lay eggs. Or at least one of them can. Can't you? Do I not have a single female magpie? Yes, I do. Okay. Phew. So I woke up having really bad fatigue and brain fog yesterday and proceeded throughout the day into a headache. And you could not shake at all and finally took meds after getting off of your computer and proceeded to pass out for 11 and slept for 11 hours. Okay. Well, that's a good amount of sleep that you had. Did a funny at the range that made people laugh. Did you shoot yourself in the foot? That wouldn't be funny. But, I mean, in hindsight, that would be funny. At the time of happening, that wouldn't be funny, though. So can I ask what was the funny that made the people do the laughing? Small clip on Discord. Can it be described or do I has to watch it? Put my lizards in here. Maybe the Well, if it's something that requires sound, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to open it. I'm a little bit picky about things I open on stream. It's not you, it's me. Don't really want this many different animal types. Donkey, get rid of you. Be very funny if that magpie was a lesbian and just won't lay eggs. And left people laughing afterwards? Oh, does it sound like a plane crashing or something? Going like... Sounds amusing, but yeah, no, I will... If I see it after stream, I will watch it. Her right hand is bruised. Is that a reason for you to sit in the hospital? Throw in a second surgeon, I guess. And a second bone doctor. Also going to throw orderlies onto other people. Okay. Where's my gremlin? You're attending a meeting. Trying to complain at somebody in charge? Looks like it. My gremlin is depressed, chat. The gremlin is sad. No. Mayor, I need to remove you from this because you have another office. Did I not assign your study? Right. I didn't make you a study. Didn't feel anything while yelling at somebody in charge. Empathy while being yelled at by an unhappy citizen. Let's see. I'm going to allow Gremmy the Lin to go into the library. Maybe you can go read books. I'm just very happy to see you. Definitely. I'm wondering if you'll go read. Because I know you can. Better question is, will you? Oh, I also don't want you going in here. So I don't want him learning hunting skills. There you go. He's now reading books. It's dwelling upon being confined, but that'll help you learn something. I'm trying to just keep this gremlin's needs met so he doesn't get super pissed at me. What do I need to check, Jasper? Also, out of curiosity, Sam, you said a little while ago that you were thinking you might get back into Dwarf Fort. Genuine question. Have you? Or are you still in the hiatus stage? Go to the hospital for nearly dying from alcohol poisoning. Was it here or somewhere else? I don't recall nearly dying from alcohol poisoning, but was that a gremlin? I know I had a creature that got stuck in a nearly dying from alcohol poisoning loop, but I don't think it was a gremlin. Because I know like dwarven rum has like, it's like 90% alcohol or something according to the game. It's a very easy way to assassinate people in adventure mode. And then forget stage? Right. For those of you who don't know, Sem built a bunch of forts right at the very beginning of Dwarf Fortress's release. And there were some of the forts I looked at back when I did community forts. And one of their forts is, actually I think two of them, are on the Steam page for Dwarf Fort. But you burnt out real hard after playing too much. I'm pretty sure it was like an I must have done like a Hamster Man adventurer or something. Like, it's got to be something along those lines. I don't allow visitors in my fort, Andrew. If I don't care about artifacts being, if I allow visitors in my fort, then I make vaults. So I lock them behind walls. If there are visitors in the fort, then that's kind of what you have to do. That or like put them on pedestals in your barracks and always have a squad training. And then the squad will kill them. But I just, at least in this fort, don't have visitors in the fort. So he almost immediately lost focus. He wants to wander. But I don't want to let you wander. You leave them out and then let them get stolen and then use them as an excuse to start wars and track them down. Yeah, no, I mean, that's always fun. Vengeful after joining an existing conflict. To what? I caught a giant tick. Gross. It could have been with you. I don't know what to do with this information. Now that I have a giant tick. Although I am going to make an animal stockpile, which I've been kind of neglecting to make. And I'm going to only put full cage traps in there. Although, I just realized I didn't actually train it before it got released. So I'm just going to go station the military there to kill it. Also, it seems these squads have returned. Yeah, so can the giant magpies I have in my fort. Jasper led the attack. The attackers had a strong positional advantage from the get-go here. I am genuinely curious how long it's going to take me to kill this, because it says the population is 750, but I'm pretty sure that's probably the goblin population, not the dwarven population, not the goblin population. The goblin Odom. So whenever there's a purple text, it means it's somebody who is aligned with your faction died. So we killed a goblin that was aligned with my faction just now. Or was at one point aligned with my faction. I do think we are working our way through this, though, because I'm starting to see that more. Because in order for us to take over this site, we have to kill everybody who is a military individual who is aligned with the goblins. Because dwarves don't slaughter citizens. So when a place says that it has population, but the dwarves don't kill anybody when they go there, it means that they're just civilians, and you can just go take the place over. Unless you're trying to raise the place, at which point then they just scatter. But these fights are getting shorter, so... Although, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try just freeing captives belonging to both civs. Because I got a goblin that way, and I'm wondering if I can get more. You mean, like, I'm gonna win kind of slip trap? Or do you mean the soap? Because, like, nobody's drowned my well, if that's what you're saying. There's just soap. Soap's got to go somewhere. Uh-oh. Well, they are... Lord JJ may be dying to the giant tick. It's okay, we killed it. Lord JJ, are you dead? Okay, no, he stopped heavy bleeding. Dogs are going ballistic. There must be a cat in the line of sight of dogs. I don't have dogs, but there are dogs outside who live in the building. Well, I gather... Gremlin was exhilarated after remembering getting into an argument. The fortress without limits. I have a feeling that Monsieur Gremlin here is just going to sit here reading for a while. He's also going to go complain at somebody in charge, I think. Actually kind of been trying to get into adventure mode, but you've been trying to make an immortal... all goblins are immortal. Just... The Forgotten Beast, Anna Genid Amaxu, has come. A towering humanoid composed of lapis lazuli. Ooh, pretty. It has a long spiral horn and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. Connie, all goblins are immortal. And also, because they are immortal, they can't become immortal. So you cannot make a goblin into, like, a necromancer or anything. And then you tried to kill a hawk with a dodger without actually using the dodge command. Huh. All right, chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves who are probably not about to die to this creature, hopefully? The depth of seduction! Anna, the depth of seduction. Uh-huh. Was it associated with lust and depravity or something? Well, it hasn't killed anything. Maybe invulnerable is a better word? Sure. But they can still die. Like, it is not possible to make a character that is 100% invulnerable, I guess. But, sorry if I'm just, like, well, actuallying you, but... Shouldn't take the dwarves too long to get down here. Let's jump to this beast. Well, it's heading towards him. Fight should break out in a moment. Part of the Blue Man Group? Nope. I never would have really put two and two together in that regard. Like, I guess that would make sense. Because that's the color of lapis lazuli, but... Man, I made a really deep water hole here. Jeez. Also, goblins are not the strongest faction or race in the game either. Dwarves are. So if you're trying to make something that's completely unkillable, you're probably better off trying to find some evil rain to turn a dwarf into a husk, but then they'll be hostile to literally everything, so everything will try and kill it. Let's see if I can send the dwarves to approximately where they are. I'm a little worried they're just going to go diving into the water. By that I mean, I'm a lot worried. They're just going to go diving into the water. Water's scarier than beast. Yeah, it is kind of wild when you see creatures that are good at climbing just like scale walls. I would say Necromancer Dwarf is probably your best bet if you want to do something that. Or like Necromancer Elephant Man. Elephant person or Rhino person. Like something really big. Because big creatures are strong. Okay, actually I'm going to redirect the dwarves to just over here. Yeah, there they go. Because that's definitely where it's heading. Uh-oh. No banner flags? You may want to run. So no banner flags. It's freaking out. Seeing this this giant blue gem humanoid chasing him up a hillside. Run, Dwarf! Begone, Dwarf! You can escape, Dwarf! You have a chance! At least some of them are coming to try and kill him. Did you take a hit? He dodged. Screams I must withdraw. Do you think this dwarf's gonna make it, chat? Yeah, that's pretty advanced for somebody who's trying to get into adventure mode, though, Derek. That's some, like, high skill level shenanigans. Dwarf. He over there, not down there anymore. I know that's where I told you to go. We gotta go this way. Okay, fine, if you insist. Well, it seems like no banner flags has escaped, at least for right now. Oh, nope, he's coming back. Run away! No, Dwarf! Make it through the door! Oh man, I was gonna lock the door. It's gonna be like, well, he locked the door on his way out. Because that would be like a fun thing to say. Do you have family? No, you don't. Man. Come on, Dwarf. Turn around. What a shame. No banner flags fell as the beast kicks the stone cutter in the left cheek with its left foot, bruising the skin. The force pulls the head and the skull splits in gore. Well, at least it was over soon. I tried my best. Anyway, here comes the military and some miner who should probably run away. Bonesaw! Go the other way, go the other way, go the other way! Bonesaw! Yeah, okay. Bonesaw is absolutely helpless when confronted with danger, so making the right decision there. Behind him is Nakatio, who is dodging around and whacking it with its hammer, but the attacks are just glancing away and doing absolutely nothing. Although he does say, I finished some work and that was satisfying before whacking it. I guess hitting it with a hammer is work. The dwarf now is a little stunned, got slammed into probably, is dodging around, still doing no damage to the thing whatsoever. But he's damaging it now, he's fracturing it. It's got some bits of it now that are now fractured. Continuing to dodge around it, we've got Kubok, who showed up, who's punching it, which is doing a lot of nothing as well. The creature is enraged at all enemies. These are not good weapons for this. We need somebody with a spear to show up. Although you hit it in the neck doing what? Punches it in the head. Hammerdorf punches it in the head and the attack glances away, but it pulls the neck. Okay, so you strained its neck. Where's everybody else, guys? I'm just gonna tell them to go stand here because they have no idea where they're going. We've got this. Okay, so this is a really good training opportunity. If nothing else, this is a really great training opportunity. It's gonna be a real bad training opportunity if they get tired, though, because the second they start getting overexerted is when they die. Where is everybody? Golly gee, goddamn! Oh, they're like all the way the fuck down here. Oh my god. Yeah, they're all really far away because they all went to the initial place I told them to go to. So there's a chance these dwarves die, but we'll see. Maybe we'll have a hero's moment. They're both overexerted. The creature can't be overexerted. I'm gonna try unlocking this door. Maybe it'll step through and I can lock it in. Got a dwarf dropping a shield. Mikado over there also dropping stuff. I'm seeing blood. That's never a good sign. We've got Kubak here who's in pain, who's getting grabbed and thrown around. At least you haven't been stung. And the other hammer dwarf here is moving towards it with his hammer. We've got some dwarves that are trying to put that shield into a stockpile. I'm going to forbid it so that they turn around and stop being dum-dum. And Kubak is winded and heavily bleeding. The hammer dwarf here is simply overexerted, but continuing to attempt fighting. At least there's other dwarven distractions here. We also have Ildari, who's come down with the double shields that she's wielding. It seems like all of the military dwarves here have died now, as well as Shenryon, who passed away. We've got another dwarf who's been taken out by the creature. This is a really bad type of monster for this fight. Ildari is bleeding heavily. We're just kind of waiting on the majority of the dwarves to all show up kind of at once. We've got a weaponsmith who's running in who's about to die now. I'm just going to forbid everything right here so that they don't. And also unforbid that door. Where's the military? Guys, come on. Okay, here comes somebody with an axe. Uh-oh. No. Don't do it, dwarf. Don't do it. Run, Moral. Run. Okay, over here, he's now running up, and Moral's dead. Rip Moral. Who was that? That was Rakust, some siege engineer. Never heard of him. And I didn't tell him to kill them. I told him to station. So now they're chasing him up the thingy. I've got several dwarves who really want martial training. Well, now's a good time to learn, I guess. The military with actual weapons have shown up now and are fighting with the thing. A steel bolt hits it, and this dwarf says, "There's so-and-so's really dead. Oh no, I'm much sad." Big sad sign. And the fighting continues. There was a dwarf here a second ago. There's dwarves above it. Everything's glancing away, but we're fracturing it occasionally. Is there any other military dwarves around here? Okay, you've got a weapon. Go get it, dwarf. I have faith. Okay, you're able to fracture it by biting it. Cool. You're also able to chip it. That's good. Do I have any peasants available? Probably. Can we wait until this fight's over? Because I'll have less in a minute. The Forgotten Beast... okay, so the militia captain hacks Forgotten Beast in the Stinger, but the attack lines away. God damn. Man, this is a real bad critter. It's killed 12 dwarves now. It's killed Bonesaw, Shenryon, Eldari, Mikado, and no banner flag. The creature is continuing to fight with the dwarves. They're shooting bolts at it, which will do damage to it. Its hand is gone, so that's good. Its foot is gone. That's also good. And they managed to finally cleave it to pieces. Let's see who got the final blow. A miner strikes it with an iron pick in the upper body. Havoc got it. Is your squad back yet? You just came back. The most recent notification. Doesn't feel anything after seeing Ficod Bonesaw die. I'm just gonna make some coffins. Well, that sucks. But also... Did your mom just die? No, okay. I will be back in a moment, and then we will check in on the gremlin. Wait. You know, I know a lot of people just lock the caverns and then just don't worry about it. And yeah, that's a very valid way to play, and it's a much safer way to play. But I like leaving the caverns open too much. It's too entertaining. Like, you miss out on so much combat nonsense and fun, intense little battles when you don't lock the caverns. Although I do have cavern creatures turned off. So there's that. UGDPY, I've got to name you a peasant. Which one would you like? And then we'll check in on your Gremlin, Diamond. Hang tight. Yeah, I know, Connie. I saw. So I can have all the goodies for yourself. I did that in Apple Bottom, I think. It's actually not that hard, as long as you do it quickly. Although it depends on how deep the caverns are, I guess. And then just never do. Yeah, I know what you mean. I do know what you mean. Speaking of, you want martial training. You have 2 lovers and a husband. Your husband has a crutch and is in the military. Maybe that's why you have a lover. Oh, that's incredible. So you died in the fort already, right? Mate. Does anybody else find this as funny as I do? Just pick a random dwarf and name him UGDPY, and this dwarf was the lover of the last UGDPY. No, you did come back as a ghost briefly, and then I memorialized you. What do I attach to the end of that name though? I have to add like a title onto that, because that's just too perfect. Their soul is like an STD. It transfers between lovers. Oof. Oof. I mean, it wasn't a wife. It was a lover. She's married. She has a husband. This guy. Who is alive. You know, we'll just call you UGPY. We'll just go simple. Is utterly humorous and prefers to be alone and is very comfortable around others that are different from herself. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents and doesn't focus on material goods and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally hates those who wield power over others, considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and does not care about family one way or another and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Likes Claro Opal and Featherwood and Guinea Fowls for their social nature and the words of the North Bridge and the sound of the fragrance of scintillating when possible prefers to consume Longland beer and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I kind of want to start a squad with this dwarf. Can I do that, UGDPY? A narcissist? They didn't read like a narcissist, though. I'm gonna give them no uniform because I need to make a new uniform anyway. So I need to check these and add dwarves to these squads anyway. This one being the best squad, you get somebody who's already decent. I have Draken Soul. Sure, we got a peasant. Speaking of peasants. And, yeah. And I don't know. These dwarves all want martial training, so select somebody. And you need one more person as well. Okay, so down here, this squad, equip. I'm just going to add a uniform. I'm going to call this Shields. Let's say breastplate. Steel. Helm. Steel. Legwear. Doesn't matter what type, as long as it's steel. Handwear, gauntlets. I'm just going to try something, actually. Footwear. Steel. Shield. Shield. Both steel. Or we'll just say metal, so I don't use the wooden ones. And no weapon. Confirm and save. I'm curious if that will make them equip boots. We'll just get you training on your own for a bit. And set them to training. What armor do I give my ranged dwarves? Whatever they feel like picking up. I'm not picky with ranged dwarves whatsoever. They do get higher agility and can move faster. If they have leather armor, but I don't really care, to be honest. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Have I set the material for gauntlet? Well, they'll be metal, so as long as they're metal, I don't really care. And they'll upgrade to steel with time. All right. We're going to need to make a lot of coffins here, I think. Kestrel, thanks for the raid. I wouldn't call that a tiny raid. Tiny raid would be a raid of 1. That's a mini raid. Thank you for the mini raid. Appreciate you. The itty bitty raid committee. Means a lot. Thank you so much. I hope that your stream was good. What were you up to today, Kestrel? How old is the fort? 12. But, like, I haven't closed the caves off at all, so. And it's also untamed wilds, and we've been getting attacked by big animals for a while. And I was just giving the dwarves free run of the surface for quite some time, too. But I've been, like, slowly safening up the fort a little bit. You always miss the best parts? How do you know you missed the best parts? If you didn't see them, how do you know? Yeah, you almost survived, Nakatillo. You were a legendary dwarf, though. Now for the Gremlin. What is the Gremlin up to, you may ask? Well, the Gremlin is only just trained now, so I may actually reassign the Gremlin a little bit. Because I don't want the Gremlin to lose his training. That would be bad. I'm just going to set it to any trainer. Anyone can train the Gremlin, because he's lost some of his training. I have no shirt. I am so ashamed, he says. He's very ashamed. But he is, you know, he's doing all right. I mean, he was an observer for a bit. I kind of was hoping he would just go learn some weaponsmithing, but kind of hasn't, so, you know. Yeah. We also have Tony the Gorlak. But Grammy the Gremlin is distressed and stressed. And this is because he's uncovered. I need him to join the fortress. Although he is considered a citizen now. Let me just double check. I doubt it, but... He wasn't a citizen before. Yeah, because I can't assign him work orders yet. Although I wonder... No. Needs a name. He needs a name. He also is moving way slower when he's carrying an iron goblet. Must be heavy. Call him Gribby. I'm not going to call him anything because right now he doesn't have a name, right? We don't know what his name is. So if I give him a nickname, it's not going to show up as anything. When he becomes a member of the faction, when he petitions to join, because how long has he been here? Since spring 21. So he's been here for slightly over a year. When he petitions to join, and I can give him jobs, we'll find out what his name is. When we find out what his name is, then I can give him a nickname. Until that point, I can't. I don't want to name him Mogwai because this isn't Gremlins, mate. In fact, I'm probably not going to give him a name because characters like this are too special, in my opinion, to give names. Also, Dwarf Fortress is slightly cut off on the stream, unless I'm going crazy. Nope, I'm just going crazy. It was something that lost their ability to grasp unemployed check. I think it was an adventurer. I want to say it was like a hamster man or a hedgehog person or something very small. Also, cheers, Castrol. Needs to be elected mayor. My goal is Baron. But I agree with all of these things except for the nicknames. Because I can't do anything until he petitions to join. Unless I use DF hack, but that's cheating. So, there's only so much I can do. Vile Force of Darkness? Please be squirrels? They don't generally bring those. I do need to see how that last fight went, though. Save the game? Didn't it literally just save? Jasper led the attack, and the attack was at a strong positional advantage. Killed another goblin. Killed another goblin. Another goblin. I've lost track of how many Stozus we've killed at this point. And O-L-N-G-O. I don't know how to pronounce that, but... Olingo? Olingo? Ulingo. Olungo. They searched for the artifacts, searched and found nothing. Okay, so there's no prisoners there anymore. Yeah, it literally saved 4 days ago. I'm not going to save again. All right. What's siege? I no see no siege. Oh, they're there. All right, well, they're going to go for this entryway right here. So I'm going to wait for them to appear, because they're probably going to come from this way. Yeah, it looks like it. Huh. Well, it's a good thing I had some wild animals pastured there. Seems like the elves have come with their toy swords to teach us a lesson. They found one of the giant wolves that I stole from them. And it seems like the rest of the giant wolves found some goblin dum-dums over here. So, I'm going to just kind of keep an eye on this, and we're going to see how many of these we can drown. Also, the goblins are coming in the side. So we've got goblins versus elves. Oh no, that sucks, Lanix. Best of luck, dude. I'll save after this fight, Diamond. And then it got worse. So they are on giant jaguars and giant iguanas. And some of them are on giant bugs, giant louse, specifically. Okay, so I'm going to need to run this very slowly. Oh boy. Jasper, why? Jasper, why? I'm saying I'm going to have to run this very slowly. I may have to just straight up send the soldiers in. So I'm going to hope that this guy, this elf right here, runs inside the fort. Tell them to pull this lever. Do not squish Jasper. Keep running. Yep, that's the way you got to go, dwarves. Excellent. Jasper's fighting with the elf. Somebody has to have picked up the pull lever job. Where are you? Stack it the miner has. You're a little far. Okay, so... Mayor. Please, sir. Pull the lever. Just gonna let them continue fighting here for a second. You're not gonna do it, are you? Gee. What if I open that? Now you're gonna pull it, sweet. So I'm going to follow this dwarf. He's now trying to turn around to go to training. Lever should be pulled by now. One turn at a time. Lever's been pulled. So within 10 ticks, it should close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Okay. The bridge is closed. But I didn't actually fully close it on them because apparently giant creatures are too heavy for this drawbridge to shut. Well, what the hell is what statue? Which one? This one or this one? That's clearly a fluffy Wambler. It'll close eventually. Will it close when they're all off of it? Although they may just be splitting. Animals can panic very easily. I'm trying to get in. It's not going to be very successful for them. So I'm just going to wait for them to back off. There's still technically a siege happening. I could, you know, fuck it, actually. Let's just give them some encouragement. That'll give them a little bit of encouragement. We'll drown some of them. Knock the rest of them away and just kind of hope that the elves leave. But I don't think they are. So instead, I will simply drown the ones that are in here. How goes the fort? Oh, you know, just making some elf soup. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. So I was able to kill some. I like how there's enough pressure on this thing that I don't actually need the doors to be shut for it to work. Okay, so let's just close this again. Although, yeah, okay, the mayor's been taken off of the primary pull for that. This one is the one that the mayor pulls, so let's check this. Let's remove that from the mayor, set somebody to pull it. So there is still technically a siege happening, which is kind of funny. Okay, so there are still goblins on the map. Where are the goblins at? Pretty far away. There's also a giant iguana named Laura in my river. And I managed to drown an elf in the river. I may have managed to drown more than one elf in the river. That's kind of amazing. Did I pull this lever? No, I didn't. I should pull this one. Oh, shit. I'm also letting the water in. I shouldn't have done that just yet. I did this in the wrong order. Let's, quit flooding the fort, guys? Yeah? It's maybe not the best idea? Okay, it's fine. It's just a little slight flooding issue, but okay, future reference. I should put a backup drain in. Okay, so now that's all gone. And then I can pull this lever, pop that back up. Just a gentle rinse. It's fine. Like I said, it's just a little wet. It's just a little wet. Let's get the stuff moved out anyway. We're going to have to do some cleaning, I think. Okay, nobody's standing near the well. You might get pushed in. Let's also open this up. So once all these get pulled. Thunk. Okay. That should help with the draining. So now we see if the elves are still attacking us. Which I suspect they are. Yes, they are. So now the elves are trying to enter the fort again. Of which there's quite a few still on the map, as well as several giant iguanas in the water, which shouldn't be too difficult to kill in a minute. I'm kind of tempted to just dump these down into the drain, actually. I'm just going to forbid everything up here so dwarves don't try to go for it for right now. What do you do? Okay, so we've got elves walking towards the fort. We've got elves down here. Aren't there goblins over here somewhere? Goblins are still on the map somewhere. I guess I'm just going to send this squad over to here so they can deal with anybody who comes around the corner. This is the main brunt of the military anyway. So as long as we just kill these first few that come through, that'll be fine. The wolves will likely help. Got a bit of dramatic pathing slowdown here. There is admittedly quite a lot of things on the map right now. Just kind of hoping these dwarves run in a second, but they are not. Okay, so I may have sent this squad out to go execute them all, which may or may not be good for us, may or may not be bad for us. It looks like most of them are backing off. Most of them are taking the smart way, but nope, not in time. Okay, so the dwarves are running out to fight the old-fashioned way by fighting them outside, which is all right. It just means more cleanup for us in the far future. They seem to be doing okay aside from the wrestlers are starting to fall. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm not going to rescue them. I'm not going to tell them to retreat because I would rather lose this whole squad then lose all of my squads. And at this point, I may lose all of my squads if I send them in. I'm going to tell them to turn around. I also managed to lose the leader of my Marks Dwarves. They haven't all made it in, though, so actually this is okay. Just a couple dumb ones. Like you. Turn around. Dwarf. You're in this squad? Is that Dragon Soul? No. It's a different Oz. Which one are you? I don't even. I'm going to take this dwarf, who's kind of petrified and scared right now. This one. I'm going to put you into this squad. Because that'll make you drop your stuff and then run. And I'm also going to take this squad and put them off duty. Cancel. Training orders. And you, oink, run away. No, 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 run away. There you go. Just saved your life there, dwarf. You should thank me. Looks like the elves found the last of the goblins, so the siege should be broken in a moment, because they're fighting with them over there on the right. I'll show you the actual way it works when this fight's over. Shaku. Are they running? Hey! So those dwarves didn't die in vain. Well, that's good. Here. Let's drain the thing and I'll show you. So if I pull this lever, as all of the elves leave, we'll clean everything up a little bit. Just making sure none of them are going in. All right. I also managed to lose my militia captain again. The way this works is I have this drain down here, which is pressurized. When I pull this, it floods. Which is kind of hard to see with the bridges there, unfortunately. Something I've thought about doing, I thought about this last night, is rebuilding the bridges one layer down and then filling it up with mostly grates, but you'll just have to believe me. It's 7 of 7 water deep. If I open up ASCII, you can very clearly see it's full of water. And then I open this bridge, these bridges down beneath it. At least they're leading from the front and dying in the process? I suppose so. There's an Impala outside. And then whenever it gets pulled, I mean, I also need to close this too, so I can double check the bottom lever. Okay, well, someone's coming to get it. Whenever it gets... Oh, there you are. Okay. Whenever it gets pulled, then it drops, and it goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers down to here. So the water fills this up and... Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Where's that going to go? All the way down there. All the way down to here. Okay, well... I thought that wasn't even connected. Also, I still have to get rid of those. Did I not just do that then? Wouldn't that have been the second time I did that? Okay, so thankfully, aside from this dwarf getting sucked down the death hole, whee! Splat. Can you climb? It may actually drain fast enough that they may not die. But essentially, it drains out of here and then down into the caverns. Although what may kill them faster is stuff falling on them. My god, if this dwarf survives. Such a shame. It almost was finished draining. This thing drains really fast. Thankfully, none of these dwarves died. All right, well, I need to put a door there. That was dumb. Hey, dwarf, you want to, like, not go here? This is death. I know you really want to clean that stuff up, but, like, unless we're drained down here yet. Okay, we're getting to the point. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's okay. The gremlin can't go into this area. He's burrowed out of it. Yeah, it's already drained. So yeah, no, it drains really quickly. So like, the fact that only one dwarf died in that, although they did get completely blasted into smithereens, the fact that only one dwarf died in that is kind of amazing. The fact that only one dwarf died in that is kind of amazing. All right, well, I guess I've got coffins I should build. What, to die? I mean, you're not wrong, but not yet. It's fine for right now. Also, there is a leaf blower, like, directly outside of my apartment right now, and I think he's on my patio, which is fine, but I'm gonna go close my patio door. I will be right back. Un momente, please. Building caretaker has a gas-powered lawnmower. All right, so I said I would save, right? It's grim, but still. Yeah, I've heard it a lot in the last 20 minutes. How hard would it be to set up a cart path to the death hole at the bottom? I'm kind of in the process of doing that, which is what that tunnel down there was supposed to be for, but I got distracted by a forgotten beast that killed 12 dwarves. So if you'll forgive me, I got bodies to memorialize, and then I'll worry about funsy side projects to make things more efficient. Let's worry about the bodies that I gotta dispose of. I gotta get things in coffins, okay? Kinda want a coffin emote? Halloween never ends here. Here's the thing. I skip Christmas. To hell with Christmas. Worst holiday. But no, Gremlin is burrowed in a very specific area. So the only thing that could cause the Gremlin problems is if the Gremlin doesn't get trained for a bit. So we shouldn't have an issue. Yeah, it should be fine. Although he's not the best trained right now. So I'm a little worried he's going to forget his training. To the point where I almost want to just, like, tie him up. But I can't. I'd have to arrest him. Is there an advantage to losing coffins rather than dumping bodies in lava and memorialize them? They do not get the thought of, I had to witness the decay of a insert person here if they were friends with them. Dwarves are slightly happier if you use coffins. Dumping bodies into lava, they get the sadness of, like, them not being properly memorialized. Basically, like, a slab is a make-do. Coffins are proper memorialization. Essentially. Yep. Water made it all the way here. A wet tunnel. Are there any dwarves stuck in here? Thankfully, it doesn't look like it. Actually, can they even access this right now? Yeah, no, they can't. This area is completely inaccessible at this exact minute. I need to widen this anyway. How about the weaponsmith's been missing for a week? I think that was who got knocked into the death hole, right? See if you go visit in adventure mode, yeah. You don't know why you're here, Martin, but you're just here? Well, hi, Martin. Basically, like, if you have ghosts and can't find the body, that's why, like, tombs exist. Otherwise, or that's why slabs exist. Otherwise, just use tombs. Tombs are generally going to be better. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, actually. The 2 Forgotten Beasts back to back like that. It's pretty bloody brutal. Don't want to use closest material. I don't know why I'm still doing these little tombs, even though they're just becoming, like, multi-tombs anyway. Multi-tomb! I guess I want it to be a bit more, like, crypt-like than anything else. Sounds tasty, Pestet. Why didn't you share? Like, I'm starting to get ready for lunch, and now I'm jealous. How dare you show up and brag about food that I can't have immediately right now? No, you're not. Don't you pretend to me to be sorry. Sheesh. I refuse to believe, for even a second, that you're sorry. 4 coffins. Burial. -C. Gotta get some more done. Just gonna claim all these so we can get these dealt with. And also, yeah, okay, that is all in the burrow. Oh my god, this is so full. I may just speed this whole thing up, actually. Also, yeah, something I haven't really mentioned much is that there is, in fact, more tombs, just in other places. We've named a shield. What are you loading? Ours. Coal, magnetite, big rocks, wood. Why are you listed as not here? Did you just get rotated? Oh, that's why. Chat, can I get an F, a round of Fs for all of the dwarves that have died? Because we've lost a lot of dwarves. Like, let's not, like, goof around here. A lot of dwarves have died in the last little bit. I think we need to pour one out for these dwarves. I think they've earned that. I'm also going to let the children help out a little bit. For a bit, because I think we need it. It's going to be rough for the kids, but... You just showed up. Is Gremlin still okay? Gremlin's still okay. I will remove Gremlin from title if Gremlin not okay. Gremlin is in fact still okay. Who's currently excited while performing. Where I typed burial, that is DF hack. I have the vast majority of its features disabled though. I just use it for a few things that are slow. Such as checking for bugs and cleaning stuff up. That's mostly all I use it for. I'm also just gonna pause all these make rock blocks jobs. Wow. I have no rocks left in my infinite rock stockpile. That's nutty, actually. It's like, I know that that's possible, but Jesus. There's a lot of rocks, man. Disdain's peace? Yeah. Nothing like me, for real. Okay, these dwarves are super fucking busy. Oh, pfft. Completely fucking forgot this dwarf. How long have you been in that cage there, dwarf? Way too long. Oh, no. Beasts in a water spill? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And 2 sieges at once. Goblins and elves. The siege did largely deal with itself, but we lost some dwarves in the process. The Forgotten Beast was scary because it was made of lapis lazuli, and due to the lacking weapons, it took a while to get everything memorialized. It never stops. It's part of the fun. Although I kind of want to seal off this bottom cavern layer. Oh, the doctor's gone berserk. You know, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Not one bit. That also means that when this dwarf releases them... Okay, you're going to be assigned as an occupant, and I'm just going to chuck it. I had a dwarf go insane because they've been in a cage trap for so long. Don't ask how they got there. It's a whole process. Okay, front door is open. Newbie dwarfs can come in. Dream of mastering a skill. Just curious and eager to learn. Brave little dwarf. All the ones with skills are just going to be chucked into the military. How about peasants? There we go. Militaries have been re-upped. Welcome to the fort. Grab a shield. Can you get the caged dwarf? No, because they're about to die. You can have anybody else, though. Because that dwarf literally just went berserk. So they're not coming out of the cage. They're going to be thrown directly into lava. And I'm not going to read the entire description of a dwarf that's going to get thrown into lava. That's a waste of everybody's time. We will prevail. That is the word. Connie. The water spill wasn't really a close call. Take the last engraver. Let's call you Merlin. Didn't you already have a dwarf? No? Okay. Merlin, maybe he did and he died, is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, it tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, doesn't handle stress well, and could be considered rude, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and I need to cough. Hold up. Water helps, but doesn't fix it. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He likes being near the giant squirrel, unrelated, there's just a giant chipmunk there, and is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He doesn't mind, he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. He's currently telling a story. I wonder what story you're telling. You are telling the story of how Fath Tomehollow became the Baroness of the Lancers of Martyring in 298. He likes orpiment, rose gold, and bone opal, giant king snake bone, bracelets, bone, blue peafowls for their coloration, and flies for their ability to annoy. And the words of the Cyclopean meditation, and when possible, prefers to consume cat. You heard me. Cave fish and sweet potato wine, and absolutely hates leeches. He worships the god of beauty. What's happening in Dwarfland today? Flooding, beasts, mass death, and I have a gremlin in the fort. So everything is Gucci. And you want martial training. You're bored. You have no family. Eats cats. What of it? Normal dwarf. Oh, you just killed a vulture. A named vulture, even. The only interesting one is the Gremlin. You're slightly biased, sir. I am going to send these 2 squads out here to deal with these vultures, though. Also, kinda need to reassign this. I mean, don't go inside, Dwarf. Definitely don't. Even though that's definitely the smart thing to do. Also trying to send my dwarves and the Marks dwarves out. Okay, so I have some tasks I need to complete here. Let's just get rid of those 2 looming jobs. Because as you can see, there's lots of items that need to be put away right now. So I'm just going to go get rid of every single non-critical job right now. Like, yeah, clothing would be great, but like, guys, we don't need it. Like processing plants and making more cloth, sure, but we really don't need that. All these clothing for the Gorlax, we also don't need that. I'll keep the brewing because that's essential. Trying to just get things sorted out. How many wolves do we have? I mean, I can just count. 4. Actually, let's just go to the other one. The other one is higher up and closer and easier to get to. Sandstone. 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 And sandstone. And burial. Burial-C assigns tombs for just dwarves, basically. Okay, so allegedly, everybody's got tombs assigned. The Plains Titan has arrived because the game does not want to let me catch a break at all. It is composed of amber. It has a long curly tail and it has a regal bearing. Beware its webs. Oh, fuck. Where is it? Up top? All right, dwarfs. Get a fucking side. Triple get a fucking side. Actually, I'm just going to take all the military and just go. Hey, morons. Go here. Thor. We're going to need to close you in a second. We're going to need to catch that. Run inside quickly, dwarves. I mean, if you go outside... I can't help you there, mate. Okay, sweet. You just got your life saved by the drawbridge. 2 dwarves have been missing for a week. Okay. Let's get those memorialized. And Lycott Saz tried to be an idiot and was saved. Hey, you know, sometimes you just get lucky, like that dwarf just did. Artifact child, the dwarven child has been possessed. Okay, now this I will watch with great interest. Don't worry about the dwarf in there, he's fine. I'll get him out at some point. So Kiddo here is an adequate weaponsmith. My dad's sending me texts. Oh. My dad's sending me articles that I have to read later. Pink Jades. So there is one fearful thing with this Titan. Trig, it's good to see you. Holy shit. Maybe it's a good thing I locked the door. Just in general. So if this thing is really good at climbing, there's a very real chance it could just climb into the fort. Wow. Did it take any hits from that? It looked like it did, because it's got the upset face above it. Its right foot is gone. Okay, so it is losing bits. Can you war train those? I don't think... You can't war train regular rhinos? So I don't actually know. Yeah, I do not know. In the burrow... Maybe not right there. In the burrow, I'm going to go all the way up to the end here. I'm going to dig a tunnel all the way to there. Also, for reference, according to the Dwarf Fortress Wiki, a giant rhinoceros is a maximum size of 24 million centimeters cubed. A dwarf is 60,000. So, they big. Like really big. Like really, 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 really big. I'm thinking rhino burgers. You guys are like, we're training them, and I'm like, rhino burger. Rhino burger. Definitely rhino burger. Rhino steaks for years. Yeah, I know exactly. So I'm going to try and catch this Titan. I should probably let that dwarf out of his hell, hey? This guy, well, he'll be fine. Dwarf? There you are. Mister over here is just questioning his life choices. No, thunk. Oh no, he injured. Big sad. I'm assuming they can make it here. Oh, is this not actually accessible right now? How did... Oh, no, there's a way around. Okay. Let's just dig through that. Is this getting filled? Yes, it is. Okay. I need to make 2 stockpiles, one specifically for refuse and one for just anything. Okay. We are good on tombs now. Animals are training. How is Gremlin? Okay. He's better trained now. That's good. He's also really liking performing. The Gremlin very much likes performing. I recited Future Mourns. The Future Mourns at the Lime of Ropes. That's the name of my tavern, I guess. That's really exciting. How are you doing, animal? It's good to see you. Sorry, I've been doing today's maybe like the worst job I've done reading chat in a while, but that's partially due to the fact that this fort's been nutty today. All right, how... Okay, I don't have any doctors, right? Yeah, because 2 of them died. Let's throw one of my surgeons into here, because I do have 2 legendary surgeons, apparently. And also, I'm going to go here. I'm just going to go to orderlies and just set this to everybody does this. Make my life a little easier. Okay, cool. Dwarf was found dead. Oh, yeah, we finally found the dwarf down at the bottom of the dead hole. The murder hole. Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm gonna double this size of this thing. I'm gonna add a second stockpile to it. That's just a refuse stockpile. Because that one's refuse and clothes. Turns out I need a bigger stockpile. What are most of the dwarves working on right now? Okay, let's pause cutting gems. Actually, I can just get rid of that. Let's pause melt metal objects. Keep working on the keep working on the coffins. We're okay on drinks for right now, so I can pause a couple of those. Placing items in tombs. Cole was found dead, died in a cage. Well, that's grim. I know exactly where that was, though. I also don't think I've ever seen that notification before. So-and-so was found dead in a cage. I'm just going to make a slab. What was their last name? AT? I wonder if they're not... considered part of my faction anymore because they went berserk. It's weird. You reached this. Did the child finish their strange mood? Good point. Nope. They're working on it, though. I'll take it. Artifact child, the dwarven child, has created Doggy Kirig, a steel mace, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Imush Mine Swords. Oh man, it would have been cool if that was one of their parents. This dwarf's entire family is dead. More or less. Man. Kiddo, where's your bedroom? Going to make a display and put it in his bedroom. Also, steel isn't that bad for mace. Like, I think people think way too hard about how good different materials are for weapons. Like, way too hard. All right, let's do that. Also, for good measure, I'm going to throw a couple traps in here. Or just a cage trap, I guess. Just make rock mechanisms. Also, I love that the cause of that dwarf's death was drowning. I just think that's very funny. Like, of all the ways that dwarf could have died, they died of drowning. Okay, so I'm going to get a brave dwarf to dig through this, and then we're going to follow that titan through here. There's an agitated giant slug. Wow. Nomal has bestowed a name upon their steel shield. No, a kid did not do that. Chat's just making shit up. Another dwarf named a steel shield. No, that kid's actually in a pretty good mood. All things considered. Well, rip the slug. How many things have you killed? Damn. Okay, so you're just gonna beeline for this? All right. Chat's wanted me to make a silk industry for a while, so now we have one. You can stop complaining that I don't have a silk industry now. It's also in a very convenient spot. Ain't that nifty? That is an angry industry? Damn right. Damn right. Okay, well, the good news is I can open this back up. I think. What's agitated on the map right now? Currently nothing, just a armadillo. That's okay. We can deal with that. Whew. Furious machinations of high industry? High industry? All right, so dwarf kiddo, artifact child. He's gonna get a pedestal in his bedroom now. Also, I apologize for doing such a bad job communicating with chat today, but in my defense, shit's been kind of nutty today. Like, you guys have been keeping me busy. Like, super goddamn busy today. With, by you guys, I mean the game. We're going to have a Titan brand silk soon enough. Also, congrats on your 7-stream streak. Here's to many more, Animal. Probably missed plenty of other things, but... Mace. When it arrives here, I will examine it. I'm sure my dwarves are all busy digging somewhere else. Just kind of curious where they're heading right now. Oh, are you going to go start this right now? Well, that's convenient. All right. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. There's a few people that are in, like, literally have had caught every single stream since the silly feature got added. I still maintain it's a terrible feature and I don't like it, but I'm glad some people get enjoyment out of it, I suppose. I just wish it was never added to the to Dwarf, to like Twitch in general, but also I need to remove this. Okay, who died now? When child has been found dead? Oh, are we getting attacked by giant fireflies? Checks out. Checks out, checks out, checks out, checks out, checks out. Oh. It's a really big wren. Here we go again. Lost Shy Phantasmita. Should really roof this off. I've been avoiding roofing this off because I've liked it open. But at the constant rate that we're getting hit by these creatures now, it may not be an option. Uh-oh. Oop. Yeah. Like I said, it may not be an option. Yeah, that's not good. Not good at all. Got enough crossbows? I've got plenty of crossbows. That's not the issue. The issue is, like, when you get one of those things in a hallway with a bunch of dwarves in the hallway, right? I do have protections. Like, there's weapon traps that kill them before they can get into the fort through here, so that's not an issue. There's also other doors and fail-safes and things to stop things from being able to attack me through here. But, like, if they just happen to be outside when they're up here, then I could just seal the whole thing off, but that would aggravate them more. What the heck? Well, you're just in the caves now. Grr. That is not a thing in Dwarf. No, what I need is I need the agitation to go down. It'll go down eventually. I mean, the problem is right now is they're actively agitated. Also, like, my soldiers kill them just fine. They come into melee range. They don't... It's not that they're hard to kill. The issue is that they're hard to kill, and there's lots of them. And they just keep coming. I really hate wildlife agitation, if that wasn't immediately clear. Really fucking hate them. The other thing I could do that would be smarter than everything I'm doing out here would be just simply making an indoor option for disposing of stuff that isn't, you know, using this. That would actually be the play. So, you know, a Vile Force of Darkness arrived, and then immediately another Vile Force of Darkness arrived. We're in early winter. I'm just gonna close the door. I'ma just close the fucking door. That's what I'm gonna do. So outside is Untamed Wilds, Zemo Dinar. And you know what that means? It means when you damage the outside, or actively do things outside, it agitates the outside, causing more agitated animals to arrive. That wouldn't be a Marks Dwarf training zone. That would be an inevitably making your Marks Dwarf so exhausted because they're constantly getting killed by an unstoppable onslaught of wild animals that they will die zone. Alright? Unless I disable the function in the difficulty options, you can't win with this mechanic. Okay? So, Thank you for your suggestions, but politely and respectfully, I don't think that's possible, mate. I would just be killing my dwarves for no reason. Instead of getting killed. We're at war with 6 goblin factions? Shaku? 6. So each of them have a chance to attack me each season. Well, except for if they attacked me the last season. On the default settings, they can attack per... Fortifications around a pub? What do you mean by pub? You mean a tavern? I don't see how that's beneficial. Besides, I only can use artifact weapons for the untrillionth time, and I only have 5 artifact crossbows, but one of them is missing. So, I have 4 crossbows. And no, I am absolutely not going to just send them out to die for no reason. If you want to do that, you can do that in your fort. Yeah, I don't know what I don't know what the can you translate to Canadian English, please? I don't speak Aussie English apparently. We'll just ignore this project for a minute. Not to be a... I might be just having a very big stupid here, Lennox, but isn't that just a mill? Also, aren't screw presses already automatic? Like, it's a workshop. Yeah, it's just a workshop. Like, at that point, you might as well add an automatic everything. If an artifact falls in magma, it unexists itself. Unless, well, it depends on if it touches the bottom of the magma sea or not, and whether or not there is a material in it that is made of non-magma safe material. If it's only made of iron, it'll be fine. Or if it's only made of adamantine or only made of steel, it'll be fine. But if it's got one singular item in it that is not lava safe, it'll burn, disappear, and then when you reclaim the fort, it'll be on the surface. It will magically reappear when other people explore the area. However, it will not... like, they're yes, they are. Are they indestructible? Yes. Yes, technically. Does it work like that? No. Sure, if they catch fire. Books did the same thing. They would just burn endlessly. But, books would burn endlessly, and, artifacts would burn endlessly. But if you drop them into lava, it destroys them. Until you reclaim the site. It's the same effect as if a Kia steals an artifact. It'll magically reappear at the site when the item is, or when the location is reclaimed. Okay, so I really need to get this stuff dealt with. So I'm gonna make another refuse stockpile, or just another corpses stockpile down here. Another non-dwarf bodies corpses stockpile. And we'll also say just general refuse. But maybe not these. Yeah, well, actually, I'll put horns in there. I just won't put bones. I will put dwarf bones. Elf bones and human bones, though. And then this is also going to load from here. Then go to bed, Bastet. Another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid this minecart. I'm going to go into here and I'm going to type in minecart. And I'm going to forbid every single minecart. Unforbid that one and then forbid these. The reason I do that is so that now the only minecart filling job is this one. I need this to get filled up. I need these stockpiles to all be empty is what I need. You cannot memorialize anything until they've been noted as being lost. Things cannot be memorialized until they've been noted as being lost because the dwarves haven't presumed them dead yet. Also, I just closed it. I don't know the name of the child now. Shite. Oh well. If it shows up as a ghost, we'll deal with it then. I like how they specify whether or not a vulture was agitated or not when they find its skull. All of Canada does DST. Shaku. Canada, unlike America, is united when we have dumb laws. Most of the time. Although I'm pretty sure it's illegal to have sled dogs on the sidewalk everywhere in Canada. You know, the important stuff. The skull is wearing an Angie face. Yeah, touche. Okay, so if I just like go straight down. Okay, so I'm just gonna start right here. Okay, can't do that. How about right here? So that takes through this. So how about like 3 up from that? It's like right there. I need a spot where I can dig all the way up and down without touching anything. So I can make a drop hole to fire so I can dispose of trash safer-ish. That'll work. That'll work. That's a bummer. That'll work. And lastly, that'll work. Not the best spot. Don't like it. Not gonna do it. See if more dwarves follow suit. Yeah, I don't know what makes them claim totems. I really genuinely do not. You know, kind of on paper, I want to literally just load everything into this. Let's just check tasks. What are we currently doing? You're collecting webs. Shit tons of store item in locations. So many hauling jobs. So many unrelated jobs. Get rid of all these. Get rid of all this. What I'm going to do in a little bit is once all of the non-essential jobs, by that currently meaning most of them, are paused, ideally, we'll just finish hauling everything. Although everybody's just listening to a story is what's actually happening. I could... Okay. Let's just go over to my squads here. Take everybody off training. Set everybody to no orders so they can all help too. And Then what I'm going to do is turn off the burrow. Because we are all underground. And ideally, this means everybody will go store item in location and clean up our need to do jobs a little bit. Looks like they already are. Perfect. Really now? I was going to say, is that not in the burrow? Go nuts if that wasn't in the burrow. Oh shit, we got more magpies. Look at that. Awesome. How's Grammy doing? Oh, he's fine. Yeah, he's fine. I got a ghost I got to deal with. What is it? Who is it? Ral. No slab engraved. Get her done, dwarves. Placing items in tombs. This is what we need. We just need everything to get dealt with for a little bit. There's two ways to get animals from the elves. You can raid them with a decent squad, although be careful because elves are immortal, they tend to have really good ambushing and really good tactics, so it can be very easy to get all your dwarves kidnapped immediately upon raiding them. Or trade for them. Those are the two ways that you can get stuff from the elves. It is kind of wacky to me that they weren't loading this. Wonder why. Because it is in the burrow. Anyway, this is all getting dealt with now, so that's good. I'm going to take the kids off this task. Labor, standing orders, chores. Children don't do chores. Get out of here, kiddos. You deserve better. I made you reinstall the game again. Happy to help. Haven't been watching much, but yesterday you stumbled upon your movies. I'm happy you like them. I'm glad you like them. They are easily my most profitable videos ever made. And also, I would probably say my most impactful videos, maybe? I'm happy that I've managed to figure out how to reignite people's interest in my YouTube channel a little bit. Enjoy your nap. I wish I could do that. But welcome back to Dwarfs. When did you last play Argumentum? So much crap that's getting tossed. Jesus. Also, this right here needs floor. And then door. That minecart would reek. Ironically, it stops things from smelling. Although, the reason I'm using a minecart is so that I don't actually have to open a hole to the outside to be able to dispose of stuff, and I can still dispose of stuff via the lava chute that I made. But yeah, it's disposing of used clothing and, you know, bodies and such. Beasts and things. So it's a lot of used clothes. Although a forgotten beast who's a huge scaly cockroach has come. It has a knobby shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its eyes glow green. Beware its noxious secretions. It's called Osun Gostat Kosmaza. Yeah, it's keeping it just inside. Let's see where this beast is and what it do. Fortunately, it's in a spot where it can get to us, which is lovely. We shall go kill it now. Okay, I'm not going to send them down because I don't really want them to die, and those dwarves are undertrained, so I'll send these dwarves. It also seems like I have dwarves that are just, like, already here, so what are you doing, and why are you moving so slowly? You hauling something stupid? No, you weren't, but you were hauling an ogre skeleton. There's a troll right there. The problem is because the dwarves are just, like, not in the burrow right now, it could just be, like, killing things. I'm going to tell the squads to go fight the thing. It did kill some goblins a couple hundred years ago. And a Monera. It's definitely been hiding in a hole. Well, it immediately killed Stodier, who was one of my soldiers. And now it dropped this... it's making Amethyst run. Well, at least Amethyst is smart. And doing the smart thing and running the hell away. I'm going to forbid this. Here come the soldiers. Here comes Kogan, the sick mountains of paint. It's going to paint this creature the color of its blood. Hopefully. There's paint everywhere underneath him. Icor. The dwarf, currently, can I get a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves, chat? Is striking the Forgotten Beast in the left leg with a steel shield, tearing the fat in the muscle. Strikes the Forgotten Beast in the thorax, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Right next to him is Odom, who's got a spear, who's stabbing the Forgotten Beast in the abdomen with his artifact spear, tearing the muscle and the guts. I think I played for maybe half a year after launch. Okay, well, the game should probably run 100% better now, Argumentum. Just there's been a lot of performance updates. Like a lot. The dwarves are stabbing them, slowly taking them out. I think we got this. This shouldn't be too bad. It is bleeding heavily and enraged. The dwarves take it out with ease. Who got it, though? The Death Grease. The Death of Grease. Moral got it. The question is, what did those noxious secretions do? Not seeing anything. A dwarf died up on the surface as well. Stodier the Hammer Dwarf was found dead. That was the first one to find the creature. Yeah, this is one of those games where it's kind of like riding a bike. If you got to a certain level of skill with it, it'll come back pretty quick when you start playing again. You know, I'm kind of tempted to just forbid all this stuff. Well, I guess all I can really do is wait for a little while everything gets put into here and tossed, because I got so much stuff that needs to be thrown away. So much stuff. I'm also just going to take clothing out of here for right now. Let's not worry about disposing of clothing. Let's just worry about bodies. You have more hours in this game than I do. I have 2,665, apparently. What the fuck? The heck? You can record gameplay footage in Steam now? Why? Metalcraft was found dead? Must have died a while ago. Alana, thanks for the raid. What is up? What's the gate in the middle of the stairs for? Drain. Drain. We drain the water out of here down into the caves through the grate, which is why there's now a lake down here. A rather large one, actually. It's getting deeper every time I use it. I should probably put a drain in this lake. Yeah. We'll do that at some point, maybe. Maybe from the top down. Did you grab the wrong raid message? I mean, hey. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? Some RimWorld? Switch to Farm Sim? So you played Farm Sim and Farm Sim. Got it. How am I? I'm okay. Aside from that, I have this, like, death rattle of a cough. Aside from that, I'm just doing my normal thing. You know? Just what I do. Just Dwarfing. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Hi, raiders. Welcome. Hi, I'm Greg. I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. Welcome to my weird channel, where I play weird games mostly, if it's not Dwarf Fort. If you guys don't know Alana, she plays a lot of RimWorld, and sometimes she plays other things. Like Farm Sim, apparently. Love how Farm Sim is somehow the great equalizer for everybody. You should go give her a follow. She does good stuff. This is true, Piggy. Although I will say, is Dwarf Fortress really weirder than Farm Sim? I have to think about that one for a minute. Contemplate. I will say, watching German politicians at Gamescom play Farm Sim is pretty weird. Just in general. In the fort right now, we have a current quest, which is I'm trying to make this little guy, my Gremlin, into a very smartly, nicely trained, intelligent, lovely, great guy. Devildawn, thanks for the first notification of money in 4 hours. Appreciate you. Thanks for the 5-pack. Currently, this dwarf here is trying to train my Gremlin. It's clearly not working so hot. I should probably put a better animal training zone for this. That or just, like, cancel this job because, like, he doesn't currently need to be trained, and he's clearly trying to get away. Actually, why don't I just delete this? Maybe I can't do that. I don't know. Buddy, can you stop it? What if I allow Gremlin to go here? Will that fix Gremlin problem? Okay, where's the mayor then? Because you're probably trying to meet with the mayor, right? The mayor is praying. Well, time to pause the prayer chamber. The unbridled rack. Hey, chat. When people do things such as gift subs in my chat, we have a thing that we do. What is that? Also, somebody just resubbed. There's another thing we need to do. And the person who just resubbed just told you what to do. It's very simple. Let's see if you can figure it out. It's a puzzle. Where's my mayor at? You should be conducting a meeting, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Mayor. Okay, and then I'm going to go into here. I'm going to make this into an animal training zone. I'm just moving it down here for my own sanity's sake. Mayor, what do you... There we go. Now you're going to go do your gerb. I'm conducting a meeting. I also have got multiple ghosts I need to deal with. Buddy's going to go yell at somebody in charge. And I'm going to go down a few levels. Because I've got some tombs I got to start placing. Or, in this case, slabs. Just gonna keep placing slabs and tombs and cleaning stuff up until there's nothing left to clean up. Although I think we're getting close based on the number of hauling jobs left. Still a good number of store items in bin. Yeah, okay, we're getting there. What are we storing in bin? Steel bolts. That is totally fine. Okay, so let's go into here and start unforbidding tasks then. Because I can let them go back to work now. And we no longer need to worry so much about the likelihood of us surviving. How are we doing on bedrooms? More or less okay? Okay, so it seems like the goblins broke their own siege, which is really nice. I'm going to turn on the burrow now. Not entirely on, but mostly on. And I'm also going to go into here and I'm going to type in minecart. I'm going to unforbid all my minecarts now. So now there's going to be suddenly a whole bunch of hauling jobs again. This is the reason I'm kind of... So this is a problem that I've encountered with minecarts. If you're using a lot of minecarts for a lot of things and there's constantly a lot of minecart related jobs, I find that this weird effect happens, which is it spawns shit tons of tasks because every single tile that's connected to the minecart is a task to load it into the minecart. So if you want your minecarts to load even remotely quickly, it causes huge numbers of work jobs, which can like gridlock your entire production more or less. And while I do try to avoid this to a degree, I'm going to slaughter a bunch of adult bears as meats and leather. While this can be, like, totally fine, right? I find that there are points where, like, I just need to forbid all of my minecarts. That's about it. Also, sorry for completely missing you on the YouTube chat, Argumentum. I only just looked at it. I've been doing a bad job of reading Twitch chat today. Forget the YouTube chat, sorry guys, but it's just a fact. Some days I'm better than others. Today I'm pretty bad. Today I'm in fact pretty bad. So sorry for not being better about reading chats. But some days I'm just not so hot at it. Gremlin, how are you doing? He's just crying. Another Forgotten Beast has arrived. Chat, do you get how many dwarves are going to die this time? The Forgotten Beast, Ramu, not to be confused with Timu, has arrived. Tylothena. Ole, let's just say Ole, has come. It's an enormous humanoid composed of hardly quintuple. Why are they always made of gems? And why does it have deadly dust? Why? Why? Okay, where is it? That's the question. You know, I may just lock the doors on this one and give it my secret weapon. So chat, some of you may have noticed the thing as I'm trying to figure out where the other doorway is. I'm just going to hope that there's nobody in these caves. Also, I have a question. What can I do to engage chat better? This whole week, chat has been very quiet. We're about to get hit by an ad break, so I'm just going to stay paused for a second. I'm going to release this creature and let him fight it. Chat's been very quiet this past week. What can I do to engage chat better? Am I not reading it enough? I know I've been bad about that today, but what can we do to keep the chat more active? And I don't just want rounds of beers for no reason. But what do I have to do a better job of engaging with you guys? I get the joke, but I am being kind of serious. I'm looking for feedback here. Because, like, this entire week, keeping chat moving and not just, like, it vanishing for 10 minutes at a time has been very difficult, which is crazy in a world where there's, 200 people watching. That's okay, Danny. I mean, if you're just a lurker, that's fine. But what happened to all the people that used to talk here all the time? Did you guys all, like, get bored and stop watching? It's kind of what it feels like. Because a slow stream is a dead stream. That's what it is. I am not going to start doing polls in the YouTube chat. I'm sorry, mate. If you want polls in the YouTube chat, I need more volunteer mods to do that. And I don't pay people, so good luck actually getting stuff like that. Also, not to be mean to the YouTube chat, but I'm talking to the Twitch chat right now. Because you guys stop talking for 2 hours at a time often. And I'm not going to start doing polls constantly. Screw that. Please ask questions, Keyfry. We've accepted that I just have the a resting bitch voice. Historically, Quagger, this time of year is when chat's active. Historically, this time of year is when my view counts go up by about 30 to 40%, and things are way more active. But this year's been the opposite, which is terrifying to me. So chat's dead in the summer because everybody has families and kids that aren't in school. But I've always been an interaction streamer. So from my perspective, when chat is really quiet, I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Because what inevitably happens is chat gets quiet and then the view count slowly starts to drop. I didn't want to say that Anon 4, but it's possible. Because this really started last Tuesday. Basically, since the election, everybody's been lurky. But, can't read and respond if there's nothing to read and respond to, Kestrel North. Anyway, I just wanted to seek some feedback there, but if everybody's enjoying the stream, then everything's fine, I suppose. Been your soundtrack at work today? Fun fact, I used to populate the entire McDonald's sound system I worked with on the night. I would populate the entire McDonald's sound system on the night shift that I worked in when I was alone, when nobody else was in the store because it was locked and it was closed, with Twitch streams. I used to do that for years. Did that for like 4 or 5 years. I mean, the wish isn't no more interaction. The wish is, I was in a frustrating moment, Zemo, and I explained why something wouldn't work. The intent wasn't to say stop suggesting things or talking. The intent was to state that's not going to work. If you took that in a different way, I'm sorry, that's not how I intended it. If I came off that way, I'm sorry. It's not how that's intended. I've told every McDonald's story like a dozen times, so I don't know which one you want to hear again, but... All right, Beastie. Spit juice. This thing has webs and is a scaly kangaroo, allegedly. Doesn't look like one. It squirms and fidgets, and it has large mandibles. Where's the beastie that just appeared? It's this thing. I'm very scared this thing's just going to climb out to the surface. But yeah, I've known for a long time that I have a habit of sounding way more upset than I am, or sounding upset when I'm not. And it's something that I've been working to remedy over the past few years. And sometimes I completely fail. Right? It's an emotional shock. Fighting with the creature, pushing it back. Okay, well, what I'm going to do with you now is unlock this door. Is the burrow still on? Yes, it is. Come on, critter. I'm waiting. Where do you go? Well, it is pretty Oop, what are you chasing? Saw something green. Oh. Goddamn trolls. Rip troll. Sad days. Poor troll didn't deserve that. Let's just stare at this. I don't want somebody to go running out. Troll is definitely dead. That's for sure. There he is. Got him. Now I have a secret weapon to deal with the next one. Yeah, no, I'm certainly far from perfect, Star Schultz. But I don't pretend to be perfect, but I do try to improve. Sorry, I'm just kind of like letting out a gasp for fresh air at this point, because I swear it's been a lot today. You know, the person who does the key art for the profile pictures is Neil Rice is good. And I think it was when they released the first adventure mode trailer, and everybody was like freaking out over the, what was he, the Rhino Man, I think. They were like, why did they make the Rhino Man so swole? Or the other joke of, why did they make the Rhino Man so hot? And Neil Rice stated on Reddit that they were given full creative control and used that permission accordingly. So, you know. Now you know. That's why they look like that. Is because they didn't say they couldn't. So they were like, well, I'll make them look like that then. Easy. Are you connected to a particular... Did I specify rock type? Oh my Christ. But there's... I must have specified rock type. I just don't recall doing that. Well, here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress already attracts history nerds, D&D nerds, programmers, and furries. So why not, like, you know, include the monster fuckers with it? Gotta nail everybody, right? Oh, I see. I tried to make... I'm making them out of Gabbro. That's the problem. Let's make them out of salt. I just need mechanisms. Bad Dragon collab coming soon. Now that would be unexpected. That would be a surprise. Certainly not something that's on my, bingo card. That's for sure. Although, what was it? Playdead and Inside with Real Doll? Yo, isn't it interesting the spiciest moment? Everybody's like, so we're horny about this for this reason, and... Deep Space enters the stream. You know, sugar and spice and all that, right? If you didn't play Inside, I will talk around the end of that game. Let's just say that there's a thing at the end of that game that's very fleshy. And they made a one-off figurine, quote unquote, because that's what they called it, of the thing at the end of Inside. And it is, in fact, very fleshy. If I wasn't so neck deep in the mud of Factorio, I'd still be playing Dwarf Fort. I mean, I say this about Dwarf Fort, Star Schultz. Dwarf Fort isn't the type of game to play 24/7 forever, right? It's the type of game that you play, and then you take an 8-month to a 2-year, maybe 5-year break from, and then you come back when there's new stuff. Which I would also say is the same way that most people should, not everybody does, but should play games like RimWorld, or, you know, Factorio even. It's like, or Project Zomboid, that's another good example, or Rust, you know? If you just sit there and play nothing but Rust, you'll eventually just go nuts. You'll be like me. You don't want to be like me. I mean, when Adventure Mode hit beta, like 5 times the number of people were playing it. So I'm kind of hoping half of them come back when it leaves beta. I mean, in theory, you could do that with Dwarf Fortress or RimWorld too, but I still think you'd have a better experience if you wait for big updates, because then you get like the communal kind of aspect of it. Does that make sense? Because to me, like, what makes games like this cool is like the community discovery almost as much as like playing it. I know that like Destiny is like that too, or games like Destiny, maybe not Destiny specifically. People have feelings about Destiny these days, but ended up playing a bunch of adventures, making multiple forts. Adventure mode's much more polished now. A lot of the old features are back in. I really need to cough right now, and I'm trying not to, because every time I cough, then I need to cough more. This cough is terrible. I'm drinking like 4 times the amount of water I normally do. This cough is killing me, Keyfry. Like, it is really, really killing me. In your initial look, you saw a friend playing and they got soft lock trying to lockpick a door. Oh yeah, no, I would just get crashes whenever I try to lockpick a door in adventure mode. But like, there's a reason it's in beta, right? Like, it's one of those things where like, I kind of just squint a little bit when I see people, because people get upset when they don't have access to things, right? Which is very understandable. But at the same time, I get a little question marks in my head when I see people getting upset that they don't have access to a Dwarf Fortress beta. And the reason I say that is like, if you bought the game on itch, you don't have access to the Dwarf Fortress beta. There's no beta branches on itch. And there's this contingency of people that have been very upset with the game because they don't have access to it on itch. You kind of don't want access to it. It's like the dirty secret. It's like whenever it comes up in like the Q&As that Tarn does, Tarn's like, well, like, it's a buggy mess. Like, why do you want to play it? Just wait a couple more months. It'll be much better then. Only 50%? It was a 100% crash initially for me. From adventure mode for the most part until building gets added back in. That's not going to be that's not going to be in for a bit, but Adventure Fort is in. Because the reason building isn't, well, you might know this already, but building isn't going, just for those who don't know, building isn't going in right away because building is like the least developed feature in adventure mode, and that's kind of saying something. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Very true. Okay. Game is saving. I will be back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna go take a leak. Fucking water. For a little bit of comparison, I've been streaming for 5 hours. In a 10-hour stream, I normally drink about 1.5 liters of water. Also, did I say thanks to Mr. Buck Nasty for the Prime? I don't think I did. Thank you for the Prime and helping keep the stream funded. But in 5 hours, I've drank about 2.5 liters of water. I normally drink about 2 liters in a stream, maybe 1.5 liters. I've had 2.5 liters of water, so I'm drinking like 3 times the water I normally do. It's a lot of water. And thinking of trying Songs of Six? What's stopping you? I would just play the demo. The demo's the full game. But I can safely say that is a good game, so. It just doesn't grab me anywhere near as much as Dwarf Fortress and other games do. So I have like, I don't know, 130-something hours in it. I do think it's good, but at least for me, it does kind of have a ways to go before it's something, maybe not a ways to go. I don't think it's ever something that's going to grab me as much as something like Dwarf Fort does. Like, it's not a game that I can just sit there and play for hundreds of hours. Is the front door open? Is the other front door open? No. Should I ignore this? It's early spring. I'm going to say yes. That's quite the siege. Holy crap. Well, I could try and catch it in here. Although I still haven't put a door in here, which I need to do. How much is down in here? Jesus Christ, there's so much stuff. I'm just going to forbid everything down here for a little bit. Wait for this to get constructed. And I think I'm just going to let them in. It's quite the pit. Yeah, it took quite the digging. The bridges took even longer. Let's just drop all of the debris down into there. Yeah, those bridges took like a year to build because they were like 80 parts per. There's a cat in there. Kitty, get out. Scram. Be gone. Shush. Run. Leave. Be gone. Get to it. Go away. Please. I know you're down there. Never mind, it's not a kitty, it's a pig. Oh no, did your owner die down here? Oh, that's sad. It's probably the case. I'd be willing to bet they did. They tend to go where their owners died. Damn it. Let's try not to do that. Piggy, where have you gone? There you go. You've been pulled out. Sweet. So now I can just go here and lock this door. Now let's hope that there's nobody in there, because if there's somebody in there, well then Lamau, I guess. Wish me luck, chat. You know, okay, so YouTube is still what was talking about Bad Dragon for a second there. I just would like to note that the only good, like, sex toy ad I've ever seen on a social media service was from Super Bunny Hop when he had Adam and Eve sponsorships. He had a bunch of them back to back. They were hysterical because he'd always put them on, like, historical videos and stuff. So he'd do a bunch of, like, legitimate history content and then would just be like, sponsored by Adam and Eve. Here's, like, a very detailed description of how, like, Egyptian sex toys worked. Anyway, that was a very funny, like, chunk of ads. I miss those dearly. I should go watch those again, actually, because they were that funny. It's like, this is a bit of history I didn't know that I needed to know, but I guess I know it now, so thanks. They were pretty funny, especially when you're, like, listening to a reading of the Iliad followed by, like, just that. It was a good time. I'm just forbidding everything, so my dwarves do not go outside unless they absolutely have to. All right, dum-dum. Hopefully you turn around now. Well, if you die, that's on you. Oh, well, you got it. There's an Impalaman. So I'm kind of expecting... Here they come. Got a goblin bowman here fighting and killing the Impala. Here come the goblins. Oh, he spilled his guts. Poor Impala, you did nothing wrong. Okay, you up here. Pull the lever. Let's hope that gets pulled quickly. Now, who pulled the job? That's the question. What's up, Dill? Not a ton. Just hoping somebody close by decided to pull the lever. Which is, you're pretty close. Worst case scenario. We'll just have to fight them, and there's not too many of them. Lever's been pulled. Did I just get the whole thing? That'd be great. Got him. What should you be expecting from a terrifying glacier? You might find blizzard men. Although, did they... I can't remember if they're glacier or tundra. Yeah, they're in need of a bath. Dire need. There they go. Now they're all drowning. I really wish that water didn't, like, or I really wish that water covered bridges, but they don't. So now they just mysteriously die. Anyway, there goes the siege. I should have made that thing longer, but that would have been no fun. Terrifying. What should you expect from a terrifying damage? Terrifying glacier retina damage. Yes, that is actually very accurate. And then the way this works is I then link this sucker up to here, pull this lever. And I'll just follow a bit of them because I'll be the most visually obvious. And there it goes. I mean, what I could do actually is I could change the way this works a little bit. I could put another drawbridge down here, drop them all in and fill the whole fucking thing up. It would use like 3 times the water, but I could do that. What do you think? That wouldn't be that big of a rebuild either way. It would still drain just about as quick. Just be a lot more water. I mean, Deep knows what's up. I did say Blizzard Man, yeah. I mean, allegedly there's Blizzard Men in the Goblin civs, because I was looking through their leaders, and, well, that's kind of funny. This Goblin civ is run by an elf. This one, the Seducer of Gleaming, still has their Demon Overlord. It's only these guys. But maybe they've died or something. I'm trying to remember how I found them. But one of them was listed as... I like how there's so many Ozuds in power in this faction. Ozud, Ozud, Ozud. Uzud. Maybe Uzud? I don't know. But yeah, anyway. Looks like a giant toilet. I once built a thing that we lovingly referred to as the lava toilet, because it did just look like a giant toilet. Also, Emperor Iron, I can't remember if you were here for it or not, but my soldiers did end up executing you. Because you betrayed us. Speaking of, let's go back to pillaging that location. There they go. Reminds you of university days when the guy in Latin class decided that the best translation for what was intended as punish was to... Sorry, reading that out loud made me cough. It's way too funny. So his interpretation of the idea to say they sodomize their captives as punishment? Huh? Were they just trying to be silly, or was this, like, just a bad translation? You'd have to have a lot of porcelain in a toilet-themed fort. A lot of porcelain. I'm gonna clean up all of this mud. Gonna have to rip out all the floorboards and replace them. And over here, why did these get suspended? Oh, probably because there was boulders on them. It's likely what happened. Oop. Oop. What? Oh, right. Yeah, that's a bridge that I dug. Whoops. Well, that's my idiot moment of the year. There we go. We go rescue him. Guess I just have to build over top of it then. I did know that was that, but yeah, they're big wolfy puppies. So these aren't agitated giant vultures. These are just giant vultures. There is nothing agitated on the map right now. I did apparently catch a giant skink, though. Well, I must bring that unit in. And I look at chat and I just see all big puppies. Those are not puppies. Those is birds, but I know you were referring to the dogs. Chat, what do? What would you do in this situation? I don't have any in the faction, but There are... I don't have any plump helmet men in like as like citizens, but there are in fact plump helmet men in the fort, yes. All right, well, seems like we've fended off some of the giant buzzards, and the wolves are running to go fight. I'm coming back in. Come back inside, wolfies. Get back in here, puppers. Hopefully we can have giant vulture wings. And I'm in an ad break, so I'm just going to pause until the ad is done. I'll just go through and unpause all these. Yes, I agree. Oh, did you see some intestines? Probably not dwarf intestines. Because otherwise there'd be dwarf intestines on the ground somewhere. They can join via performance groups, CCJ. What's up, Joja and Tom T, by the way? A slightly chaotic stream? Devilish? Today's been kind of nuts. And that's the polite way of putting it, I guess. Kind of nuts. Suboptimal bananas, maybe? I don't know, I'm trying to think of other silly words to use to describe today's stream. I don't know how many Forgotten Beasts we've been attacked by. We've been sieged many times. We've been ambushed several times. They were riding many giant animals. Currently, we're getting dive bombed by giant vultures. Oh, okay. So we're grabbing all these from down here. Okay, so I'm just going to station the military right here. Go get him, dwarfs! Kick his ass! Okay, they got him. What are you doing? You doofus? Okay, now back inside. Okay, well, some of them are running off to go fight another giant bird, probably. Are you in my military? No? Then what are you doing? Bumwreck? You don't need to contain this room. I know it's in your name. But trust me, this room does not need to be contained. You are safe to go back inside. I can assure you. I don't think anybody's puked. I didn't see any puke. Oh, there they go. All right, so dwarves. I really need these construction job done. Oh, I see problem. It's in spot where dwarves can't get to them. Come on, dwarves. Just go get the stuff, please. Yay, okay. Well, that was a unnecessary crisis, but it's been averted, so success. Let's go back to training dwarves. No. Magma that's 1 deep disappears over time. If it's 3 deep or more, it won't disappear over time. Let's just unrestrict the dwarves for a little bit. Let them get these other tasks done. Bomb-wreck? Blind cave bear? Well, I guess I need to kill Talonsly. Fortunately, that's not too difficult. Never mind. It left the map. Can't kill Talonsly. I did want to kill it, but I can't, unfortunately. Right here I can allow this to cover more things. Check and fly kick. Your apologies. You just got home and your main cavern layer passage's density is 0 and your max cavern layer passage density is 100. I can't remember what... Does anybody know what the default of that is? I'd need to look at it. I want to say default is like 20. Like, density has to have a number, right? Because, like, the lower the number, the smaller the density. The bigger the number, the less, I think. Where are you? Okay, so I do need to open the doors to let them back in. I think it's like 15. Yeah, it's like a number. 0 is too low. So yeah, that's your problem. Because cavern density is like the size of these, of the locations, right? So you're basically just like asking to get swamped with very, very cramped caverns. I usually raise the minimum cavern density to have wider, more open caverns. Calgar, thank you very much for the Prime. The 14th month. Those Primes keep the stream alive. Appreciate you, mate. Every little bit goes towards helping this guy get a mortgage eventually, which I'm currently in the process of trying to do. Oh, interesting. I just engraved underneath a bridge, forgetting that engraving underneath a bridge destroys the engraving when you close the bridge. I'm smart. Some migrants have also arrived despite the danger. Random rhino be damned. Did I not make more rock mechanisms? The hell? It's also not a small migrant wave. So 151 dwarves. Yeah, I also hate this time of year for the same reason. Boom, boom. I don't know where you're at, but at least here, by about 3:30, it might as well be nighttime. Especially when it's raining. Especially when it's raining. Okay, let's see if I can get... Uh-oh. You agitated? Nope, just a giant vulture. Let's see if I can get this area cleaned up a little bit. Now, unforbid a bunch of stuff. And unforbid a bunch of this stuff. And I'm going to add this to the burrow. I also want to get these books and such inside. So let's see how that siege went. Reports. Pillage. Still attacking the Scorpion of Hatred. Jasper led the attack. The attackers had a strong positional advantage, and let the slow picking away of the goblin forces begin. Oh shit! We seized livestock too. They must be just about out. Stole a rooster, 3 sheep, 2 cats, and 1 blue peahen, and a buffalo bull. Alright, so I'm gonna try a thing. I'm gonna take this squad. I'm gonna assign them with shields. Make them all gather new gear. And this squad is going to go conquer and occupy this location. So good luck. Does anybody want their dwarf to join this squad? More cats? I very consistently either slaughter or geld cats just to prevent overpopulation. So it still has 750 population. I guarantee you they're not goblins. Because that's a dwarven fortress, right? So there's probably a lot of dwarves there. Did you redeem a dwarf? You have to redeem a dwarf to get a dwarf. So if you can redeem a dwarf, then you can have a dwarf. Got to use the channel points redemptions for that, though. Your dwarf loves cats? See, the reason... No, your dwarf likes to eat cats. Hold on, let me double check. Merlin. First consume cat. Raphalanos. You get a dwarf because Lanix has redeemed one on your behalf. The redeems have been up for like 2 hours. What about mediocre avocado? Beg your pardon? So what kind of dwarf would you like? Raphael. Although I wouldn't recommend you take one of these dwarves because they're either going to go die, or if they're not going to go die, then they're likely going to go and not come back because they're going to go take over a place for me. There's going to be a lot of vomit out here. Just gonna unforbid these. Just add this to the burrow as well. Congrats on the 3-stream streak. Giant louse ichor. That's disgusting. You want one of them? You may be asking for a dwarf who's never coming back. Do you want a chance of a dwarf coming back? Yes or no? Because if the answer is no, I can make you the militia captain. Or if the answer is yes, then I can give you one of the other dwarves. So if you don't die in the process, you have a chance that I can request you back. If you just want to be guaranteed to not come back, I can give you the militia commander. Well, then do not take one of these dwarves. If you prefer not to die, do not take one of these dwarves. That's my advice to you. So I'm saying, do you want a chance that you'll come back? Or do you want to be guaranteed to not come back? You're probably going to die either way. But, okay. I'm just trying to make it clear of what you're requesting here. She is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the harm and detriment of those around her. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding. She often feels envious of herself, and she can be very single-minded. She is a greedy streak, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and she has a sense of humor. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. Chat, I need a round of beers for good luck for these dwarves, please. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and when she becomes exasperated, she begins to speak very deliberately. That sounds like me. When she's trying to remember something, she usually starts snapping her feet, like Sonic. And her hands are animated when she speaks, and she often snaps her fingers when she's bored. She has ADHD. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Thinks that self-mastery and the denial of impulses are the highest ideals. Greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And values hard work and values sacrifice. And finds introspection to be a waste of time. And doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Like whether or not she's going to die here. She likes obsidian, bismuth, and white jade, pine wood, coral, and sheep's wool, cotton fabric. The color dark indigo, cabochons, bucklers, and Urios macaws for their mischief. And the words, and when possible, she prefers to consume river spirits. That's bad. It's disgusting. And purring maggots. What? Did I read that right? No, she hates purring maggots. There we go. Saw a blind cave, bear's dead body. Worships the god of beauty. Good luck. Sweet dwarf. So one of two things is going to happen. You're going to become royalty, or you're going to die. And I have no idea which. So best of luck to you. Or you're going to come back and most of your squad is dead. I don't allow visitors in my fort 99% of the time, Kalios. We do have some non-dwarves. I've got one goblin and a gremlin. And a gorlak. Gremlin, as an example. But the gremlin hasn't technically joined the fort yet. He's currently still just a pet. At some point, maybe he'll join the fort, but he hasn't done that yet. Can you butcher a river spirit? A river spirit is a type of alcohol. I think it's like a human alcohol specifically. It's one of the... So there are several alcohols in Dwarfort that are like referred to as low value. Gutter Crewer and River Spirits are the two of them, and they're both described as disgusting. So I guess like you like Malort, maybe? I don't know if that's like a apt comparison, but that's how I would imagine it. You think he was butchering undines? Undines? What's an undine? It's a fantasy term I've never heard before. Yeah, sewer brew. That's another one. Basically, dwarven alcohol is like in Dwarf Fortress canon, like delicious and high quality, whereas human alcohol is shit. It's just dwarven elitism. That's about it. What the heck? There's just a stack of stuff. What was that? Okay. It's a type of water spirit? Oh, okay, no. I should have guessed that. But no, they're not like fairies or anything. Although there are fairies in Dwarfort. This sucks. Can you butcher and eat fairies? No, they're vermin, so they're too small to butcher. I think you can catch them though, but man, those masks are creepy, man. But poison vapors, hey? Because you can catch vermin-sized creatures. I know cats can kill them, but dwarves can't attack them or butcher them or anything. The forgotten beast Cathabi Ulrerithi has come, an enormous scaly toad. It has thin wings of stretched skins and a bloated body. Its burnt umber scales are oval-shaped and close set. Beware its poison vapor. The godforsaken thief, eh? I'm just gonna tell my dwarves to... maybe don't tell them to kill it. Let's double check. Is the door open? Yes, it is. I'm going to tell my dwarves to go stand right here. Give them a little bit of time to group up. Peregrine falcons can hunt like cats? You mean they can hunt cats? Because I know they can hunt cats. Okay, so this thing does actually fly. It's flying directly towards us. Any bets on how many dwarves die here, chat? Be curious to know. Seems very interested in... Oop! I'm suddenly very confident not many. Although, Rigoth here just got knocked over the edge and took a pretty rough hit as his neck took the full force of the impact and is now an unrecognizable mass. And cannot breathe. I have a feeling this dwarf may die, so at least one. I think, like, your neck being splatted is probably bad. It seems like this dwarf up here. The elite wrestler strikes it, bruising it, bruising it, bruising it. At least it's fleshy. Odom here. Stabbing it. Bruising the muscle and the bone. Got a dwarf here who hasn't hit it yet. How about you? You haven't hit it yet either. You have, Kumil. This dwarf's been around for a while. Strikes it with his shield, I presume. Tearing the bone. Let's wait a few turns. Time begins to pass. Needs necks. You know, fun fact, in Dwarf Fortress, necks are not actually connected to their body. Are you breathing? Nope, still cannot breathe. Yeah, I think he's dead. I've got another dwarf coming through with wooden shields. Tisk, I thought I told you not to do that. So I need to make you new shields then. I'm seeing bolts flying. The creature's letting out its gases. Meaning all these dwarves are getting a full waft. Dwarf names his shield, and the creature immediately dies. Nobody's been found dead yet, though. Elite wrestler strikes the Forgotten Beast in the left wing with his steel shield, fracturing it. Looks like it just bled to death. Wondering who got credited with the kill. Although they're... Uh-oh. My dwarves are getting a fever. We're gonna have a lot of casualties, I think. Let's follow Odom. Do you have a cape? Yeah, you do. Is this in the burrow? No, it is not. Let's add this to the burrow. Rigoth. Not entirely sure if that was the dwarf Okay, you're the one with, you have a fever. You carrying the creature's body? Okay, you've got a fever. Let's follow you. I'm a little worried. Fever sometimes means they can go into a permanent coma. Depends on if they get drowsy or not. That or they'll just get a fever for a bit and then it goes away. Gremlin still in Fortress, yes. I will update the title if it's not. So Dwarf here took a shower. They all lie down. We need diagnoses. See what we get. We're getting cleaned with soap. It's got an infection. Massive scars. Unconscious, still has fever. Also, Dwarf, you were supposed to leave the map. Oh, you're trying to. Do you not have any legs? No. Are you very weak or something? You clearly don't have much good stamina because you're walking very slowly. Well, now you've left the map, so now we get to find out if that fight wins. Also, Havoc over here. In traction. You require a crutch. Am I out of crutches? I am not. Okay, someone just needs to bring you a crutch. Also, still have the fever. So clearly whatever they have, you move like that when you're hungry too? Really? Just very slowly, just like very deliberate, slow steps? Infections are absolutely treatable. They're treatable with soap. So the infection isn't the issue here. The issue here is the fever. Because it's sticking around. Is it more terrible that it's a reasonable question? Well, it's more of a, do you have legs that work? I mean, it was standing, so I guess it was kind of a dumb question. Oh, it's very worrisome. But it's only a slight fever, thankfully. The problem with fevers is, like, they give a lot of pretty major debuffs, just like real life. But it's just a slight fever, so... presuming it doesn't progress. There you go. Raphael. You, assuming that's how you say that name, or Raffle, Two-Brass, Mumas, has claimed the position of administrator of the Staff of Riddles. We have successfully taken back this location. So now I need to appoint a new noble, which is Messenger. My messenger is going to be Lord JJ. Lord JJ, I'm sending you to go speak with them and ask for my soldiers back. Okay, thanks. Wait. Hold on a second. We killed all these dwarves. It's 45 minutes, but there's other ways to get dwarves if you're sneaky. What's today's gimmick? My soldiers can only use weapons that are artifacts, so weapons or crossbows have to be artifacts, and I'm trying to make a gremlin into a baron. But you would look at the report. Struck down by so-and-so? So, Emperor Iron, Picture Point, and Ice Blue, as immediate examples, also Leech, were all soldiers in my squads that got captured, okay? They were there for about a year because I wasn't able to capture them back. I tried a couple times, didn't have good enough squads. Got out there, got to the point where I could get some of them back, and I got some of my captured dwarves back, 2 of them, ones without nicknames. But those ones I could never get back. So I just started raiding the place. And they showed up as struck down by my dwarves and are literally listed in my dwarves' kill counts. I mean, here, I'll show you. If I go to Jasper, Picture Point, notable kill. What about a necromancer? So there is no necromancers in this world. I've checked. Nobody has discovered the secrets of life and death in this world. So it can't be a necromancer. But I'm going to request him back anyway to see what the fuck happens, because, to be honest with you, I'm kind of curious. So no, they are definitely dead. Or were definitely deaded. But if I duped them, that's really funny. This cold sucks. Don't ever get sick, it sucks. A dead messenger still sends a dead message. Well, I mean, I have to send a messenger, so. You know, in before we get ghosts, you know, if we get corpses back, A+, 10 out of 10. I will be very happy, because that would mean that the game accounts for that. I don't think we're going to. I think we're just going to get nothing. But we'll see. Although I did just learn that if a character was captured as a prisoner and you take over the location, you can request them back after the fact, so that's kind of nifty. I didn't actually know that. Nice big doggies. They're not bad guard dogs. So let's check our civilization now. Okay, so you're not considered a baron or anything, which I think is interesting. It's also brown, so it's considered an occupied site. Not a dwarf, not a faction aligned site, which is neat. And also, is JJ still on the map? So JJ is constructing a building. Why are you doing that? There's no way in hell you already left and came back. What, from the giant wolves? Go girl. Don't ever get hurt? No, totally. Don't ever get hurt. Don't ever say bad things. Don't ever get angry. And, get 17 hours of sleep every night. Speaking of sleep, why'd you have to do that right when I said that, Dwarf? I need you to leave the map. Grr. I did assign you to that mission, didn't I? Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm following the wrong dwarf. I'm following Merlin, not Lord JJ. How did I manage that? Let's try this again. Install a nice heating element in there? Nah. Then I'd have to pump lava up from underground. That would take a while. That stuff's time consuming. Dwarves have slippers and socks. If you're a dwarf and you're running around barefoot, you need to get yourself a pair of shoes. There's a shoes only for it. I say that kind of as like a joke, but also as a statement. Like, I wouldn't want to walk around barefoot in a dwarven fort. It's kind of like walking around in a alleyway in New York with no shoes on. I don't think dwarven forts are that clean. I mean, not that I actually would know, but they don't strike me as like the cleanest places ever. Okay, let's go here. Let's just use dolomite because it'll be convenient. And let's throw a rope up here. Maybe 2. Whole lot of tinnitus shots? Yep. I mean, with the number of bolts on the ground already, like, you certainly want to be careful where you put your feet in a dwarven fort. Or tetanus, not tinnitus. I wish I could get a tinnitus shot. That'd be nice. Make the buzzing go away. Gotta be cleaner than New York? Nope. Definitely not. It's like, actually, here's a better analogy. Maybe less like alleyway in New York and more construction site. Does that sound accurate? Because, like, you know, there's a lot of mining going on. There's a lot of bricks. A lot of, like, lugging of boulders. Probably a lot of dust. Probably, like, hammers and nails. Or just like a tinnitus mute button. I don't have bad tinnitus, but it does flare up every now and again. It's like bad enough that I notice it. Okay, so what do I torture for all eternity? I'm kind of tempted to put the giant chipmunk on here because it's funny. Let's just say a peahen and a rooster. Ten minutes per day would be great. Just when I'm trying to go to sleep. That's it. I don't ask for a lot. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I'm very vexed by my rock mechanisms. So, let's just see how the siege went first before I look at that siege that definitely just showed up. The defenders were led by... Okay, so Raphael led the attack. The attackers had a strong positional advantage. They struck down a couple of goblins. There was only a handful of goblins left. And then they took over and defeated the Stinky Scorpion. I didn't name it that, they did. And the new government was called the Staff of Riddles. So, I now have... Okay, so I did get one of my dwarves back. Holy shit. I got all of the armor back. But I'm presuming we're not, in fact, going to get Emperor Iron back. Let's see if I can still request him back. Can't even click on it, but let's skim through here. Yeah, no iron. What's up, Undeath? Let's add new dwarves to the burrow. Let's also go into this burrow. Get rid of all of this. All right, dwarves, be smart. I realize that's kind of like an oxymoron, but, you know, we'll try. Let's try and clean these oxymorons. Alrighty, Dwarfus. Lord JJ, I need you to get inside. And not just stand right there. Or you may just die. Lord JJ. Earth to JJ. I removed you from the thingy for a reason. Walk inside. It's not that difficult. Grr. He's petrified with fear, clearly. Now he is actually running in fear. All right, well, I will just send these squads outside. Because there's plenty of dwarves outside right now. Come on, squaddies. Fortunately, everybody's close-ish. Seems like one of my dwarves got out there almost immediately. That's Kib, the wrestler. Every day you Crundlin. Toilet's not going to get to function today. I had to save dwarves. Doesn't feel anything feeling a goblin die, satisfied after improving a bunch of goblin killing related skills. Soxul, the dwarven child, has been found dead. Well, that's Soxul's to see. No! I tried. Oh, Cormacker, long time. All right. Well, at the very least, I can rebuild part of that squad. And also, I can go check this. Yeah, there's nobody else I can claim back from there. Oh, no. So it looks like this fever is permanent. So anybody who has the fever, I have to remove from the military. Which sucks. How can it be permanent? Because it's been 2 months. It would have gone away by this point. Syndromes can be permanent. As an example, cave spiders give a permanent syndrome. Which can make dwarves, like, permanently sick and drowsy. So this is similar to that, most likely. No, they already had baths, multiple even. They all had an initial bath when they came out outside of and left the combat zone. And now, we still have it. So what squad are you in? The Distant Oars? Tis time to retire, Dwarf. The important question, though, do either of my commanders have it? Tanner doesn't. Jasper doesn't. Well, that's good at least. Yes, we have giant wolves. They can't be military trained, but they can be used in military stuff because... Okay, so what the fuck is going on with my mechanisms? I beg your pardon? If I can make me a mechanism. Like... The hell's wrong with you? I'm also out of wood. I don't know if... I know a lot of people like masks in Dwarfport. I get really mad when I see my dwarves wearing masks because I know I can't make them. So it's really annoying to me. Very annoyed at how many of my dwarves right now have masks on. Okay, so I've... Get rid of Gabra mechanisms. Queued up make rock mechanisms. It's been queued up. I don't understand. I don't like Jason Voorhees. I just don't like it when my dwarves are all, like, wearing items that they can't unequip. Because I can't make them. And I can't import them. And then there's no way to fix the problem, so... I mean, I could go here, and I can forbid all of them. Excuse me. And tell them all to be dumped, but it's probably too late. Because now dwarves have worn them, so they're going to want to wear more of them. Which is how that works. Let's sigh. All right, let's try this again. I've got a clother who withdraws from society. This is a bloody shame. I'm gonna let you guys follow this strange mood, Dwarf. And I'm gonna go refill my water because it's almost empty.
Cheese for everyone!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
All right, what we building there, Dwarfy? Did you claim the right thing or the wrong thing? Damn it, you claimed the wrong thing. It could have gone either way. It's dwelling upon suffering a major injury. Well, that sucks. Yeah, fortunately, when it comes to, Oh, I've learned a few facts about giant skink training. Speaking of giant skink. Let's see, how many things do I have in cages? I must see a giant skink. I also apparently have an impala in a cage. Also, I saw some scary animals. Are we getting attacked? At least the fireflies don't breathe fire. I'll say that. You know, giant fireflies would be a lot scarier if they breathed fire. So, at least giant fireflies do not breathe fire. They just make light, right? Just gonna lock ourselves inside momentarily. Just found out how to make decent quarters and stuff thanks to you. As soon as your Prime sub's free, it goes to me. Well, thank you. For the $2.50 whenever that hits. Let's hope the dwarves listen and stay inside. Okay. Now this... Yay, now it works. Sweet. And then I'll pull that. So the dwarves should bring this over here and deal with that. Speaking of bedrooms, I need to make some more beds. Yeah, no, today I've had to be very, very, very careful about keeping dwarves inside. Because things are mean outside, and outside wants me to die. An untamed impala. Yeah, not the Australian psych rock band, right? You know, I don't know about you, but if I was selecting where my bedroom was in a dwarven fort, I would not want to be right next to the silk machine. The silk spitting monster. I feel like it's probably not the wisest place to select a bed. A hemi? What's a hemi? I'll be completely honest with you, I don't know what that means. Oh, is in the V... Okay, right. All right, let's definitely release this thing. All right, done. All right, Crater, you live here now. Let's see if it works. Testing. Need somebody to pull this lever. My Gorlak is fighting with a giant agitated firefly. Gorlak, no! Tony! Why'd you do this? You had one job, and that was don't go stand in the front door with the death bugs. Well, rest in peace, Gorlak friend. All we found left of Tony was his left tusk. How do they not die of starvation? Because I'm only using animals that don't die of starvation. Some animals die of starvation and some don't. I know that is very undescriptive, but it's true. Certain types of creatures don't need food. So chickens don't need food. Beasts don't need food. Then I just pull this and now I'm going to build a bunch of looms over here. Speaking of, So I know that that's not a Harrier jet. I know that's a bird, but anyway. Forgotten Beast Kula Orarlisu, a gigantic three-eyed Harrier. It has a knobby trunk and a gaunt appearance, and its vermilion feathers are long and sparse. Beware its poison gas. That's way funnier if it's a jet. I need to deal with that now, I guess. No, I don't. Hallelujah. Wait, do I? Shit, it might just fly out. Yeah, I probably do. So one of two things is going to happen. Died sieges? It's either going to go off and die, or it can literally fly out of this and kill me. Could also fly in here and fight me. Well, we'll see where it ends up. That's it. We'll see when it shows up. When it shows up, we'll deal with it. I'm going to move my silk industry over here. So I'm going to do something I probably should have done a long time ago. I don't know who killed this dwarf. Don't know how long they've been dead. I'm going to cut back the areas they're allowed to go out here. You know, maybe, just maybe, I should just start working on big pump stacks. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Instead of tempting fate constantly. And maybe, just maybe, I should be doing stuff like this. Sealing off these caves. This is me finally, like, admitting defeat, I guess. Although, is there a named animal somewhere? Not that I'm seeing. Also, we got the giant skink here. He's nowhere near as big as I thought he would be. It's not even half the size of a king cobra. Come on. Okay, so Tony's body's right here. It's time to go bury Tony. Or that dwarf that was underground. But also Tony. Now, when you say poultry are pretty low maintenance, do you mean in real life or in the video game? Fuck. It's starting to get constant again. I have no poets and I'm not going to assign one. Because poets serve drinks in the taverns and I don't want to drown my gremlin. I wish that series of words was just me making excuses, but I am not going to assign a poet in this fort. Because, like I said, I don't want to drown my gremlin accidentally. If I was okay with drowning my gremlin, I would do that, but gremlins have very low alcohol tolerance, so the only person who can serve gremlin alcohol is the gremlin. You wish you had poetry? Me too. Like, truly, I would love to have chickens. You've played for years and you've never seen a gremlin? You want to see a gremlin? He's trying to attend a meeting right now. He also wants to be extravagant, which is going to be difficult to make satisfied. Oh, hey, my goblin wants to join. Okay. I was hoping that would be my gremlin, but... Okay, I think I need to start doing some livestock culls. I'm in an ad break, so I'm just not going to unpause the game until after the ads. But yeah, I mean, Gremlin are kind of more of a pain in the ass than they're worth, really. But there's just some fun things that you can do with Gremlins because they're intelligent. So you can make them part of the faction with some finagling. But you have to convince them to be happy enough to join the faction, so. Fuck. But anyway, as far as the gremlin goes, my actual goal and hope for this gremlin is that I can keep him happy enough and focused generally so that he will request to join the fort. Because if he stops yelling at somebody in charge and requests to join the fort, then I can make him a noble. I want to have a Baron Gremlin. That is my actual attempt here. Because if you played a lot of Dwarf Fort, you might realize that if you go to their preferences, he likes native gold, tin, and black diamond, and horsehoof, and prefers to consume goat cheese and mead. And he hates large roaches. He doesn't have any items in specific that he likes, meaning he's incapable of making demands. And also, tried poet. What kind of dwarf would you like? Now that I've given you my very long explanation. I was worried you were in an ad, but outside of a poet, I could give you a dwarf with, like, poetry skill, but I'm not going to give anybody a poet. Or I'm not going to give you a poet, because I don't want you to drown my gremlin. Well, I can't make sure he can become mayor. But I can... do you want a male dwarf or a female dwarf tired poet? Actually, how about a scholar? It's not quite a poet, but I could do a scholar. Like, I could give you one of the... Because your name's Tired Poet, right? What about one of those... One of the dwarves who got infected with the fever? Who needs to be booted out of the military? Because I need to weed them out of my military now. Like this dwarf. Yeah, that would be a bit counterproductive, though, Kidranos. And then they'd get unelected when other dwarves arrive, right? I mean, they'd become de facto mayor, sure, but then when you get migrants again, they would remove them, so you'd only be able to have a one dwarf or a one gremlin fort, which would be very silly. But yeah, I guess you could do that. I suppose that's an option. Well, here's the thing, right? That doesn't guarantee that anybody gets elected. But when it comes to nobles like barons, you just need to click them. That's all you need to do. Besides, barons require more stuff than mayors anyway. But does this work for you, Tired Poet? I can give you one of the feverish, sad military dwarves. He's got 17 notable kills. Damn. Dude's been through a lot. Tired poet. And I'm also just going to go down to here. Tired poet is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is often sad and dejected, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and often acts with compassion, and isn't particularly curious about the world, and often feels envious of others, and scratches his head when he's bored. He seeks out and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Thanks for the $1. Egg Von Turbo. Buy some cough syrup on you. I'll be okay. I mean, I've got throat lozenges and they do literally nothing. So I don't think throat syrup or cough syrup would do anything else. It's weird. It's like it feels like I have like a hair in my throat. It's hard to explain. But he respects the individuals that persevere through their trials and labors and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes diorite zinc and linen paper, beige, diamonds, and the site of the Tenerbis veneration, and when possible prefers to consume fisherberry wine and purple amaranth flower, and absolutely hates hamsters. I did try throat lozenges first. But I'm going to see, or not see, I'm just going to. I'm going to build walls all the way up here, at the bottom of this. And also walls all the way up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. I'm going to go right here. And I'm going to go across to here, because that's done. Then once this is ready, I'm going to do the same thing here. We're trying to actually get these cavern layers defended. Then maybe I won't have to deal with as many crundles. Your friend dressed up as more cowbell dude for Halloween and all your high school students thought he was Bob Ross. So I have a really funny relationship with Bob Ross. Not that I know the guy, but just the show. Because, I know I don't want to do that. Because my grandmother used to be like, no, you cannot watch cartoons unless you've watched Bob Ross for at least X amount of time. My grandmother would hold our cartoons hostage unless we watched Bob Ross. So when Bob Ross suddenly popped up on Twitch, I was like, man, none of you guys were forced to watch this. Which is kind of awesome. Like, you know, it's cool to see it arrive again, and like, it's a nice show. And as an adult, I appreciate it. But as a kid, I fucking hated it. Like, it drove me insane. I was like, how dare you hold cartoons hostage, Grandma? You horrible person. As far as I was concerned, she was like torturing us. Because, you know, I was a child, but. She just had good taste. I didn't know, but like, you know. The things you learn. The things you learn. Yeah, it is like telling a child, yes, you can have cheesecake after you eat 15 pounds of broccoli. It is kind of like that. I think my grandma just wanted to watch Bob Ross because it was like still on TV at the time too. Okay, so I've got a ghost I need to deal with. So like, I don't hold it against her at all. Also, sad LH. I thought you were saying W initially. I was like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess kind of. Basically, all I got to say is I was watching Bob Ross before it was a cool thing for the kids to do. Oops, wrong tool. Need 144. Let's use Siltstone. Oh no, I as an adult, I defend her for it. But as a kid, I hated it. I tolerated it, but I hated it. Like, I put up with it. But that doesn't mean I liked it. You know? Like, there's a difference between putting up with something and not being thrilled about it and, like, you know, hating it. Yeah, we're dealing with it. All right, Dwarf, you've been at this clothes shop for way too long. Like, do I have another giant chipmunk? How? Somebody release my giant chipmunk. Oh, right, yeah, because we gelded it. Because I don't use it, basically ever. Sometimes, like, I will specify certain dwarves can only do this, or do, like, wound dressing and stuff, which actually I should expand and set it back to just that, because I did that when we had a calamity. But, yeah, I basically don't ever specify tasks, because you don't need to. Yes. No, there isn't a language barrier. Gremlins are... So the way I describe gremlins is gremlins are smarter kobolds because they can actually communicate with other species. They can talk. I mean, he's currently got what? He's a competent speaker. Novice intimidator. In fact, he's been reading books. He read a bunch of books. He's a dabbling reader. Also, I'm just going to see... Gremlin, this is your bedroom, right? I'm really, really mad that Gremlin's best skill is hunting. Because if he wasn't listed as a hunter... I'm also going to make him unavailable as a pet. If he wasn't listed as a hunter, he would actually sleep in his bed. Yeah, no, you do not need to. I mean, you can do that if you hate yourself, but I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, sometimes, like, if I have, let's say, only one legendary weaponsmith or something in a fort, then I'll specify only they can use that workshop. But outside of that, I do not, I'm not specific about anything that I do. Because I just, there's no point. Is he just sleeping in the tavern? Yeah, because he's a hunter. Because his only, he like, just doesn't go to, what's it called? Guild halls. Okay, you know what? Let's see. Actually, if I make you a long-term resident, can you go in there? Because I didn't think about that. I don't want to make it, actually, fuck it. I could probably make it public. Yeah, because his burrow allows for that. Because, like, the way the jobs function in Dwarf Fortress works is the dwarf with the best skill who's the closest to a task goes and does the task. So, like... Are they perfect at getting that stuff set up? No, not really, but do I care? No, not really. They do a good enough job. I'm not super anal about Masterworks or anything, so. How is access to a guild hall tied to his sleeping? So, hunters only sleep outside. They do not sleep anywhere but outside. I don't know why. It's just part of how hunting skill works. The only skill my gremlin has is ambushing, which has made him listed as a hunter. So, he just sleeps wherever the fuck. I want him to sleep in his bedroom. So he has to gain some other skill to gain to be able to sleep in his bedroom. So I'm kind of hoping that by expanding who's allowed to visit that guild hall, he'll go to the next weaponsmithing demonstration. Which is currently happening. I'm sorry, what? Why are you doing that here? Well, right. I expanded it, didn't I? I have 2 halves of this. I thought this was a temple for some reason. I can't make him into a tavern keeper because he's not a citizen, Zanuck. In order for him to become a citizen, he has to request to join. And in order to do that, he has to be happy. So I can't assign him as a tavern keeper. Otherwise, I would have made him like my captain of the guard or something. Yeah, no, he's technically just a long-term visitor. So he's like a poet that you just accepted. Or like a monster hunter you just accepted, basically. The game also technically considers him a pet, but he's an intelligent creature, but he's acting as though he was just a long-term visitor. But I'm just going to stare at him for a little bit and see if he goes and hangs out in there. We'll see. But at the same time, like any other visitor, I can assign him to dining rooms, so I just can't give him labor details. And I won't be able to give him labor details until he's a resident. Although, actually, I'm just going to do this. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Gremlin. I'm going to be like, hey, Grammy. Sorry, bud. You're not allowed in the tavern until you've learned how to make weapons. Now we wait. Fortress is now roughly at 50 people. You keep... what do I do to keep everything in check except for pausing? What do you mean by keep everything in check? So Dwarf Fortress isn't a game where you're supposed to be capable of keeping everything in check. Stuff's just going to go hog wild sometimes, and there's not going to be anything you can do about it. The game is designed to do that. I don't know what you mean by keep everything in check, I guess. Has increased significantly? It wasn't anything Putnam did. It was allowing... it was allowing dwarves to... Actually, hold on. Tasks. It was making it so that goblins could properly train cavern creatures again. Basically, significantly increasing the strength of them. So, like, when trolls got fixed, and when I started being able to, like, catch cave dragons, it basically just, like, I think it was Tarny made the change, actually. It basically just buffed the goblins back to where they should be. So goblins are now back to where they were pre-version 50. Which is where they're supposed to be. See, I'm just reading through chat and seeing what I'm missing. I mean, not Bob Ross, more like Forged in Fire? That's the reality show where they like make swords, right? I'm trying to think, what's the name of that blacksmithing show? Gremlin looking devious? Well, if he gets untrained at some point, he'll randomly just go pull a lever, which is kind of funny. Now he's trying to attend a meeting. Maybe he'll ask to join. There is always a chance. That's the blacksmithing show? Okay, so go watch Forged in Fire, because I want him to go become a weaponsmith. Learn to make knives out of... I remember them making, like, knives, large knives and axe handles and axe heads out of lawnmowers, like iron lawnmowers. Wait, what? You're part of a guild? I certainly didn't abandon them. But that's funny. Maybe they claim that I, or maybe I forgot to do it for too long, which is definitely possible. Attending a meeting. Where's the mayor at? You're going over here to conduct a meeting. Once the mayor's in his office, you then zip over here. And you yelled at somebody in charge. Okay, so now that you've done that, where are you going to pass to? The only place you can socialize now, unless I screwed up, is the guild hall. But yet you go back to the tavern. Yes, now you left. Come on. Damn it. Did I screw up somewhere? All right. I'm just going to go full ballistic here. Dwarves, you don't need a tavern for a bit. I'll give that back to you later. I'm just going to go full ballistic. Just full chaos. Just listen to this poetry when there is none. Bah! There's literally many levers that do nothing, including the one in the tavern. But maybe you're right. I just can't hear him. Then he goes to the library. Well, he's reading The Art of the Goblin. Why is that so funny? That is very funny. For some reason, that is really funny to me. He just goes and reads a book about a goblin. It's like he's protesting. Okay, just... Where'd you zip off to? Lost him. Gone, done, went, and vanished. Okay, so he's carrying his copy of The Art of the Goblin. Climbing up the wall. Can't go to the tavern. Okay, now you're getting trained. Because you are still a pet. I mean, if you went and grabbed, like, the Ponders the Lever book or something, a dwarven child found dead? Oh. Must have been dead for a while. Well, in that case, let's go get that. Is he going to... God, it would be very funny if he did. You can pull that kind of stunt, hardy har. I had a gremlin reading the last time I had a gremlin in one of my forts. Okay, so he's done learning things. Now he's just standing here. He's just bored. Not that I blame him, really, but, like, Buddy, come on. All right, Gremlin. I'm gonna very aptly name this. Oh, that's not the right thing. Gremlin, go there. Okay. Then I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna remove Gremmy from Gremlin, and I'm going to call this. Because just fucking go stand there, you doof. Or don't. He probably wants to put the book away. Although I can maybe just forbid it out of his hands. Nope. I'm trying to just rip him away from his life, and he's very happy near a fine restraint. Although now he's moving. Yay! Okay. So now I need to stare at him and make sure he doesn't get hungry. I'm gonna just reinstate the tavern for the dwarves who are not gremlins and not misbehaving. Because I would say that these dwarves deserve to have their tavern. Like, damn it. They deserve this. Gremlin doesn't. Gremlin's in timeout, but the dwarves do. All right, Gremmy. Gremmy the Grump. At least he's happy being near his statue. What are they doing? Come on. Doing a weaponsmithing. Go learn weaponsmithing. Where'd he go? He's in the weaponsmith's guild now, which is where I want him, admittedly. Right, okay, I gotta also add the mayor's office. He's gonna go complain to the mayor about these, like, restrictions on his freedoms. Like a typical gremlin. Or he's gonna go ask to join. He is patient, but we are not. This is true. He's patient. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity to pull the lever. He'll move when the mayor gets there. How can he stab me in the back? He doesn't have a knife. The worst thing that could happen is he dies and then I get sad. Oh, well, game wants to save. Put restrictions on him for 1 minute and instantly asks to stay more permanently would be great time. It would be great timing. It would be. Yeah, it would be. I'm kind of not expecting it though. He's dwelling upon being confined. You were in a cage that you caught yourself in like a dummy almost 3 years ago now. So it's early autumn. One of two things is going to happen. I'm going to get invaded. Or we get to trade. Also, the mayor is refusing to go to the meeting. Fine, Gremlin. I'll give you your zone back, damn it. Chat, an ad break is about to hit. I'm gonna go grab my lunch. I will be right back. damn it! The reason I say god damn it is because I want to trade with dwarves, and I can't do that if there's a vile force of... God damn it. Egg cheese mustard, if anyone's wondering. It's partially because I know when they're going to arrive. They always arrive at early autumn, and then I usually get another one in the winter. Excuse me. It's been consistent enough now that I can kind of predict them. And because their nearest sites are 4 days travel away, they arrive on the 4th. Which has blocked my trading for several years now. I may actually turn off sieges for a bit. Egg sandwich is up, Elred. And then Vile Force of Darkness. And Gremlin is being a twit. Oh no. Now there's egg on my keyboard. Gotta fix that. That's gross. Don't talk while eating egg sandwich at a computer. Bad idea. No mayo, I don't like mayo. Just mustard. Boiled egg. Sliced boiled egg. All right. Got cream cheese in his headset? I have several questions on like the physics of that. Also, while I was standing, I saw my neighbor's cat outside, and it finally hit me exactly how this cough feels. I feel like I've inhaled cat hair. That's what this cough feels like. Yeah, also that rifle or Rin of the Stars. I agree. How? All right. Well, I don't see no goblin. Ah, they're goblin. All right, goblin. I'm going to send the squads that can actually run quickly here to turn all of you into red paste. And hopefully, I can kill you faster, or fast enough that my dwarves can actually, you know, get out there and win a fight. Go, Jasper. Go, friends. Begone quickly. There's already combat happening. So maybe if I can kill them quick enough, I can get traders. Okay, siege is broken. I realize I just did that silly and extremely quickly, but I did that way because I really would like to trade. I haven't traded in a couple of years. These goblins are making it very difficult to trade. Anyway, where's Grammy at? Got a bunch of crundles and stuff. I don't have much time left, I think. Cough's not gonna let me. Probably get 8 hours in today, most likely. Oh yeah. I'm really torn on if I should stream tomorrow. So on one hand, I want to, but on the other hand, I really want to get that video done. And I've got a video I really need to get done. So I'm kind of very torn. Okay, I'm not seeing any agitated wildlife. I'm going to turn the dwarf burrow off. Okay, Grammy. I need to remove you from the other burrow again. I need you to go to the guild hall. Please? I just need him to not be like a hunter. That's all I need. The only guild hall he wants to go to, though, is the Hunter's Guild. At least I'm able to keep him focused sometimes. I have a part in this, I will have my revenge. A part in what? Oh, it's a blind cave bear. Oh. There's actually just a blind cave bear in my stairs. That seems kind of bad. I'll tell him to go kill it. It also doesn't seem... It's unconscious and exhausted. There's also a bunch of dwarves here that are all unconscious and exhausted around it. Well... That's kind of hysterical. Well, the thing is, then I'd only be streaming 3 days this week. But I really want to... I have a Caves of Cut video that I'm trying to get done, and I really want to get it done so I can make the Ghost Fort video. Because that's kind of the order of operations I'm working in right now. Because I've got a Caves of Cut video I need to finish, and then... Yeah. Alright, well... I'm going to send these 2 squads to go raise this site. Good luck, dwarves. You know, this is actually genuinely hilarious to me because this is the most I have seen a character refuse to acknowledge burrows ever. And it kind of fits. Actually, Grammy, are you allowed in the temple? Let's allow you in the temple. Because you do want to pray. It is true. He is a gremlin. It's funny though, because like he is obeying the burrow until I tell him to not go into the tavern. Actually, I wonder. There's 2 halves of the tavern. One half of it's a dining hall, and then the other half is a meeting room. What happens if I remove the dining hall half? If your dwarves are... Yay! My traders arrives. If your dwarves are ignoring a burrow, usually what that means is that they're trying to complete a task that's outside of the burrow, which can either be forbidden or restricted. So whenever you see a dwarf ignoring a burrow, it is highly likely, unless they're trying to claim an item, at which point they just need to figure out what item they're trying to claim using the task screen and forbid it. It is highly likely, if not probable, that you can fix it. It just requires some clicking in the task screen. There's a few jobs that you can't cancel, like attend a meeting. But then at that point, they're already dead. And if they're trying to attend a meeting outside where there's a siege coming, then it's their fault. Burrow's suggestion? I'm one of those weirdos who doesn't fully understand why people have so many troubles with burrows. I think it's because not many people use the tasks screen. There's also a button which is like, looks like a little outline of a person. And it's, how do I explain it? It's basically just a, if you click that button, it removes the current dwarf from that job and then looks for another dwarf to do the job. There's a lot of tasks that can be canceled by hitting that button, which can't actually be canceled or assigned normally. And so there's a lot of tasks like hauling items, as an example, that can be canceled by clicking that button. And it just takes a little bit of awareness of the existence of that button. Well, then they're breaking the law, so that makes sense. Like, if a dwarf is ignoring a burrow to hand off an artifact, well, at that point, them ignoring the burrow isn't the problem there, right? The fact that they're a criminal who should be in prison is the problem. So I don't know what else to say there. That seems like a deeper issue in the construction of the fortress than it ignoring the burrow. But that is actually kind of funny, though. Yeah, exactly. He's following all of the rules of the burrow with the exception. It is very true. He's following all of the rules of the burrow with the exception of, like, don't go to the tavern and go to the guild hall. You derp. I mean, I've never been told to go into a burrow in my life, so. Now I'm suddenly thinking of pandemic lockdowns and trying to make a joke, and I'm going too soon? So this is why I hate using Forgotten Beast Silk for stuff. I don't know why this is, but you see this right here? Forgotten Beast Silk Loincloth, and I can't trade them. I have unknown number of Forgotten Beast Silk Loincloths, and they can't be traded. I have no idea why that is. It's bizarre. I presume it's a bug, but it's really weird. It's like it considers them to be godly items or something. Let's also do meat pots, maybe. I'm just gonna sell a bunch of meat because I've got a lot of it and I certainly don't need it. You also can't sell Forgotten Beast meat. Now you're demanding on attending a meeting. Again. Also, you're drowsy. You know, now you're thinking with magnets, Eggy. Now you're thinking. Just make the lowest value tavern ever, which is just overlapping with this guild hall. This is the Metalsmith's Guild, not the Weaponsmith's Guild either, but... Alright, Gremlin. McDoofus. Where are you? Also, I actually do need to assign him to the... I'm just going to get rid of this one and assign him to this. Okay, well, currently he's not... Why'd you just go Huff's Miasma? What? Wow, he's hauling cougar tripe. Oh, to go eat, right. Wait, that's interesting. So that implies that he was hungry. Why didn't he have the hungry tag? A paper stockpile? Why would I need to make sure I have a paper stockpile? I'm not sure I know what that's referring to. Good lord. So many bows. So many bows. Let's just start trading. Trade for all the gems and that platinum, please. Gremlin's just sleeping. Oh, right, toilet paper, right. Okay, sorry. If you said toilet paper stockpile, I would have known what you meant. I was like, why do you need a sheep stockpile in a tavern? It's like, what? Whoa! Okay, hold up. For a second there, I thought that was a rhino. Now I'm just hallucinating. My poor goblin. Missing an eye. Okay, let's see. Can I give them gifts? Because I do need to give them some gifts. Okay, that I can't sell. That I can, because I didn't make that. Fortunately, it's just sitting at the top, so that's easy. If you redeem it, you can name the goblin. I want to, like, stick with that. So diplomacy, the outpost liaison meets with us, and they say, become empowered to establish this land as official land of our realm. Do you have a subject to recommend for elevation? Not yet. The poor goblin. Imagine just being renamed to human randomly. Against your consent. Poor Mouthful. But, like, with the H missing for some reason. She is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her action and is being bullied by the dwarves. Dislikes helping others and is very quick to anger. Is very rarely moved by curiosity, would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Is sometimes cruel, feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, has a natural tendency in herself, and she's troubled by this natural tendency in herself as she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly. When properly considered. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She is troubled by her own nature, as she prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. She likes to do things correctly each time and can handle stress, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and she's rarely happy or optimistic, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She has little interest in joking around and likes working hard and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. She dreams of attaining a rank in society, and personally is affronted by the whole notion that of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. She likes native copper, nickel, and morganite, as well as the color lavender, helms, and chickens for their scratching, and chipmunk men for their stripes, and when possible, prefers to consume giant chipmunk. I have a giant chipmunk. She's probably just like salivating every time she sees it. You wrote goblin with no I. Okay. So is that a capital I? What is that? I don't know what that is. Twitch font not great in this case. If that is a capital I can replace it with a capital I. Can I have a question? Why? Why are we torturing this poor goblin, Ilmirin? Also, how am I supposed to know that that's an I? Wait, you... Chat! Back me up here. Ilmirin is just being rude here. Because they're missing an I, so they're goblin instead of goblin. No, they're goblin instead of goblin because they're missing an I. I want to punt you into the sun, Ilmirin. We aren't torturing her. Oh, we're torturing her. She's getting bullied constantly for her disability now. Just like me. Throughout my entire childhood, more or less. Disgusting. I'm being overly dramatic. Don't take me too seriously, please. What can I buy from them? They brought 2 cats. Why would they do that? Are they trying to, like, sabotage my fort with tribbles? I mean, imagine having an animal that you love to consume. It's your favorite delicacy on Earth, Ilmirin. And then somebody gives you that animal as a pet and says, no, you can't eat it now because it's your pet. I think that would make it worse. Like, I'm only guessing here. Anyway, I'm going to deny that. Also, the clother was stricken by melancholy because they didn't complete their mood. And you know what? See if I care, Dwarf. I need weapon artifacts. The silly pants you're trying to make are useless to me. Useless, I tell you. Cats are gremlins, actually? Poor cats. I would say that cats are, or actually fluffy ramblers are tribbles. Mayor, what are you doing? I need you to go conduct a meeting, bud. Staring all day at his steak? I mean, there's a point where I wouldn't want to eat it anymore because it had sat out for too long, but depends on if it was already cooked or not. Maybe a blueberry bagel, though. Actually, it would be like having a fresh loaf of bread dumped in front of your face. There we go. Now you're waiting for him to get to the other place you can go to, and now you go there. Alrighty, Gremlin. Make the right choice. Well, at least you're praying to your god. Improving persuasion! Who did you just persuade? What are you persuading? I mean, he's a novice persuader is his highest, like, skill set. Alright, well, I'm gonna slowly cut back the areas you're allowed to stand now, Gremlin. I don't know if you guys are entertained by this, but I certainly am. The Dust of Skulls, by the way, is the god of death. In case anybody was wondering. Oh shit, my dwarves are back. They're trying to persuade their god to make all of the dwarves die. We see his livestock. Oh, sweet. What do we get? That's not interesting. I did tell them to destroy it, which means it's probably actually easy to conquer now. So I'm going to send them to go conquer this place. How many dwarves are in this squad? Well, now there's only one. Good luck, Fath. This squad needs another dwarf. This squad needs several more dwarves. All right, finish your praying. Grem King? Can't make Grem King yet. Maybe one day he'll persuade his way into that. But not today. Okay, I've got an idea. Gremlin, you're standing right here and refusing to move. This is now the power of metal, the Metalsmith's Guild. Nah? See how you like it? There we go. Now we're talking. You know what? I should just make the tavern the Metalsmith's Guild. I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to go make the tavern into the Metalsmith's Guild and just, like, be like, you want to be in the tavern? Okay, it's not a tavern anymore there, bud. See how you like that? Oh shit, they brought books and a scroll. I'll take them. Let's buy those crutches so I don't need to make more. I'm just trying to indoctrinate this gremlin. That's all I'm trying to do. Normally they're more agreeable than this, but this one's not being agreeable, so. There's this a Bollywood movie called Bride and Prejudice. That sounds like a Hollywood parody movie. Was that a Mothman statue? Yes. Actually, no, it's a monarch butterfly man. You know, so I've never, like I said earlier, I've never seen Gremlins in its entirety. I have a question. Isn't it always technically after midnight? Or is it like X number of minutes after midnight? Also, did I feed it? No, he feeds himself. He's an adult. Come on. Every time I read the stream title, I keep thinking of The Simpsons House of Horror. It's Otto, there's... One second. It's always around 4 p.m. it hits. You know, I rewatched that Treehouse of Horror this year. It's pretty good. I hadn't watched any of the Treehouse of Horrors in a long time. Although, can you even go into the tavern right now? Gremmy isn't even allowed in the tavern. All right, Gremmy, come on. I'll forgive you, Gremmy. Just go to the goddamn tower. Tavern. It's literally anybody can visit. It's a grand guild hall. It's as nice as it can get. Do you see that? Okay, for a second I thought he teleported up through a floor. No, he went down a layer. Okay. Sometimes even I get bamboozled by Dwarf Fort. Also, are you in the... You're not. Then we're missing a person. I had a cold for about 3 days. I had a little bit of a fever. It was a sore throat mostly. And now I just feel like there's cat hair in my throat. Holy shit, he's in the spot I want him to be. Oh my Christ. Fucking finally. Please just organize a wet. Yeah! That's all I needed. That's literally all he needed to do. That is the only thing he needed to do, was go stand there. Quickly lock the doors. I mean, so this fort's designed so that there are no real lockable rooms. But it's okay. As long as we leave things as is. I'm just trying to make sure that he can actually access food real quick. Yes, he can. He can also access this zone, which, no, he can't. And now I'm just going to go make this back into a tavern. Watch him, like, run back to the tavern the second I remake it as a tavern. Because as much as I love this gremlin and I'm trying to make him slightly happier with his life, if he goes back to the tavern, I swear. As much as I want this gremlin to be happier with his life, if he, you know, goes insane, he's not going to make a very good Baron. Go back to the guild hall. Back to the guild hall. Don't I need 2 gremlins to be in Gremlins 2? I don't have 2 gremlins. Oh, goddamn. I was hopeful for a second there. I need to eat these horses. Because some nitwit decided it would be a good idea to bring some horses here. Oh. Well, so a dwarf just went off and died. Oh no, it was successful. Why didn't I get a notification of it? All right, well, we've seized another location. The Storm of Artifacts defeated the larval nightmares of the mean wraith and took over violent tempests, and the new government was called the Smith of Fur. All right, off to the Goblin Pits with you. Just please don't loot other items. Watch out for the miasma there, bud. So I can't chain him because he's intelligent. Intelligent creatures can only be chained if they've been convicted of a crime, and it's more likely he would die to a beating if I convict him for a crime. So, sure, but now that he's going back and forth, it's possible he'll just stay there. Oh, it's possible he won't. I don't know. Seems like a little brain short-circuiting now. Come on, guy. He really doesn't want to go to that room, does he? I mean, the idea is to keep him happy, right? And, you know, it's definitely not working. The thing that I fucked up on is he decided to join the Hunters Guild and the Rangers Guild instead of me being able to contort him into joining a different guild first. Well, so the problem is just random mutilated Gorlak. Okay. The problem is if I leave the tavern inactive, my dwarves as a whole are going to get stressed. Because my dwarves as a whole want to have a tavern, right? And my dwarves as a whole will be happier with a tavern. But if I unexist the tavern, then they get upset faster, which isn't great. But he is slowly starting to obey a little bit. Could I trade him where? What do you mean? Not sure what the question is. Just hanging out on a pile of dead bodies. Lovely. How did I get a gremlin as a citizen? I caught him in a cage, and they're not cage trappable, so I had to use a cage trap mechanism. We're using a fall trap, basically, which I can show you, actually. I caught him using this, so... I'm gonna say this has been pulled again. What the heck? There's another gremlin. Anyway, basically what this is this is connected to this up here. Or is supposed to be. And then when this is pulled, it makes this floor fall, and then they get knocked backwards, and it'll knock anything into that cage trap. And for this gremlin, once you catch them in a cage trap, you can train them, but they're intelligent, even though they're trainable in pets, technically. So you could butcher them if you're a horrible person, but I'm trying to make him happy enough that he'll ask to join my faction. And the reason I'm trying to force him into a guild hall is so that he gets a guild that isn't hunting, or a skill that isn't hunting, so that it becomes his main skill, because they're all hunters by default. And once he gets a skill that isn't hunting, then ideally, he will then go and, actually, I wonder. Then ideally, he'll go sleep in his bed. He's not sleeping in his bed right now because he's a hunter. Hunters don't sleep in beds. Don't ask me why. I didn't design them. But they don't. Also, Sam, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. I greatly appreciate that, mate. Oh yeah, something that's worth noting is they're carnivores. They don't eat veggies. So there has to be meat available for them to be able to eat. So this is one of those things that just requires a lot of finagling. Okay, so you just keep insisting on going. He's now just like pissing himself off. Oopsies. He's like stressing himself out. He's like protesting. Come on, man. He can't wear clothes because I can't make clothes that are the right size for him. Because he's half the size of the smallest creature that dwarves can make clothes for, which are gremlins. Or which are, not gremlins, kobolds. Dwarves can make kobold-sized clothing, but that is the smallest clothing that dwarves can make. So because of this, the only way that I can make clothing for him smaller is by making him join my fortress. Then he can... Sorry if I sound like I'm being bitchy. I'm trying not to cough. Then, once he's joined the fortress, he can make clothing for himself that is the right size for him. But only he can do that. So, yeah. And so I'm trying to do all of this without also, like, sacrificing the rest of the fort. And there's a forgotten beast named Gopet Sleck. Sounds like a Pokemon. A towering three-eyed scorpion fly. It has broad horn and a archer exoskeleton, which is rough and cracked. Beware its poison sting. Okay, so it's in the tall level. Oh no. I just lost part of a squad. That was Tanner's squad. Holy shit. What, a scorpion fly? Scorpion fly? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that quite sounds like a Swedish death metal band. Maybe like... I mean, actually, it sounds kind of like a German, like, dad rock band. Scorpions, you know? They are very ugly bugs. Yes, I concur. I second that statement. Fish dissector's been found dead? Oh. I'm also getting attacked by fireflies. Unrelated. Unless you're saying Gopet Sleck sounds like a... Sounds like a Swedish metal band. Yeah, that sort of does. Gopet the Lustful? Gopet is very lustful. Okay, so squad just returned. They need a new commander. Nish, do you have a fever still? Yes, you do. It's permanent. Okay, well, let's see how that fight went. Gopet the Lustful is exactly what its name is. I'm not making this up. The game did it. Don't blame me. Led by the Goblin. The Goblin's tactical planning was superior. Tanner was killed. We lost Jasper's husband. Holy shit. Well, Jasper must take vengeance, I suppose. I don't fully get that joke, Mr. AJ Bear, but okay. Hello. It's like, I mean, I get it, but not all shoes are made of leather. Tired Poet seems to like his job. It's reading Mastering the Elves. Have you pondered anything? Where's GoPet? Oh, it's beating the crap out of an elk bird. Multiple elk birds. Oh. Zon al-Alini. Zon mirror crown the pinnacles of glory found it and is now stunned. Dodged around it. See how this fight is going. Struck it multiple times with his shield, bruising it. We've got backup arriving, who's Kumil, the Silvery. Runs over. And the bolt didn't even hit it, and it's dead. Zon, did you get it? Fly swatter. Well done, Dwarf. Let's jump back up to here. And say, I'm presuming that right now, it's time for us. It's Hell Seduces, right? Pillage Hell Seduces is what we tried to do. Or Hell Seduces. The distant ores is who we're sending. And they're gonna go pillage it. Good luck, Jasper. Go have vengeance on your spouse, Tanner, who left the map and will never come back. I mean, I get it. A shoe. But, like, not all shoes are made of leather. I'm just being a nitpicky weirdo. Don't worry about me. Also, I keep coughing, so it's kind of like a, that's not me kind of feeling. And also, this gremlin ain't sneezing much. Although maybe there's a gremlin in my throat. How's the linen industry? I don't know. Don't really care. I'm probably, honestly, not going to use this much. I should actually make looms, but I'm not going to use this guy. And it's because you still can't sell. I was correct in my assumption. You still can't sell Forgotten Beast clothing. And I don't really want to cause a sock apocalypse. So, like, we'll use the stuff that's there. I'll have it so that people stop telling me to make one. But I'm not going to use it because I still can't sell it. So, it's, like, pointless. If anything, I may actually forbid it. All right. How did I forbid a wall? What? What? Huh. Only if it doesn't get named, because if the giant cave spider kills a single thing, it gets named, and then it causes the same problem. All right, I need to allow Grammy the Lin to go here. Gremlin is finally won, because this guy's trying to train it, so Gremlin is stuck. I presume there's a web trapped in the wall. That's the only logical assumption as to what could be happening there. At least that's the only assumption I have, so. Come on, Gremlin. A devilish potato has risen and is haunting the fortress. Did I never memorialize you? How? There was 2 devilish potatoes. That's how. Did you have 2 dwarves in this fort? I have, like, no recollection of this. You're not gonna win today, Gremlin. The sad part is he doesn't even use food to feed him. He's embarrassed after watching a performance. Oh boy. Okay. I have another idea. Delete this, because you're just socializing over there right now. We go down here, and I'm going to delete this zone, which is the power of metal. And I'm going to make my weaponsmith's guild an animal training zone so that he gets forced to go there to be trained every so often. So I will let him stay in the tavern as long as he wants. But you will be forced to go to my animal training zone every so often and be trained. I mean, let's be honest, Bastet. If you wanted one, you'd get one, because you are definitely the most consistent about actually getting the viewer rewards. Oh shit, a giantess. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. This one's named Agesh. And Agesh what? I'm gonna have to kill it. It's a lady. It's a mother, father, and 2 siblings. Has no items. Killed some elves. Long time ago. I guess it's gonna die. Sort of something like that, yeah. I guess I have to kill you. I can't hold back anymore. Bootdell. So, UGDPY is dueling it in one-on-one, hand-to-hand combat. It's competent. Dwarf begins dueling with the creature. Where's your squad? Okay, well, got Olin is coming around the corner. Probably going to shoot bolts at it in a second. I guess it was a joke, you know? Seems like UGDPY is winning because it is overexerted. Is repeatedly punching it in the 3rd toe. Well, that's good, right? Oh, I see why you don't have a squad. It's because they don't exist. Well, that sucks. Trying to give you a hammer, though. Fuck. God damn. Kill me, chat. Let's jump over to you. Got several dwarves have come running in. They all seem to be focused. One is standing back and firing bolts. And the creature dies as soon as it arrived. This shit hurts. Let's cough. Oh. That clother finally died. It's about time. They spent enough time causing us trouble with that, like, thing they refused to finish making.
This is madness.
Madness? Hi, Hobo. How are you? Yeet. This cough is horrible. Send help. And cough drops, please. What's up, Myrathi? I'm trying to convince a gremlin to stop being a wingnut. What's my mayor doing? Meditate on beauty. Mate, come on. Somebody wants to have a meeting with you. If underworld demons fly off the map, will they come back? Are they part of that initial wave? The initial waves stay on the map. Past the initial wave, they're just like any other animals, so they wander on the map and off the map periodically. Was the animal the cause of you will learn animal training area thing that you joined to? Probably, yes. And also the explanation as to why I made my guild hall for metalsmiths a animal training room? Also, yes. But right now he's being a Karen. He's trying to complain at somebody in charge. Join an existing conflict and then pissed off the map? Like out the surface? Yeah, so like some of them are just normal animals, right? So they must have just been wandering through at the time. Because, like, you know how in the caves, like, trolls will wander in and out of the map, dwarves will wander in and out of the map, etc. You may be in an ad, you may not be able to see me. Can there be baby gremlin? Sure, if I have a mummy gremlin and a daddy gremlin, but I don't have a mummy gremlin and a daddy gremlin, so I can't have a baby gremlin. I can show you a picture of a baby gremlin, though. Sorry, it's very small, so I have to do super duper duper zoom in. It's a small image. That's a baby gremlin. Man, I haven't heard that in a minute, Pilot. Hi, how are you doing? It's good to see you. We have a gremlin in the fort, and YouTube chat wanted to know what a baby gremlin looked like. I mean, the names and types and materials that they're made of are random, right? Yeah, no, it's fine. I stopped talking when the ad blocks hit. Yeah, no, I mean, some of them are just normal wild creatures. So they must have just been wandering through right when you opened up the initial wave. So there's that. What you doing for your vacation? Yeah, oh my god, I need one. Yeah, I wonder how long they take to get to adult size, actually. Wow, they take 18 years to grow up? Damn! They're like dwarves, so if you had, like... Also, this isn't true anymore. They used to only eat bones. They also seem to be better at having alcohol, but... I gave you unlimited drinks, and your mission is to make them regret it? Well, remember your vacation. Devilish Potato the Ghost has been put to rest. Meditate on death. You know, if I had the Fortress Overseer staring at me that closely, I would too. Can't even blame you there, mate. All right, let's expand this burrow out to here. Take all of my living squads. Station them right here. I'm also going to assign everybody. Equip the shields. With the exception of you. You get to keep your sword. It's time for me to reset these. Also, because I probably need to go grab new gear anyway. A super haunted fort. So I've done haunted biome forts on extremely haunted biomes. I've also done forts where I don't memorialize any dwarves and then slowly everybody dies to ghosts. I don't know what your definition of super haunted fort is. I've done like resurrecting undead biomes. I've done biomes where it rains piss and vomit and all other myriad of liquids. I've had ghosts float across the fort. I had a fort where anybody who wandered onto the map died instantly. That wasn't fun, but we did it. Yeah, so I guess the answer is yes, Montecore. Just trying to get these dwarves out here to go woodcut. Because I need to chop down some trees, which is going to completely aggravate the surface, but it is what it is. I mean, I think they can be fun to a point. I think it's fun as a little gimmick when you just don't memorialize any dwarves. It's also neat just kind of as an educational tool to show people that, yes, ghosts are mean and do things other than just sit around being spooky. And no, ghosts are not friends. Because people ask me kind of surprisingly often, like, can you make friends with ghosts? It's like, well, no, not really. Also, by the way, have you guys heard about the most recent Twitch hack? If you put in your tags politics, you get no ads on your stream whatsoever. Just thought I'd state that. Just saying, that was noticed the other day. As a streamer, yeah. So if I wanted you guys to see absolutely no ads, all I would have to do is put politics in my tags. And then label my stream as politics. So there's like basically censorship labelings that you can put on your stream that like give you a full screen pop-up when you click on it saying this stream is discussing such and such. And if you label your stream using that filter as politics, which I'm not going to do because that will also not get me surfaced as much, you get absolutely no ads on your stream currently. Which also means like Hassan isn't getting any ads on his stream, which is kind of funny. Is it curious as to a reason why, or is it just a bug? It's intended. It's because advertisers don't want to be on politics, turns out. Can you let me... Well, at least they want to parlay, so... Because they want to parlay, I will let them sit. And I will wait for all of my dwarves to get all of the wood inside. And then once all of that is done... then we will go and accept their parlay. By that I mean deny it. What if it is set to DF politics? Well, it's not a thing that you can do. Because there's specific filters, right? It would also immediately boot all of my viewers out of the stream. So, no, I'm not going to do that. But I just think it's really funny. I'll say it whipped. I'm not going to do it for two reasons. Reason number one, you don't get any sort of like recommendation promotion if you do it. And reason number two, I hate to break it to you guys, but like the $20 I make a day in ad revenue adds up. They still do get ads on Paulo Potato. People were testing it. Oh, look, they just... Uh-oh, shit. Well... they're attacking me right away because a bunch of goddamn ostriches showed up and angered them all. God damn it. It's the same system as that, but it's not the same effect. As far as I know, anyway. Oopsies. Did I click the wrong one? Yes, I did. Let's get rid of this. Like, you can also set a filter if you're going to curse a lot and be super crass. Basically, it's like self-reporting, essentially. Because believe it or not, some advertisers don't want to be on a stream where some guy's just cursing at Call of Duty all day. Some don't care. Another one that you can turn on is sexual content. Which I think is kind of funny because someone should just tell Trojan Condoms that sexual content is a tag on Twitch because they've been advertising on Twitch as long as I can remember. I feel like they'd be totally fine with that. All right, well, let's hope all these dwarves get inside quickly. Friggin' ostriches indeed. Hey, Shadow, thank you very much for the 5-pack, by the way. Greatly appreciate you. Oh, nope. Okay, they did go back. Well, I've got all the dwarves locked inside now, so you know what? Screw it. Let's just deny there. Parlay. Fight me. Gobbers. What in the heck is a giant beetle? There's a lot of kinds of beetles. But there's just a general giant beetle running in. What's Grammy up to? Yay! He's hanging out in the weaponsmiths. Damn it. This is killing me. Would the spirit of a dead cat that is possessing my throat. Can you please fuck off? Is that grass or vomit? What do you think? If you have to ask, what do you think it is? It's vomit, yes. Why are they so spread out? The hell? It's not cool. Okay, well, I'm gonna lock this door and pull this lever. Come on. Pull it. Whee! Okay. Now, just pull it again. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, quick. I know clicking that doesn't make it go faster, but come on. Sweet, okay, I got a bunch of them. Now, I'm sure those will just deal with the rest of them. Come on, Wolfies. Well, hey, he's leading him in the right direction. Oh, there goes that wolf. It's a shame. It's okay, they live down there now. I am going to need to send in my squads, though, for a few of these. Let's take out those goblins before they cause any major troubles. Back to training. All right, so... that's not going to be enough to break the... Hey, chat. For those of you who have access to my emotes, could I get a wall of water? Just a big wall of water. Also, YouTube says that they're pools of algae. Nothing to see here. So where's the gremlin at? I mean, okay. Fine. So this is a elf swordsman with iron. Gotta say that elves that use metal weapons are actually kind of scary. Okay, they're slowly walking up. That should be enough. Let's just hold up. Oh, come on. Damn it. Just tell all my squads to go down here. Starsmore, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Montecore. Welcome back, dude. It's your 14th month. It's good to have you back. Let's see if we can rescue that dwarf. Seems like it. I'm going to permit this in the burrow instead of erasing it like I just did. And then I'm going to go down to here and do this. Let's see if I can drown them like this. I'm not actually sure I can, but I will try. The ones that are down below, that is. Oh no! Kettle the weaponsmith has been found dead. Rest in peace, Kettle. You died too young. And you know what? I'm gonna do this in ASCII, so we can witness the water in its full glory. Vump. Look at that. Glorious! Round of beers for that gifted sub, by the way. Thanks for checking out a gift, mate. And so now they just slowly drown. Well, quickly drown. Well, that clearly didn't break the siege. So, I'm going to make these guys down here wish that they weren't down here by doing that. Which, you know, is going to very quickly swoosh them all down into there. And we're just going to follow this goblin to see if this works. I kind of don't expect it to, but whee! Bonk. I mean, it seems to be working. That or they're just learning to swim. Okay, he's climbing out. Nah, it didn't work. Well, I mean, it broke the siege, so there is that. Oh my god, there's so many books. Holy shit. So much random crap just getting thrown down in there. Oh, that's funny. Okay, hold on. Let's just get another big whoosh. Let's, lock this again. Fill her back up. And give him a proper secondary thwump. So this is just going to start draining now. But it's going to give this time to refill. And also, this time to refill. Which is going to give this time to refill. Once this is full, we can thwump him again. Oh, sorry. Thanks for the 5th month. Welcome back. That's almost Hype Train. Which would be the first Hype Train of the stream. First Hype Train of the week, actually. Anyway. Unless we had one yesterday. I can't quite remember. This is going to take a little while to fill up, though. It is filling pretty quick. Meh. We just have some goblins that live in my drain now, I guess.
Twipped cheered. X100.
Twipped, thanks for the $1. So it did kill some of them, I think. Only a few left down here. Yeah, a bunch of them did just die. So it does work, sorta. So once this is full, which it's almost full. We got a sewer goblin. I hadn't thought about that, but I guess so. Then this will fill up. It's just taking a little bit. I think actually this would go faster if I did it this way. I'm just fucking around with my food at this point. You baked a pumpkin pie? That's amazing. Hopefully it's delicious. I'm gonna go toss my dishes into the thing. You guys can watch this fill up. Be right back. You know, normally that's what I say, Shadow. But I didn't want to be rude. But I would like some pumpkin pie. That sounds great. I'll take half a slice. You made it from your own pumpkins? Oh, man. Fresh pumpkin pie? From fresh pumpkins? That's... That's the coughing fit right there. Okay, well, this is full, so then this can fill. At least that's full now, so now this level needs to fill up. Oh boy, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? It's in general in the Discord. We do have a food pictures spot, but that's fine. The first thing I see is, man, HOI 4 DLC sucks. That's the first thing I see on my Discord. That looks like pumpkin bread. Still looks delicious, though. I'd definitely take a slice. Looks very tasty. I make a good zucchini bread. You cracked your monitor? I mean, did you try to bite your monitor? I don't think most warranties cover against bit monitors. Nope. I don't know how many unmade tombs I have, but I guess I'm about to find out. Before this dwarf finishes rotting. There we go, that's enough. All right, let's... Okay, so I'm not gonna do this again and like drop half of them down there. Unless I have a lever at the bottom, because this is a little silly. But what I will do is wait until that hits 7, which it will in a second. May you ask what your dwarf is doing? Give me a minute. I've got groblins that need drowning. There it goes. You are doing no job. You were admiring near a fine door. You want to learn something and you want martial training. You're currently getting a drink. You seem to be in decent spirits. Your husband is alive and your daughter is still dead. Speaking of goblins, let's give them the gurgles. Gurgle gobbos. Incoming. Let's see how this goblin pikeman does. So they should get gushered down into here. Okay, well now you're injured. And drowning. Yeah, this is not a very good setup. There we go. At least I drowned another one of them. How about this one? Can I drown you? Terror flank. I think these goblins are going to run in fear. If they ever actually make it back up. This one may. We may have to tell this goblin of the water... This goblin may have to go tell his people of the waterboarding. No, it's definitely like a pumpkin bread more than a pumpkin pie, but still looks delicious. I'm not going to knock a pumpkin bread. No sane human being would. It's one hell of a monstrous murder device I've made. Now the water stops. I will give you the happiest non-boy dwarf, which is not the top one. Her husband died. You're a planter, Bastet. Bastet wants to be with family and has none. Is impervious to the effects of stress, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her. She finds humor in most situations, takes pleasure in her talents and appearance, and has a sense of duty. She often feels lustful and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, so occasionally overindulges and generally acts impartially. Is rarely moved to mercy and is disturbed by this as someone who dislikes those that seek to acquire power over others. She's quick to anger, and she often is nervous. She has a greedy streak, and she is stubborn. She scratches her ear when she's nervous. She dreams of raising a family, and personally, Weaponsmith has claimed to forge. Yay. She values peace over war, and she dreams of raising... I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about the coughing. I'll try and mute my microphone, but I can't always hit it in time. She likes magnetite, aluminum, and clear garnet, clear glass, pond turtle, shell, and naff paper, as well as slabs. Ogres for the low howls. Hey now. And prefers to consume tiger shark, squid, and celery, and 2-grain wheat beer. Absolutely hates bark scorpions. You're friends with Napalm. You're part of the Bronze Coven. And you're a member of the Cloudy Company, the Farmers Guild. Welcome to the fort. All right, let's check this. Sweet. Weaponsmith has gone off to grab a... Yay, grabbed steel. Okay. I'm going to open this lever. This cough is brutal. Okay, Kogon. Ear Gears, the Sick Mountain of Paint. 11 notable kills and 9 other kills. Needs to be retired from the military with the Imperial flags. Because he still has a fever. It's a bloody shame. Bloody shame. Also, I presume they got that other goblin. I'm gonna unlock that. You click on a dwarf, you go to military, and then go to kills. Or you could just send me the recipe. That's the boy. I feel like shipping perishables like that would be extremely expensive. Because you'd have to, like, overnight it and vacuum seal it. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Thank you for the offer, though. The thought is what means something. But yeah, that's where it is. I also learned kind of a little while ago now, but realized that you can assign military animals from this screen. Labor, work animals, and then you can assign war animals, if you have any. Good lord, there's so many things down here. Actually, you know what? No, I'm just going to leave all this forbidden for right now. Everything in here, up till here, I'm going to have forbidden. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to put a drawbridge down here. I'm going to make it out of dolomite, because I apparently have shit tons of dolomite blocks. Customs would probably destroy it. Oh, well, it depends on whether or not it's correctly marked. But that's not a bad assumption. I would say that is actually a very fair assumption. Oh crap, I forbid a lot of beds. I didn't mean to do that. I swear, dwarves. And also I should probably check to make sure that the animals aren't attacking me, but just assigning this anyways. Oh. Not only are they attacking me, but the fucking rhinos are attacking me. Dwarves, get through here quickly, please. There's just agitated rhinos. Dodok's about to die to a rhino. Rhino, no. See how many of my dwarves it takes to kill an army of rhinos. A lot, apparently. And also, they move really quickly. Who knew a rhino could run so fast? That's what you get for attacking a dwarf. Car the recruit is dead. Come on, dwarves. What are you, tired? Gotta outrun a rhino. He's just a slow hunk of fat and horn. Tisk. Why did I send all of the squads outside? Well, my wolves are fighting with a giant rhino, it looks like. And so are my dwarves. Where's my gremlin? Sleeping. Terrifying. You know, I gotta say, this fort has not been boring. Not at all. Just like all the people who were tourists in Canada who died because they presumed bears were friendly. Real life bears are not Smokey. And Smokey the bear isn't friendly. I'm going to give my gob single missing island a military job. Okay, so there's one all the way the hell down here who's fighting with this dwarf. Several dwarves, actually. It is overcome with terror, unconscious, and injured, so let's just tell him to go kill it. And then the last one is actively charging, or being chased by a dwarf. I'm not sure. One of the two. It's actively being chased by Bone Dolphin. Get him, boy! He's tired. He needs a break. Jasper's charging to go get the other one. Oh, the people who think moose are super friendly. Dude, moose are fucking terrifying. I always like to remind people, hey, you know, if you see a moose and you hit it with your car, the moose wins. Your car loses. The moose will kill your car. Also, it's another steel crossbow, which means I can make another Marks Dwarf, which is kind of cool. Also, I just realized that I've completely unexisted my Marks Dwarf squad. Whoops. Oh well. You know what, Claiborne? You can be a Marks Dwarf. And you can have the newest one, which is the most expensive one. That is... It's a steel crossbow. While craftsmanship is of the highest quality, it is encrusted with rectangular sandstone cabochons, and I need to cough. And single-cut jaspers and rambutan wood and round magnetite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dolomite. On the item is an image of a longo flaying the fly hag, the goblin, and English roughness knife, the rhythmic wail of action. The dwarf in steel. English roughness knife, the rhythmic wail of action, is striking down the fly hag. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin fly hag by the dwarf English, the rhythmic flail of action. The killing of them in Cloudthunder, with a steel shield specifically in Cloudthunder in the early spring of 1022. During the 12th attempted abduction at Cloudthunder. The 12th attempted abduction. On the item is an image of Paddleclass, the rusted steel training spear in Killenite. So, there you have it. I love when people refer to, like, a cartoon as, like, the documentary. It's a funny internet thing. Are you still chasing this agitated giant rhino? Or just rhino? Yeah, they are. They haven't killed it yet. Oh, cows can be friendly, but we're talking about, like, moose, not cows. Oh, hey, we caught it. And you know what? I'm not going to let it out of that cage. You want to know why? Because as long as it stays in that cage, it's considered an agitated animal, I think. So as long as I don't train it, we won't get attacked by any more. Except for this one, who's just here. I think that's how that works. Unless they've changed it. Get 'em, dwarfs!
Oh shit, there's a tutorial for Caves of Cum now.
Do you know what you just wrote? Just checking. Yes. Caves of Cud has a tutorial. Could, actually. Sure, definitely. You didn't just, like, intentionally make the lady say come? You definitely didn't do that intentionally? Definitely. Bonesaw, thanks for the 19th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. Has it really been 19 months of Creed memes already? God damn, dude. Fucking long-ass time. Also, she said that really funny, so worth it, I guess? You only started the... Okay, has it really been like 8 months of the Creed thing? You know, I have way too many open emote slots. Should I just make some animated Creed emotes? I shouldn't. What if I did, though? Also, agitated giant vultures, eh? And ostriches. Okay, I'm just gonna kill my soap industry real quick. So I'm going through too much charcoal. I think what I'm going to have to do is this. Because then the meme wouldn't really hit the same, you know? It's one of those memes where it only really hits if you actually, like, see the guy dancing. It's one of those gifts that you can hear. I guess if you're part of a very particularly sick part of a age bracket of people that grew up on that nonsense. Hold on a second. Are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? So, I forgot to tell Claiborne to not wield a normal crossbow. And now he's dual wielding crossbows. Does that even work? Also, Bonesaw, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. I mean, it really is. It really is badass. The question is, does it even work? Yeah, he's probably going to use them as melee weapons, right? Okay, well, I'm going to make a patrol route. Just get them doing laps. And I'm going to tell the dwarves to go right here. Collect all of this. And to also collect and clean up all this. Because I do still need some more wood inside. So we'll just let them march around while these dwarves work on this down here. Can fire those bad boys 5 times per round. I mean, I just want to know if it's possible. You know, I haven't done the Caves of Cud tutorial, but there's part of me that's genuinely hoping that the tutorial in Caves of Cud is good enough that I don't need to make tutorials for Caves of Cud and can just make videos about Caves of Cud and happenings in Caves of Cud, because that's just way more fun. Claiborne? Claiborne just vanished. Yeah, he dead. I don't know what got him. But he definitely just went and died to some creature. Probably the named giant vulture. Ah, yes. No, because I deleted it by the time I noticed he was gone, so... I mean, I could try and dig it up from here, but... then I have to go through a lot of combat logs. So... it's not the first time I've done that, and I always just feel fucking terrible, man. Oh, well. Dual-wielding crossbow bat. Yeah, probably tried to melee them. But he was probably trying to collect ammo, actually. Well, what are you gonna do? Yeah, crossbows are treated as warhammers, and they are the worst warhammer in the game. Except for maybe an adamantine warhammer. Which might as well not even be classified as a weapon. It's like... a waffle bat. Oh, yay! It's payday. There we go. Now Claiborne's been missing for a week. I'll probably find his body, but I'm going to memorialize him anyway. You know, I think Claiborne would be okay with that death. I feel like Claiborne would be okay with that death. He would understand. Speaking of understanding, my gremlin is meditating on death. Also, hold on a second. There's good news for anybody who's into really weird music. Psychedelic Porn Crumpets just released an album. Or a single, rather. 2 singles. Alright. Well, I guess I will just stare at this for a little bit and hope that nothing scary makes it into the fort. Huge F. I mean... are you okay with your death, though? You did try to dual wield crossbows. Which looked really cool, and then you ran off and disappeared mysteriously. I just realized I never looked at this pillage report. You went out dual wielding, so you're very happy. Well, that's good. Clarity led the attack, and the defenders were led by... the planning was superior. And the defenders had a strong positional advantage. But we still won. Searched the place and found nothing. Well, I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to erase all of this. Chat, can I get some Fs for the badass Claiborne who died prematurely? I'm also going to send the dwarves down here. Okay. Well, we'll just wait for this to all be finished because they're getting there. I'm not going to unsuspend any of them. Oh. A force of darkness has doneth the arriveth. I don't really want to crush my own dwarves. Where are you going? That doesn't seem wise, dwarf. Okay, fine. Force my hand, why don't you? I'll have to end these goblins quickly. Snatchers, protect the children. It's more like protect the goblins, because they need to be protected from the dwarves. Okay, they're all chasing this guy. This one has a spouse? We killed your wife? Just now? In front of you? Oh, I feel terrible. That's okay, though. Kill him, too. Alright, how about you? Do you have a spouse? Not here. Friends? Nope, just a god. Anything notable you've done? Nope. Had? Yes. These dwarves are an unstoppable killing force. Like, it's ridiculous how strong they are. I'm gonna send the dwarves back down here. In case anything else crazy shows up, we can just get rid of them quickly. While the dwarves are finishing up the nonsense I'm working on down there. It was the edge of the map, yes. Question is where are the other goblins? Oh, there's actually kind of not a few of them. It's kind of a lot of them. All right, well. If I can get this shut before they arrive, we can drown them. Because I really need to give these dwarves some fucking therapy. Whew! It's close. You guys run inside. All right, we'll wait for the west of them, the rest of them, the best of them. And then I'm going to go up to here. Place the lever right here. Get inside, dwarves. They're fighting with ostriches. Well, that's good. The goblins have met their match in brain cell count. Took a while, but they're getting there. Oh man. Get inside, Nomal. Or dwarf. What squad are you in? The distant wars. So I'm waiting until these goblins arrive, which they'll get here eventually. They're still fighting with ostriches. Somewhere. Oh no. Lost another dwarf. I may have to drown. I'm just gonna see if I can drown these. I ignored the cat. No, kiddo, run away! Run away, Melville! Oh, man. I could have saved Melville. But now he's locked inside with them. Man, that's a bummer. You know, I think I am not joking when I say I'm going to give these dwarves some therapy for a bit. I'm going to leave them locked inside. Killer Jim, did you die? No, you're still alive. Yeah, you're still alive. Gonna drown these giant birds. And somebody's pet cat. Sorry, Rakist. Alright, so now that that's done. Is the drawbridge done? Not yet. I mean, your name is Killer. So me saying the word killer is not that abnormal. While it's playing Dwarf Fortress, surprisingly enough. I know this may come off as a surprise, but it is a fact that it is not too abnormal for me to say the word killer. Odom's been missing for a week, however, which is very unfortunate. How many more blocks does this need? Probably 1 or 2. Stelmanok runs back and forth. Protect the Gremlin? I mean, Grammy seems fine. Grammy's still just a dabbling weaponsmith. I think I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to remove a lot of looming. I'm going to remove all non-critical jobs, is what I'm going to do. We'll remove a lot of weaving thread into cloth. Keep 1. Most of the jobs that exist right now are non-critical anyway. Man, that Spear Dwarf loss is going to bother me. Discuss my problems with an acquaintance. Do you have any friends yet? You do! You have one friend who's a farmer. Dwarven child's been missing for a week. That one I will memorialize because I feel bad about that one. You know, I'm amazed I was able to make it to 9 hours. What? Well, that was the point of the map, was it not? What was the point of the map? Artifacts? Well, I mean, the point of the map wasn't to protect the Gremlin. That's a bonus side quest. That wasn't expected. But I just so happened to have caught a Gremlin, so like... To make a force of... Oh, true. Well, not against me. I was trying to do that to the bad guys. Not the other way around. Okay, I think my military needs a shower. It's actually slightly more difficult to construct than it should be because of how I've fucked this up. This may actually work. This is silly, but it may actually work. Oh, fuck. My manager died. Tisk. Glass half empty, you've been promoted. From bookkeeper to bookkeeper and manager. Only need 4. Desperately need wood. So we'll just get it from down here again. Even though it sends more beasts. I just need the wood. Doesn't matter. I've been gone for about 2 hours. Oh god, I don't even... This fort has been a lot, man. The good news is this fort will probably make for really entertaining video at some point. Especially if I successfully manage to make this gremlin into a noble. But yeah, this fort's been chaos, dude. It's been nonsense. Chat, help me out here. The hell is going on in this fort? Okay, true, yeah. I guess so. Like, when you said Vile Force of Death, you are correct. That was a thing that I said about my squads, but I took that to mean, like, all my dwarves are dying, which is also true. More than one. More than one child has had to be memorialized. And I've started describing this cough as feeling like I swallowed a cat. Or licked a cat. Like, I just have a lot of cat hair in my throat is what this feels like. It's horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Enjoy the adult things, or don't enjoy the adult things, depending on the adult things. Do not the cat? I won't. You don't have to worry about that. This is very unpleasant. Working, paying bills, etc. Yeah, no, gotcha. That's what I'm doing right now. Boring adult things. Enjoy your afternoon, mate. Thanks for hanging out. I might be on tomorrow. It depends on how my cough feels. If I do stream tomorrow, it'll be cut, though. Speaking of, I'm trying to cough again. What's available? That's all just helms. Take that axe. There you go. Drop that. You take that one. Okay. I'm also going to try and sign up some of these, maybe just one. A beer, you can go grab a crossbow. Okay, so now this is all hooked up, meaning I'm curious about how quickly this whole thing's gonna fill. The other thing I need to do is I need to go up here, do this. That was iron. I don't want to do iron ones. because they're kind of heavy. Okay. Get back here. Require additional screw traps. Okay, so now that this is done, I'm going to go up to here, grab you, do this, and hook it up to this. So once this is hooked up, then I can lock this door. And then what I can do is literally just drop goblins into there.
5 months. I am finally able to interact with chat. Was involved. Hope stream been good.
Was in Vault? Did they finally let you out? I would make Fallout references, but my Fallout references are rusty. Thank you very much for the 35 months. Welcome back, Taylor. It's been a long time. It's good to have you around again. After 115 trillion years. I missed you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Taylor? Returning to the Strimith. Oh my fucking Christ. A giant vulture flew down my giant tube to attack me. Because, you know, get fucked, I guess. I don't know why I didn't expect that or see that coming, but I didn't. That's very funny. Lots of things in Fallout are rusty, this is true. I was hacking up a lung. My bad. And I didn't click the button, apparently. Thank you for watching on the YouTube, Staley. Welcome back. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Right when I locked the door? Alright, dwarfs. Rules simple. Do not die to giant monster animal creature things. Well, at least this dwarf was smart enough to, only equip one crossbow. Specifically, though, go pick up that crossbow. There we go. So now I need this door to open. Where's Gremmy the Lin? He's listening to a story. Oh shit, we found Claiborne dead. My new dwarfs found him. Well, the important question is, will they make it into the fort? This is my first migrant wave in quite some time. You are running in completely the wrong direction there, dwarf. Or have you just been outside the whole time? No, you haven't. Okay, we're up to 47. We were down to 135. We were almost up to 200 for a bit. Oh no! There's a giant bug. Chat, the rumors were correct. Dwarf Fortress is in fact full of bugs. This bug specifically is an agitated giant firefly. And I found my spear dwarf dead. 'Tis horrible. They were already dead, though. So, I guess that's the good news. Dwarf, can you not run at Mark 10? Just get inside. And let's go to here and just remove Grammy. Okay. Get back down inside and go back to training. What are you doing? I saw a dwarf running this way. I saw something running that way. I thought it was... Oh, there you are. Did you just arrive? You new here? Yeah, okay. Get in the fort. It's very easy. It's the other way. This has got to be great for the PTSD. Chat, you know what that means? Sounds like too long of a workday, Creed. Hey, chat, study this screen very hard. What does it mean? Yeah, pandas generally go extinct before World Gen finishes because they don't have enough... they do not, in fact, have enough bamboo to not just die. So, I'm just going to double check. I'd be willing to bet our Gremlin just asked to join. Maybe? Did you? Well, the population didn't go up. I did hit the right button, didn't I? Who the heck was it then? If not the Gremlin, then who? I didn't have anything else that didn't have a name. Did he? After being granted citizenship. Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, he did get granted citizenship. Okay. Well, I still can't assign him work details. I swear that I used to be able to do that. Well, let's see if I can assign him a workshop. They may have also changed things. I cannot assign him a workshop. I wonder if I can assign him work details in here. I'd swear that I could assign them tasks before. Well, that sucks. Now, the other thing I should check. I also can't assign him as captain of the guard. Whoop! No, I can. We now have a Gremlin cop. No, the thing is, Gremlins are themselves are a bug at this point, which is very ironic. But Gremlins themselves are pretty much a bug. They do not operate as intended, like at all. Well, the good news is, you can now go beat criminals. But he can't get to them. So I need to expand the Gremlin's movability space. The thing is, gremlins, like, everything that they do isn't intended. Gremlins are literally the opposite of working as intended. But, like, I'd swear that I could assign them tasks before. He may start hauling. Although now that I think about it, someone was saying something about, like, they can't do jobs. So maybe that's what they were talking about. But what it does mean is that he can do some more things in the fort now. And also, I'm pretty sure we can make him a noble. So because I can make him a noble, I should be able to assign him as a baron the next time an opportunity for barony shows up, which is next fall. Which I could try and do today. What do you think, chat? I mean, I'm about to have a gremlin running around beating criminals, which is hysterical. Yeah, the gremlin could be a champion. This is true, yes. So he's gonna go beat criminal, which means I should probably make a prison really quick. Although, I don't think he's gonna do enough damage to anybody to actually hurt them. Although the funny thing is, because I'm not going to allow him out of this area because I don't want him to randomly die. I also can't... How do I word this? Because I'm not going to let him out of this area. Because I don't want him to randomly die. I also can't... Disillusioned after punishing somebody with a beating. Oh. Okay, no, never mind. No Gremlin Cappy. He doesn't like his job. Well. I can make him the chief medical dwarf. Do we want a chief medical gremlin? He certainly doesn't like his job as beating people. Can I give him a weapon? I mean, can I put him in a squad? That's actually a good question. I cannot put him in a squad, no. So we now have a chief medical gremlin. Is Volkodav even still alive? I thought you died. You're a child and you are 10 years old. You got 8 years, okay? That's 8 years for me to make this gremlin into a chief medical dwarf. And then a baron. Or literally anything else. Of any sort. It's a very emphatic gremlin. Yeah, he's like a very nice person. It's kind of funny, actually. Crouchy after drinking the same old booze. Man, you are just a dwarf now. Okay. Everybody's inside. Just gonna lock this door. Creed would like a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like, Creed? Although I could forcibly assign him items. You want to be Volkodav's parents. They're both dead. And his older brother is named. Could be his older sister. Or his cousin. And all I'm saying is Volkadav might turn into Spider-Man. We don't know yet. Okay? Or wait, was that Batman? Spider-Man 2. Thank you, Awesome Note. That is much more unlikely, improbable, and difficult than I think you realize, Bismuth. I already looked to see if I could make him a performer. I can't. I could double check, but I'm pretty sure I didn't see him in the list. Yeah, I can't make the Gremlin into a performer. Okay, Volkadav, who's now stressed and hates his life, I would too, is now related to Creed, who's reading a bookie. Actually, could I make you into a scholar? Cannot make Remy into a scholar. Can I make Remy into... Yeah, I don't think you can't assign them to any of these tasks. You can only assign them to noble tasks, these tasks. So like, you know, your manager and whatnot. Anyways, Creed never feels tempted to overindulge in anything. He's very stubborn, and he generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, as the water falls over there. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and doesn't seek out excitement. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally values good craftsmanship, is put off by family, doesn't seek cooperation as value, and I need to copy. Fuck me. All right. He likes marcasite, nickel, silver, as well as faint yellow diamond, the color chestnut, mail shirts, large gems and splints, and gazelle men for their grace. And the words of the scribe of playing, and when possible prefers to consume pond turtle, and bat ray, and soft wheat flour, and wheat seeds, and absolutely hates blood gnats. It's a very long beard, which is neatly combed. He is married, and his wife's a weaponsmith. He is 46 years old, and he's a member of the Weaponsmiths and Metalsmiths Guild. And you're a former militia dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Alrighty, Grammy. Ironically, now he's just like hanging out in here all the time, which is kind of hysterical. You know, I'm gonna check something. I doubt this is the case, but I'm curious. Nope. Sag. Have you ever had a second Age of Myth? I once had a world that started in the 14th Age of Myth, so yeah. It was a while ago, though. This is currently in the Age of Heroes, which is kind of cool. Wants to wander. Feels empathy after discussing an acquaintance's problems. How's your speech skills? He's a competent speaker. And it's a shame. He would actually make a pretty good captain of the guard, aside from the fact that he hates the whole having to beat people up thing. Which is kind of a shame. If he didn't hate the whole had to beat people up today. Yeah, I gotcha. I'll have to take a peek later. Ten-year-old dwarf with no parents is so sad. Shockingly common, though. Even in my forts. So, I'm a little curious. Can Buddy here equip crafts? I actually wonder. Because that I do not know. Best find out. Also, I have to say, this right here filled up a good amount real quick. And will probably drain even faster now. There it goes. Yep. It's draining pretty damn fast. So it is certainly possible that I could use this as a way of, you know, causing things problems, shall we say. Should also probably lock this door. Before dwarves try to path in here and then die or something. This map has a large quantity of platinum on the surface. I feel like you're going to be making minecart traps or something else, super heavy invaders to crash into. Platinum minecarts with platinum statues in them on cart grinder rollers would be very efficient and quite effective and devastatingly violent. A weaponsmith has been possessed. Although it's one of the ones with a fever. Although, honestly, I feel so bad for these dwarves with a fever. No, I want my gremlin to be happy. I don't want to torture my gremlin. Maybe you want me to torture my gremlin, but I don't want to torture my gremlin. You can torture your own gremlin. Let's make wooden rings. Let's make 150 of them. I think I have that much wood. Yeah, kinda. Not really. Let's do, wool ring. Or yarn? Yarn amulets. 150. And I will put a craft here, or a craft stockpile here. Amulets. Any quality level. Only made of yarn. I go over to this stockpile. It's just for furniture. Gonna go to this stockpile. Say don't put amulets in here. And actually, we'll just say amulets of any kind. Because I'm curious of if he can acquire an amulet. Because he wants to be extravagant. So you would put them onto... place a minecart stop by just clicking somewhere random, like... right there, basically. So just start the stop, place it anywhere, because you don't need to put it on a track, and then just tell them to load from a stockpile. and what to load, and then delete the minecart track when it's full, and then tell it to then put that minecart on a different route after the fact. It was very slow and tedious, but you can do it. So, I don't think he has a favorite anything because he's a gremlin. He likes black diamond and native gold. Well, I mean, I can start smelting gold. But native gold is kind of heavy. Fuck, I tried to mute. Goddamn. Sorry if I'm destroying people's head. Sorry if I'm destroying people's headphones. It's just... yeah, where they're supposed to spawn. Well, he did just claim a bed, so that's cool. And he's using his bed now, so that's also good. It's really weird that we have a very empathetic gremlin. It's genuinely a little bit strange. I have to let those dwarves back in. Let's see how they did. Yeah, I mean, he's like 1/30th the size of a dwarf. Asmel led the attack, and the dwarf Asmel put forth a sound plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. They clashed with 8 goblins, slaying 7. They used good tactics and clashed with a single goblin, slaying them, and looted treasure. Well, that was easy. What'd you get? A magnetite thing and a copper whip. Okay. Curious how the other dwarves did. Let's claim to Metalsmith's Forge. We've got steel bars, giant hedgehog leather, excellent, and sandstone blocks and magnetite. The other squad just returned. They also went and pillaged the same place. Jasper led the attack. They looted treasure. There was only a couple of goblins there. I'm going to try and destroy that site. I'm going to send this squad here, and they're going to try and raise it. Dwarves, I'm going to tell you right now, it's a really bad idea. Should go back inside. Can I give you a nickname now? No. It's a shame. It's a damn shame, man. Oh yeah, although the visual of a tiny kobold sleeping, or not a kobold, a tiny gremlin sleeping in a giant dwarf bed is kind of amazing. Crap. My dwarves have entered Well, I lost at least one militia dwarf to an agitated giant tortoise. Send my squads over here to kill this very slowly approaching enemy. They're so prim and proper looking. You love them? You need 50? What about the part where they want us all to die horribly? And the part where they killed Kib. They killed Kib. And Zontir. Get back inside, dwarves. I think I just saw a dwarf going in the wrong direction. I mean, they can be cute, but also very dangerous and murderous. Come on, dwarves, get to it. They are kind of one of the most unstoppable forces of the wildlife kingdom. Okay, let's send these dwarves back inside. Okay, UGDPY, where the hell are you? Nish Stag Shill, the weaponsmith, has created Sakos Lushat, a steel battle axe, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I'm going to give that to this dwarf. Say, drop this. Because I need you to turn the hell around and go inside. And that may help inspire you to do that. Okay, I'm going to presume that is all of them. And I'm going to lock the door. Chat room. I am losing my voice and can barely speak without coughing. It's like I'm actually having to like physically stop myself from coughing right now. Moods are terrible, and that sucks, but we have a noble gremlin in the fort now, who is our chief medical dwarf, which means that they are absolutely deserving of and in line for a position of royalty. Hopefully. The game lets me assign them when that menu appears. So, in theory, when the next fall rolls around, I may have the opportunity to have a Gremlin Baron. If I don't, I will just be sad. And then not have a Gremlin Baron. And then we'll go on with our days. And then try and make him into a mayor. But, because that hasn't happened yet, and I don't know for sure, but I also can't really keep speaking or I'm going to permanently lose my voice again. I want to stream tomorrow, but I don't know if it's smart. Because this throat is death right now. And I really need to finish a video. And I've got a bunch of real-life chores I need to do this weekend. So tomorrow hinges on whether or not I'm still hacking up a lung tomorrow. So keep an eye out, YouTube folks. If you see one get scheduled, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Otherwise, I will be on Tuesday. And hopefully, before then, there will be a Caves of Cud video out before I start coughing again. So YouTube folks, thanks for hanging out and watching. You dealt with your first Hydra and you tore through your military like they were made of tissue paper. You weren't even mad. You were impressed by how fast it was. I was watching somebody back when Dwarf Fortress first launched on Steam, who was a friend of mine, who hasn't streamed in ages. He basically stopped making content entirely. And he had a dragon show up And I was like, wow, well, good luck. And he's like, oh god, what's gonna happen? And it killed almost his entire fort. And then one dwarf just like ran down a set of stairs and chopped its head off. Just whack. Just some recruit with an axe just beheaded it. I was impressed. Anyway, YouTube folks, take care of yourselves. If you want to come raid with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will see you when I see you. Either tomorrow with maybe Dwarfs because of this Gremlin. And I want to play some COD badly, man. I don't know. We'll see what I do tomorrow if I stream tomorrow. Or you can join the Discord, and I'll post there whether or not I'll be streaming tomorrow. So, take care of yourselves, and I'll see you Tuesday at the latest, tomorrow at the earliest. Peace, YouTube. Twitch chat, you can say bye, YouTube, if you want. All right. YouTube stream should be down. I like how I said that you guys can say bye, YouTube, if you want, as I shut it down. But Doc Gremlin. I'm a fan of Dr. Gremlin. I think Dr. Gremlin's going to go places. I hope you agree. Let's see who's on. As I shut down Dwarf in the background. You should become king. In order for that to happen, every single possible heir would need to die. So I would need to likely exterminatus the goblins, and then exterminatus my own faction. That's a tall order, mate. Like I respect